How badass can this scrawny dude be? Just a casual swing of his hand shatters the strength testing machine. Unleashing a bit of his aura makes his enemies get wiped out. Even the Beast King met him and got its heart yoinked. Turns out he was once the heavenly demon cult's leader Yuseong, an existence more powerful than the emperor himself. However, being at the absolute peak of power was making him bored. As he was complaining, a guard brought him a very interesting stone to show off. It was an alchemist's stone. Just by pouring spiritual energy into it, a gate could be opened to a completely new civilization. It was finally opened successfully. The chubby guard volunteered to go in first to scout the way, to see if there was any danger inside. But winter passed and spring came. More than 100 years went by and he still hadn't returned. Yuseong decided to enter the gate to find his useless subordinate. Unexpectedly, the other side was an incredibly modern world. Here the hotels are fancy. The beds are high class, but he had to use newspapers to keep warm. The place he landed was a city train station, and all around were poor homeless people. Very quickly, Yuseong blended in and was invited by them for a drink. Just one sip seemed to enlighten the young man. He never expected such a delicious drink to exist in the world. After talking for a while, he learned that this world was being threatened by monsters. They came from gates called abysses, and only those with awakened powers could deal with them. Besides, it was also a job that made a lot of money. If you were lucky enough to be chosen, you'd have plenty of money for drinks. After telling his story, the enthusiastic beggar showed off the most delicious drink in the world. It was beer mixed with soju. Unexpectedly, as soon as they were mixed, a pillar of light flashed from it, pulling the whole group into a gate. So trippy. Turns out this was the recipe to open it. Immediately, a completely cloaked figure appeared, proclaiming to be the manager of this place. He gave them a mission: survive for 7 days to escape. But everyone here was powerless. They panicked and screamed for help. Outside at the Gate Management Bureau, there was also chaos over its sudden appearance. Perhaps it was all due to the appearance of Yuseong that caused this disturbance. Meanwhile, inside, the young man was still clueless and loudly cursed out the manager, scaring the crap out of everyone. Luckily, he didn't bother to argue and just left in anger, leaving behind a pile of unremarkable weapons for everyone. At this point, no one knew Yuseong's true power yet. They thought he had amnesia and tried their best to drag him away to escape. But it was too late. On the other side, the monsters began to charge forward in aggressive numbers. Even though they were the weakest kind, they couldn't help but tremble with fear and tension. In contrast, Yuseong just calmly stepped forward. He wanted to protect these people. Seeing their prey approach, the whole pack of beasts leaped forward to tear him apart, a gruesome scene. It was incredibly brutal. But when the dust settled, the prey was nowhere to be seen. It turned out he had quickly and steadily landed on the leader's head. Then he gently swung his hand to attack. A terrifying energy radiated out. With just one attack, Yuseong took down the alpha gorilla. The system continuously announced his level up. A protection system for newly awakened level-ups has been activated for the first time. The system began to prompt Yuseong, please distribute your stat points. If stat points are not distributed within 10 seconds, they will be distributed randomly. After reading the explanation, Yuseong vaguely realized, I get it now. This is the awakening those crazy people were talking about. My power is growing. When you defeat monsters in the gate, you awaken through something called a system. The more you defeat, the stronger you get. But it's useless to me. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly terrifying power from the body of Yuseong radiated out. My martial arts aren't just about physical strength. The only thing that can awaken me is myself. Because this energy is as gentle as Mother Nature herself. Become my strength. In a flash, Yuseong created a ball of power in his hand. The system displayed, a critical error has occurred. But those things couldn't stop the fighting spirit within the young man. Don't reject it. Now that you're in my grasp, you can't escape. The system updated. Stat points cannot be distributed due to an unknown error. Stat points lost as the player returns to level 1. First-time Awakener level-up protection system has been closed. Okay, pause. As soon as they were unpaused, the frenzied gorillas leaped towards Yuseong like hunters stalking prey. All of them fell into Yuseong's line of sight. The young man gracefully swung a skillful sword stroke, annihilating the pack of gorillas, all at once. Ignoring the dense error messages from the system, Yuseong felt incredibly excited. Awesome! Just killing these 4 is equivalent to half a year of internal energy training. The thousands of remaining gorillas were startled and terrified when they saw him. Seeing them, Yuseong saw them as if they were gold. He quickly leaped forward. Come on! The people watching from the sidelines had to be terrified by the brute strength of Yuseong, as he single-handedly handled everything. The system appeared praising the young man. First achievement excellent. You have single-handedly killed 100 Nuka warriors. First achievements are awarded to only one player. You can choose to use a rune or not, without much thought. Yuseong decisively answered, no need. The young man's face started to turn pale, as the system continuously spammed him with notifications. He couldn't control his actions. Yuseong went ballistic, swinging his hands wildly to smash all the screens appearing before him. Didn't I say I don't need it? The system provided him with some new items. Hidden item has been activated. Yuseong grinned brightly and said, "All right, then I'll have an extra lunch. Equip rune." A hexagonal jade tablet appears in the middle, with an image of a sitting Buddha on it. In the distance, the people stood in a long line. They were jumping for joy, cheering non-stop. "He's so strong we're alive. So lucky we have an awakened one among us." Kim and Chang spoke up. "No, wait. If he kills all of them, then we won't be able to awaken when we get out of the gate." Everyone started murmuring amongst themselves, finding a way to kill all those gorillas. "That's right. We have to awaken and get rich. Like that guy Jang from Johnson Station. They look pretty weak, don't they?" And Chang became frantic, warning, "Are you guys crazy? You'll die." One man stepped forward aggressively. "Don't worry, Mr. Kim. He looks like he's struggling a bit. We'll give him a hand. Anyone else want to help?" People gradually joined in Mimi too. Only, In Chang felt this was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Yuseong turned his head and said, "I have no reason to stop you, but make sure you win and become awakened. Good luck." The desperate howls of the gorillas erupted, echoing through the land. The gorillas, after being wiped out, lay sprawled on the ground. In an instant, they were all beaten half to death. Yuseong stood among the gorillas and said calmly, "Lunch is done." He observed each gorilla one by one. They looked like they were gradually being corroded. The system appeared providing information. Nuclear molecule X1, Darren's hide X270. Yuseong felt a headache coming on. He looked up and shouted in confusion, "What the hell is this? Is there no way to deal with this crap?" The system understood and showed the young man, "Disable notifications. Player can re-enable notifications if desired." While Yuseong was staring into the distance, someone approached from behind him. In Chang's face darkened. The people who had disobeyed him earlier were all beaten by the gorillas to the point of meeting their maker. "Fools, that's why I told you not to go. Not awakening leads to nothing." Yuseong approached and gently advised In Chang, "Sometimes we have to risk our lives to satisfy our ambitions." "Hey, Mr. In Chang, don't you see? I told you I'd save you, didn't I?" He turned around and asked, "How old did you say you were?" Yuseong answered honestly, "Since I turned 100, I stopped counting, so I don't really know." In his heart, In Chang had to secretly admit that. The kid was really strong. But could it be that awakening messed with his head? To ease the tense atmosphere, Yuseong changed the subject. "All that running made me a bit hungry." In Chang thoughtfully said, "In your inventory bag there's food and other necessities for survival." A young boy hesitantly asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Awakened One, what should we do now?" He turned to reassure him, "Why are you asking me? Don't worry, I'll carry all this lunch for you." The whole group asked blankly, "Lunch?" Yuseong explained, "Lunch is the monsters." A person at the end of the line raised their hand high and said clearly, "I'm a staff member at Gasun Station, so I know the guidelines for dealing with gates from the SG. If there are civilians, shouldn't the awakened increase the survival rate?" Yuseong frowned in annoyance, glaring at him. "So, I'm not an awakened?" The station employee asked, bewildered. "You're not with the SG." Yuseong waved his hands and gestured, answering, No, not an awakened." "Have you ever heard of martial arts?" In Chang, standing behind, let out a long, weary sigh. "My friend's a little crazy." Yuseong's rage flared up. He turned to question In Chang, "What do you mean, crazy? You still don't believe me?" He didn't back down either, retorting petulantly, "What are you talking about? How am I supposed to believe you're from the Ming dynasty?" He yelled in his face, "Because I created the gate." In Chang pouted, pretending to praise him. "The gate? You created it, got it. So cool." Yuseong felt extremely annoyed. "What's with that face, you jerk?" Immediately after, he turned his face and pointed to a mysterious person in the line. "You," the person asked, stunned. "Me?" Yuseong gave him a new task. "You will be in charge of these kids." "Yes." Yuseong already knew everything. "You hear me and understand everything, right?" "That's because you're the only other awakened one here." Everyone turned their attention to him. He stood silently before the guest that hit the bullseye. How did you know?" Yuseong looked at the boy and replied, "I can feel the energy circulating in your body. I can see everything." He placed a hand on his chest and raised his head to answer. "Is that so? You're more impressive than I thought." "That's right. My name is Kang Sar-young and I am an awakened. However, unfortunately, I don't belong to the CGS. I am Chinese. According to the treaty, I am not allowed to interfere in the affairs of other nations. Yuseong came over, placed a hand on Sar-young's shoulder and said confidently, "If I say it's okay, it's okay." He hesitated, "But didn't I just say I—" The hand of Yuseong gripped his shoulder tighter and tighter. Then he smiled and asked again, "Are you saying no to me? Is the treaty more important than your life? From now on, you'll be the team leader, all right?" Sar-young began to feel fear before the powerful spiritual energy of Yuseong. He had countless questions in his mind. People always say there are countless strong individuals in this world. But how strong do you have to be to kill hundreds of the Nuka tribe? As if it were a walk in the park. It seems he's ranked in the top 200. But why does he have no reputation until now? Could it be that he changed his appearance? In Saryang's eyes, Yuseong was a terrifyingly mysterious person. Seeing him remain silent, he asked with concern. What's wrong, cat? Got your tongue? Backed into a corner, Saryang had no choice but to accept the position of team leader. If there are no other awakened, I will do it. But above all, we need a survivor. After settling everything, Yuseong turned to leave. Good, I'll be the one fighting. Make sure no one gets hurt. He also frankly stated his feelings. That will be very difficult. As you know, E-rank gates or higher won't rampage for 2 days. Yuseong turned his head back and asked, What are you talking about? Saryang froze for a few seconds at his question. You really don't know. The manager over there introduced himself as D1C. The name of the manager includes information about the gate. The first symbol represents the strength of the monsters appearing in the gate. If it's a lower rank, even those who have just awakened can easily kill the monsters inside and awaken. The middle number indicates the mission defense. Attack or raid. It's the number 1, so it's a defense mission. The last symbol represents the difficulty relative to the number of participants. The fewer the participants, the higher the difficulty. It's C, which means medium difficulty for the number of people here. Do you understand now? Faced with that long-winded explanation, Yuseong yawned and replied, sort of. Saryang silently wondered, I don't know if he's pretending, or if he really doesn't know. To confirm if his suspicions were correct, Saryang continued to question him. So what's your name? The young man answered, Wang Hu. With that, he started to consider suitable plans. Today is the first day, so it won't rampage and it's only targeting you. But tomorrow it will target everyone. No one can avoid fighting. I will command the defense, so Wang Hu, you must deal with the monsters quickly. Yuseong showed a bored expression and said, I guess so. There's no better option. Saryang calculated carefully again. Will we level up if we kill monsters? About 2 or 3 of them or something. It differs depending on the type of monster. Inchang stood to one side, listening to the entire conversation between them. He explains it well. Saryang kept talking, and as you know, when you level up, the experience needed for the next level also increases. Yuseong fell into deep thought. Saryang kept watching Yuseong's every move. Why ask that? Is he an idiot, or is there another reason? Someone standing nearby came over and asked, I'm an awakened. How hard is it to reach D rank? Saryang answered honestly, it's hard. He said that, but in his heart he thought differently. No, it's impossible for 2 awakened to complete it. Even if that kid is incredibly strong and completes the gate, it's highly likely that most people will be annihilated. The news continuously reported it has been 5 days since the gate appeared in Gasun, Asia's logistics hub. Scientists have forecast the appearance of the gate. According to the score, the gate this time is a type. Unranked a world's first. Based on the official announcement from the SG, the gate at Gasun is ranked D. And the people trapped inside are all civilians. How many people are trapped? The expert answered seriously, including the homeless. The official number has not yet been determined. However, it is estimated to be around 230 people. A question was asked, is there not a single awakened among those trapped inside? Unfortunately, no. The public continuously followed to get updates. The probability of clearing the gate is extremely low. In the next 48 hours, if the mission fails, the gate will explode. Jihu asked his subordinate about the situation. How is the evacuation within a 2-kilometer radius of the gate going? Sir, he immediately reported the 1 km radius is complete. However, some places within the 2-kilometer radius have refused to evacuate. Evidence to date shows the probability of a gate explosion exceeding 1 km is extremely rare, Jin. Ha looked at the situation before him and exclaimed, Damn it! This is a real headache. He was furious. Are companies more important than people's lives? The officials are just hiding at home. He turned his head and ordered the section chief, notify them again. Reporters will be here in 2 hours. If we send Facebook messages, emails, or call them before, they'll write headlines like, Ignorance of security measures, gate loss. The subordinate immediately received the order. I understand, sir, Jinho asked worriedly. Have the identities of the homeless at Gasun been confirmed yet? Is Captain Kim In-chang really in there? The section chief recounted. Yes, Kim In-chang, discharged soldier, 43 years old. Captain Kim In-chang? He was a senior in the same corps as me. Due to his sense of justice, unable to tolerate injustice, he was forced to be discharged, but he still earned the respect of others. After hearing the brief introduction about In-chang, Jihu spoke. It would be great if he could lead everyone to clear the gate, section chief continued to tell him some peculiar points. There's no information on the person dressed strangely next to the captain, Kim In-chang. I thought with that special outfit it would be easy to find him, but it's as if he appeared out of thin air. There are no reports. Not seeing his face on CCTV is strange enough, but there are countless other incomprehensible things. Jihu turned his head to look at the screen and said, "Everyone who knows him is trapped. In the gate. Investigating is just a waste of time. All we can do is wait for another 2 days, until the gate opens. Perhaps everyone inside is already dead. Some time passed. News programs and social media pages continuously updated the situation, informing the public. 25 minutes until the gate closes. For safety reasons, all reporters will begin evacuating now. We will return to the cameras. High-end installed around Gasun. We hope everyone will pray together for a miracle to happen. 5 minutes until the gate closes." The host was so scared he was sweating bullets. 4, 3, 2, the final second. He used all his strength to shout 1. The gate has finally opened. An extremely large power radiated covering the entire station. Jihu stood inside, observing through the cameras placed on the street. He felt quite surprised by what was happening. The gate didn't explode. Could it be that they cleared a D-rank gate? Sparks of electricity appeared more and more densely. The gate created a whirlwind, bringing everyone from inside out. Finally, everyone was able to safely escape that dangerous place. But those watching live couldn't help but be stunned. "Cleared, unbelievable. I'm going crazy. What's happening?" "They're alive," Saryang thought while carrying In Chang on his back. He almost single-handedly killed all the monsters. And after leaving the gate, he disappeared. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" A moment later, the gate gradually shrank. Yuseong was also extremely surprised when he saw an airplane for the first time, flying high in the sky. He was strolling down the street, looking up at the sky with an interested expression. "Impressive! How can this thing exist? That thing..." "Kang," Saryang said, clearing the gate was like a miracle. "I had to quickly hide to avoid those boring questions. But what to do now?" He sighed and said to himself, "Let's start thinking about it. Or maybe I'll earn some money to get on that thing flying in the sky." Yuseong continued walking down the street, looking at the city. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as if he saw something. Yuseong called out, "Sun cream!" The man curiously turned his head to see who was calling. Yuseong asked again, "Sun cream, you're sun cream, aren't you?" The man's face turned pale. He realized the one calling him was the cult leader. When he knew he recognized the right person, Yuseong joyfully reached out his hand to greet him. "That's right, Sun cream, it's me. Seeing you here is such a surprise." Sangram didn't let him finish. He used all his speed to run as fast as possible to escape. "Legs saved me." Yuseong was furious at this hateful guy. "How dare you run from me? You're dead." Yuseong froze watching Sun Cream's back. "But he's running around like that, just like a normal person, with no martial arts training." Before, if Sun Cream had tried to escape, I would have had to use 150% of my internal energy to catch him. Or maybe he's not Sun Cream. Although his face looks the same, his physique is quite lacking. His belly sticks out a lot. No. Were my skills stolen by that person? Meanwhile, Sun Cream was running while looking back. He looked terrified. "Isn't that the cult leader?" Suddenly, Yuseong teleported and appeared in front of him, causing Sun Cream's entire body to freeze. He asked in bewilderment, "How can you still use your martial arts?" "Cult leader, didn't you lose your internal energy?" Yuseong's rage surged. "So you recognized me and still ran away, huh?" Sun Cream's face turned pale. He pointed at Yuseong to confirm, "You really are the cult leader." He trembled, asking himself what to do now. "If this keeps up, I'll be beaten to death." To avoid punishment, Sun Cream quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to apologize in front of Yuseong. "Heavenly demon cult leader, greatest under the heavens." Passers-by looked curiously at the two of them. "What's this? Are they filming a YouTube video? Is it a hidden camera?" "Just clout chasing. Only attention seekers do that." Sangram heard those words and blushed with embarrassment. So annoying. Kowtowing in the middle of the street at my age. With that, he shakily tried to stand up. But it seemed like an invisible force was pressing down on Sun Cream's entire body, making it impossible for him to move. "The cult leader's internal energy is putting pressure on me. To be able to do this, he must have at least mastered the basic principles already." Sun Cream gritted his teeth and begged Yuseong in humiliation, "Please, let's go somewhere else. Let's go somewhere quiet and talk." Finally, Yuseong and Sun Cream went into a coffee shop. The two of them sat facing each other, but neither said a word. Sun Cream thought to himself, "I've lived here for 22 years. I've forgotten most of Murim except for a few people. I might not remember everyone's face clearly, but there's no way I'd forget the cult leader's face. The last time I saw him was when he was in his early 30s. Now, he looks like a teenager." Yuseong turned to look out the door, and then broke the silence. "Putting aside how happy I am to see you, if you don't give me a good reason for running away, when you saw me, you will die here today." A chill ran down Sangram's spine when he heard that threat. How can you say such scary things? With such a calm face, he was now sitting on pins and needles. "Think, Sun Cream, think. Think about it," Seon Grim stammered as he tried to come up with an excuse. Yes, I thought I was hallucinating again." Yuseong asked sternly. "Hallucinating? He then confessed the anguish he had been hiding for so long. Yes, after coming to Korea, I kept imagining you for a long time. But when I got closer, it would vanish into thin air. That's the hallucination. The stress of not being able to return home, according to my representative, is like an inner demon. You remind me of my hometown leader, so your image keeps appearing. Running away is the first step to curing this sickness. Since then, every time I've faced a ghost, I've ignored it and run away. Yu Seong nodded. I understand. I see you can be easily trapped by your own mind. Seon Grimm was ecstatic. It's working. It's working. Pressing his advantage, he continued to play the victim. It's been a while since I last saw a ghost. Things have been tough for me lately. So when I saw an inner demon appear, I quickly ran away. I'm sorry. Yu Seong thought about him. Come to think of it, I learned Korean quickly, using Mander's method, but it probably wasn't the same for Seon Grimm. Wandering for years as a stranger might have awakened the inner demon within him. Moreover, losing his martial arts skills probably also led to a decline in his neural adaptability. Yes, Seon Grimm. Right now, his soul is completely empty, like a barren field. The employee standing by the counter called out, "Excuse me, could you two please place your order?" Seon Grimm quickly grabbed the menu and replied, "Yes, we'll order right away." He showed it to Yu Seong and asked cheerfully, "What would you like to have?" Yu Seong asked blankly, "What is this place?" Seon Grimm explained kindly, "It's a cafe." "Is this your first time in a cafe?" Yu Seong answered truthfully, "Of course. I've only been officially exploring this world for a day." Seon Grimm's eyes widened with curiosity. "But how do you speak Korean so well?" He told him, "Don't you remember? Among Mander's techniques, there's a method that helps you learn languages." So the two of them just sat there chatting back and forth. "So you must have just left the Heavenly Demon Palace yesterday?" "Not yesterday. To be more precise, the employee, though wearing a very friendly smile on the outside, was feeling extremely annoyed inside, as the two still hadn't ordered their drinks. Yu Seong stared intently at the menu. Seon Grimm offered, "Should I explain?" But the young man flatly refused. "No need, in that case, he thought to himself, I'll just order based on the book sequence. The first one is definitely the best." A steaming cup of coffee was placed on the table. Seon Grimm smiled and asked, "Have you ever tried espresso?" Yu Seong was busy admiring the coffee cup. "Have you had it? The cup is cute." Seon Grimm excitedly told him, "Give it a try." He was extremely expectant. I wonder what the leader's reaction will be when he tastes espresso for the first time. He brought the espresso cup to his mouth but kept hesitating. "Should I?" After taking a small sip, Yu Seong's face seemed to show surprise at the drink. Seon Grimm felt something was off. "What's this no reaction? But it should taste pretty bitter the first time, right?" Suddenly, Yu Seong spoke in a serious tone, startling him. "Seon Grimm, don't say a word, listen." Seon Grimm could guess what was coming. A hidden message. Yu Seong asked angrily, "It's poisoned. Someone poisoned my drink. Because of my appearance, it seems someone is targeting you." Seon Grimm's face turned pale hearing those terrifying words. Yu Seong, like a professional detective, pointed at the drink and speculated. It seems this was the work of a formidable assassin. Pretend you're about to drink it, but don't. A little espresso remained on his finger. Seeing Seon Grimm sit still as a statue, he asked worriedly, "Have you been poisoned already?" "If so, blink twice." He sat there helplessly and called out, "Leader." Yu Seong frowned at him. "I told you not to open your mouth." "Yes," Seon Grimm tried to explain. "It's not poisoned, that's just how it tastes." Yu Seong was still adamant, denying it. "No, for a moment my heart was pounding," Seon Grimm replied. "That's the effect of the caffeine in the coffee." As soon as he dripped a drop of the liquid onto the tabletop immediately started smoking violently. "Look, the poison is corroding this table." Completely defeated, Seon Grimm could only go along with the leader. "Yes, it's poisoned. Why aren't you using honorifics? A skilled assassin could be targeting us," Yu Seong asserted confidently. "I've spotted someone who looks like they're about to flee." Seon Grimm, sitting on this side, could only obey. Yes, he thought to himself. He's deliberately creating poison using his internal energy and melting the table with his martial arts. In the future, things like this will happen hundreds of thousands more times. What's the point of scrutinizing every single person? Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Wait, hundreds of incidents. Seon Grimm trembled and asked, "Leader, do you have a safe place to stay yet?" Yu Seong answered decisively, "I do." He asked curiously, "Where?" The young man gestured, pointing at Seon Grimm. He jumped in shock and asked, "Me?" Yu Seong confirmed, "Yes, you." Seon Grimm shot up and slammed his hands on the table. "No way. I'll find you another house myself." Yu Seong smiled cheerfully and said, "Hey, why would I let my subordinate live alone?" Seon Grimm sensed that the leader's second personality had emerged. To avoid punishment, he knelt on the ground crying and begging pitifully. "Please, I'm begging you." "It's not possible." He asked blankly, "Why not think about it, Seon Grimm? What if I were to secretly follow you into your house? You wouldn't be able to stop me, right? So just take me there, okay? Inside, Seon Grim could only pray. I'm so screwed. With every pat on the shoulder from Yu Seong, his body felt like it was about to disintegrate. What if my wife and daughter think I brought a young boy home from the outside? Yu Seong hugged his subordinate and said, I'm so happy to be by your side once again. Seon Grim could only force a smile. I'm also very happy to see you again, leader. The day passed quietly. A new day began with the dawn's light. It was also time for students to go to school. In the classroom, everyone was talking about yesterday's event. The rank D gate was cleared without a single awakened. A male student with black hair looked at his phone and recounted, I heard over 40 people were injured. And also, they said a mysterious high-rank awakened appeared. Right, a classmate discussed with another. Could it be that he has an attack or defense skill related to ancient runic language? The female student sitting next to them, though feigning indifference, was actually listening intently. A high-rank awakened, anything related to a high-rank awakened, is a hot topic right now. What's this about? The minister of the Awakened Management Department was also very interested in this awakened individual. He angrily slammed the table and questioned, Isn't it UN policy that an awakened, within a country's territory, is considered a citizen of that country? Now, why are you hiding the identities of these awakened? Are you trying to monopolize all the awakened at SG? He kept pressuring the person sitting across from him. Director Han, answer me, say something. According to the witnesses GHO interrogated, they described the incident as a not quite right in the head young man, single-handedly defeating thousands of monsters. At that time, a Chinese awakened was also there, but at first he just stood by and watched. From the second day onward, monsters poured in relentlessly. Everyone thought there would be bloodshed and the number of humans would decrease in a fight to the death. Then out of nowhere, a young man with long hair and traditional clothing appeared. Alone, he fought relentlessly and violently against the monsters. According to Jihu's summary, because from start to finish he killed almost all the monsters, only 22 people had the chance to awaken. As a result, 156 people survived and left the rank D gate, while the rest remained ordinary citizens. Seeing the minister screaming for answers in front of him, he had no choice. This isn't a normal situation. So even if we reveal it, it's hard to avoid facing international criticism. Doing so would also make people suspect that SG has ulterior motives and is deceiving the public. Jihu decided, for now, if we say there's an awakened in China, people will believe it, because they know they exist. They've just gone into hiding. If we just say a young man named Wang Hu appeared, no one will believe it. Only when Lieutenant Kim In Chang wakes up will we have the answers to everything. Meanwhile, in a small, clean cafe, Yu Seong was chatting with Seon Grim. What happened to the great Ming dynasty that brought you through that gate? But Yu Seong shrugged. They had to fend for themselves. He asked in confusion, as the leader, you just left without a word like that? Won't the people left behind be worried? Especially Yu Jong, he must be worried too. But in the face of Seon Grim's concern, he dropped a shocking piece of news. Everyone except me is dead. Seon Grim was stunned. What? He quickly asked, how did that happen? Was there a war or something? No, that's not it. There wasn't a nation large enough to wage war against the Ming dynasty. Or was it a civil war or a plague? Yu Sheng shook his head. Not at all. There was no rebellion or epidemic. All of them lived full lives and then passed away peacefully. Seon Grim didn't understand and asked him, then why? Yu Seong slowly explained to him, Seon Grim, after you left, I lived to be over 90. I watched one by one every person of our generation close their eyes and pass on. The children of those people rose to take their place by my side, but things were no longer the same as before. He said, these descendants treated me like a god. Seon Grim thought to himself, so I'm now the only remaining confidant of the leader. He mumbled, I'm 22 years old. Yu Seong remarked, 22, that's old, isn't it? He gave a weak smile, not even a quarter of the leader's age. He reached out and pinched his young master's cheek. Even though it's been over 95 years, the leader doesn't look a day older. If anything, you look younger. Yu Seong immediately smiled and teased him. After 2 reincarnations and 2 regressions, age is no longer an issue. And what about you? Hearing his young master's achievements, Seon Grim was shocked. Wow, that's amazing and I'm so jealous. I don't know when it happened, but I've gotten old too. He quickly changed the subject by giving a thumbs up. Our young master. In the Central Plains, the number of people who successfully reincarnate can be counted on one hand. To do it twice, only the leader could. Yu Sheng smiled confidently. Who else could pull that off? Getting back on topic, Seon Grim asked leader, you still have your powers from the Central Plains, right? He raised his hand and tried to channel his energy in front of him. It's a long story. Basically, I lost it, but I'm slowly getting it back. But have you completely lost all your power? He bowed his head and replied, yes. What little power I have left is scattered throughout my body. A little here and there. In short, I'm just a normal person now. Sion Grim expressed his feelings. Leader, is there any chance for me to hone my skills again? Yu Seong asked him, why do you think you can't? Sion Grim explained. The difficulty I'm facing is due to the energy here. It's too polluted, which isn't good for cultivation. The leader stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's true. So I haven't been able to cultivate much lately either. I wonder if there's a clear open space anywhere. If we could channel energy there, we could get rid of the impurities. Cultivation would be easier. Sion Grim was so happy he jumped to his feet. Really? The young master acted like it was no big deal and asked, what's wrong? Want me to show you? Sion Grim shed tears and begged, yes, I'm begging you. Yu Seong, with a calculating look, asked him, are you serious? So that means I'll have to live at your house, right? Sion Grim had to give in and agreed, trembling. I guess that's okay. He understood. You're going to stay there anyway. Next, he asked Yu Seong quietly, by the way, leader, you still haven't met the mysterious person in the heavenly palace. Right. He tried to recall the past event. I was half dreaming then, so I don't remember clearly. But I remember meeting someone, and that shameless bastard destroyed my martial arts. Yu Seong thought for a moment and exclaimed, oh, that guy! I met him too. That's why I lost almost all my martial arts. Sion Grim clenched his fists in pain. To think even the leader's martial arts were taken? But Yu Seong cracked his knuckles and asked, taken what? No one took anything from me. I even had a martial arts duel with the guy. But during the fight, whatever move I used was gone for good. Sion Grim fell back in terror. You're saying you had a duel with that terrifying guy? The young master nodded and said, yeah, but you don't remember anything. So why are you suddenly so scared? Across from him, Sion Grim curled up and trembled in his seat. I don't remember anything, yet I still feel scared. Isn't that even scarier? He recounted what he remembered from that time. I was probably weaker than you, leader, but I was still a highly skilled martial artist, almost unmatched in the Central Plains. And yet, without any effort, he was able to drain the essence of my martial arts. As easily as flipping his hand, Sion Grim bit his nails anxiously. Honestly, I sometimes joke to myself that he might actually be a god. These words made Yu Seong burst out laughing. You're killing me! A god what nonsense? If he were a god, there's no way he would have lost to me, right? Sion Grim asked curiously. You're saying you won. Can you tell me more? Yu Seong said at that time he was trying to absorb my martial arts, so I fought a life or death battle with him. It felt like I fought him for a whole month, without eating, drinking, or sleeping. I'm sure I won. He said so himself. At that time, he appeared in the combat space as a giant statue of a head and asked Yu Seong, if you kill me, you'll be trapped forever at the edge of the netherworld. Are you planning on taking me down with you? Yu Seong, however, was someone with nothing to lose, so he replied, this is too complicated. Let's just take it one step at a time. Let's start by killing you first, okay? The mysterious person wondered, so that's your intention? Is that why I lost? The young master speculated, he's just like a messenger. I couldn't feel any emotion from him. At that time, what he said was likely true. Yu Seong carried his legendary sword and charged forward, ignoring his threats. A powerful sword strike pierced through the statue. However, what I say isn't just empty words. From the crack made by the sword, the statue began to crack and glow brightly. This is the dimension of exchange. You can only escape it by trading your most precious thing. Everyone has a choice. Trade 90% of your ego and 10% of selflessness. Or conversely, trade 90% of selflessness and 10% of your ego. Yu Seong smiled at that time. As long as he won, he was no longer afraid of the consequences. You've passed. You're the first to pass, while keeping your ego intact. I will see if you can close that door. He tilted his head as he recounted. Anyway, that's how it was. There's probably more, but I don't remember the details clearly. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted, oh crap, that reminds me. I wonder where my Annihilation Sword ended up. The Annihilation Sword is the divine sword symbolizing the heavenly demon sect. In itself, the Annihilation Sword has no connection to the heavenly demon sect, but Jin. Yu Seong, as the leader who gathered the remnants of a cult, needed a reason for the remnants of the demonic cult to follow him. At that time, the Annihilation Sword was the most legitimate reason. It's a good sword, but if it's lost, it's lost. He scratched his head and said, because it's the most unique sword in the world. I feel a little regretful for losing it, Sion Grim. He knew his leader's personality all too well. He exposed the truth, saying, you call that a little regretful, but without the Annihilation Sword, the leader can't use the Annihilation energy. Right. Yu Seong shook his head. I can't use the secret techniques, that's all. The first and second halves of the 12 forms can still be used normally. He asked further, so, in the end, the leader traded 90%, including the Annihilation Sword and internal energy, along with 10% of something else. Yu Seong gave up because he couldn't remember anything. Probably. Now I understand why my Dantian feels so empty. But it doesn't seem to be from exhaustion during the fight. Sion Grim was curious. But what was the other choice? The young master replied without much concern, it probably wasn't anything special. But he said if it wasn't special, I would have chosen to keep my internal energy. Are you sure it wasn't anything special? Yu Seong crossed his arms and thought, that makes sense. You also have something you want to protect more than your internal energy. My hair, Seon Grim said painfully. If I regain my internal energy, do you think my hair will grow back? On his head now was a cosmic black hole, unable to grow a single strand of hair, and it even tended to spread. He asked, Leader, how did you regain your internal energy? But Yu Seong was fumbling with his hair and marveling. Where did the once handsome, sleek Seon Grim go? The young master recounted the events of the previous day. When I defeated the monsters at the Gassen Station gate, I was rewarded with internal energy. Suddenly, Seon Grim's expression became serious. So, that means the leader defeated all the monsters at the Gassen Station gate. The young master smiled nonchalantly and nodded. Yeah, that's right. My internal energy only increases when I level up, so I've been working tirelessly. Seon Grim stood up worriedly. This is not good. First, we need to go shopping. The young master used his own logic to analyze the modern words coming out of his mouth. Shopping? You mean go buy things, right? Why so suddenly? Seon Grim led the young master as he walked and said, Because the clothes you're wearing will attract a lot of attention. Has anyone ever asked for your name? The young master followed him and said, Yes, but I didn't give my real name. I used my alias Guang Ho. He breathed a sigh of relief. Guang Ho, that's lucky. Now before scam, and the government track us down, we need to go into hiding. But Seon Grim had forgotten to account for cameras in the modern age. They are everywhere and had been recording the two of them from start to finish. To explain in more detail, an awakened is a transcendent being with superior psychic and physical abilities. They are the chosen ones to fight against evil. Therefore, the awakened are a precious resource. The government and companies like SG give them countless benefits and a comfortable life. However, those benefits are only for the awakened, who follow the rules of the government and SG. Jin Yuseong in general is a talent, but that doesn't mean he's an obedient person. The vision painted, when Yuseong receives a summons from the government and SG, won't be a peaceful one. He would probably refuse immediately. You want me to join? Why me? I don't want to. And if an awakened doesn't cooperate, SG will try to quietly coerce them. The organization's personnel would swarm to capture him. Oh ho, you people have never even experienced a fiery battlefield. Yet you dare to be arrogant with me. What would happen when a person who never follows anyone's rules clashes with a very controlling SG? With Yushong's power, the guild would just explode. So if coercion doesn't work, SG will pressure their relatives. Our director, Han, will have a plan to deal with Yushong. Can he handle it? But in Jin Yusong's case, who would be the one getting pressured? Seon Grim knew his place and uttered, me, who else? So he thought he had to protect both the leader and his family. At this moment, the young master spoke up. I'm done changing. He turned to look and nodded. You look sharper than before. Yushong now had a modern short haircut and had swapped his tycoon-like attire for a set of clothes that looked normal for a young man. He caressed the fabric on his body and remarked, this outfit is legit. Yuseong noticed Seon Grim carrying a large bag. Is that for me? He replied, this is something I bought for my daughter. The young master asked, what's her name? Seon Grim answered, it's Seon Soyun. He swelled with pride when the young master said, a daughter like her father. She must be cute. Jin's imagination. Yuseong wondered if the girl inherited her father's assets. Thinking of his daughter, Seon Grim beamed with happiness and boasted, she's not that kind of cute, but she's very beautiful. Everyone says she looks like an idol or a beauty queen. Seon Grim asked cautiously, why the sudden compliments? It's not like the leader at all. Yusung replied, I'm just proud of you. Your martial arts were destroyed and you had to live in a strange place. But you still got married and lived a decent life. The leader genuinely praised him, which made Seon Grim unable to believe his own ears. Leader, Yuseong continued, do you have a job? At the mention of this, Seon Grim smiled confidently. Of course, I'm the president of a construction company. If you knew how hard I've worked, you'd surely be moved to tears. The leader nodded. President, you must be making a ton right. Seon Grim wasn't stingy and pulled out a black card, proving his financial resources. I'm not short on this. Is there anything you want to buy? Yuseong thought and then said, that machine that was melted earlier. That thing helps you record people's faces, right? Can you buy one? Earlier at the cafe, when the two left, they accidentally left some residual energy on the table. A customer who came to work on a deadline had his laptop burst into flames as soon as he put it down. What the hell is wrong with this thing? The cafe staff also stared in shock. Sir, your laptop is smoking. The customer shouted in pain. I know. And just like that, the laptop was dead. What kind of psycho poured lava on it? The employee awkwardly said a spot on the table was also melted earlier. The customer gnashed his teeth in anger and cursed. This is all because of that gate at Gasoon. How was I supposed to know? Seon Grim replied, oh, a computer? But hearing the leader's request, he knew a computer wasn't quite suitable. Not a computer. It must be a phone since it has to be able to record, right? I'll bring one for you. Done with the phone? Seong turned with a craving look and asked, by the way, is Somade expensive? I want to try that too. Seon Grim wondered, Somak, what kind of drink is that? So this is a mix of soju and beer. He laughed loudly and said, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Yuseong held up one finger. There's one more thing. Fooled by the cult leader's small requests so far, and so, Sangrim let his guard down and shouted, I'll buy it for you. Wait, cult leader, are you for real? That's kinda pricey. He beat his chest, assuring him, of course I promise. Then Yuseong pointed to the sky. A large helicopter was hovering above them. Sangrim looked up. Huh? The cult leader repeated himself. I want a helicopter. Hold up, wait a minute. Sangrim played dumb. You must mean a model helicopter. If you go to the 3rd floor of the hobby store, Yuseong grabbed his shoulders, shook his head, and said clearly no. It has to be able to fly and have a pilot. Sangrim's face fell. You're serious? The price of a helicopter is a little steep. The cult leader became indignant, his voice cold. What's with the attitude? He squeezed his shoulders. Are you trying to go back on your word? You promised me yourself. He crumpled from the pain but still tried to refuse. No way of all the things you could have picked, why that? Sangrim cried out in pain. My shoulder's about to pop off. Can we do this later? I'll buy you one later. Yuseong let him go. You promise. Sangrim clutched his shoulder. Yes, I agree. He silently prayed, Lord save me. Since it was late, he said, let's go home now. Yuseong asked, you're leaving already. But you haven't even told me how you've been living. He rushed him. I'll tell you some other time. Right now I have to think about how to explain this. I have to give my family a reason to welcome the cult leader into our home. And so, Sangrim drove the cult leader Yuseong in his car. As he drove, he thought desperately. His face scrunched up. Damn, now I have to rack my brain to cook up a backstory for him. Hope this works. When the car stopped, Yuseong's voice rang out. Sangrim, is that your house over there? He replied, yes, that's it. It was a large, beautiful, and modern mansion. Yuseong thought for a moment, then spoke. I guess you haven't earned that much yet. The house is still a bit small, isn't it? This remark left Sangrim floored. He was furious. Are you comparing me to a god? In Gangnam, a house this size is considered huge. Yuseong pouted. I know. Why are you so touchy? Yuseong's tone made his blood boil. There's nothing shameful about living in a small house. You just have to try to earn enough for a bigger one. Sangrim's face contorted with rage, but he couldn't argue with someone used to Yuseong's massive forbidden palace from the other world. In the end, he swallowed his anger and said, let's go inside. I told you have to use formal speech, even with my wife, because I'm playing the role of your maternal uncle, Yuseong said with a serious expression. Sangrim, the demonic sect, taught me espionage, intelligence, and infiltration. Do you think ordinary people can see through me? His words made Sangrim remember. That's right. The cult leader is a peerless and perfect being. He's not only a master of martial arts, but other things as well. That's why he's so respected. After hearing him speak, his worries seemed to vanish. He said, all right, let's go in. Remember to use formal speech. Sangrim said confidently, as expected of the cult leader, you're so brilliant. And Yuseong, they walked together across the large garden in front of the house. Yuseong thought the garden was a bit cramped, but it looked quite cute. A woman's voice welcomed them at the front door. You're home. It was a beautiful lady. Oh, we have a guest. This is... It was Hein, Sangrim's wife. He glanced at the cult leader and introduced him. Ah, this is my nephew. Go on, say hello, Yuseong. His expression changed instantly. The cult leader, Yuseong, performed a grand, formal bow from the Ming Dynasty's imperial court. I am the son of my mother's younger brother. Greetings, aunt. My name is Jin Yuseong. Hein, taken by surprise, hesitated before replying, all right. Sangrim, standing behind them, put his head in his hands, not having anticipated this situation at all. He quickly explained to his wife, what the kid means is he's from my side of the family. You're a little shocked, right, you see? Sangrim pulled his wife aside to talk. Finally, with a pleading look, Sangrim asked his wife, anyway, what's done is done. So from now on, he'll be living with us. Is that okay, honey? His wife was silent for a moment, making Sangrim worried. Did that work? Unexpectedly, his wife smiled brightly and said, of course. He was surprised. Huh. Sangrim took his wife's hands. Wait, I want him to... But why? His wife asked, why what? She smiled gently. I can't just turn away your close relative, can I? All of Sangrim's stress was healed by his wife. While leading Yuseong into the house, Hein said, you can tell Soyeon yourself, okay? She needs to know she has a cousin now. Come on in, Yuseong. He followed her, replying politely, yes, aunt. Sangrim looked at his wife, calmly accepting the situation as tears streamed down his face. Even though I came up with the most meticulous excuse, It's a good thing I met someone as wonderful as my wife. He was deeply moved. Thank you, my love. I will regain my strength and become a wonderful husband, worthy of you. I'll grow back the thick hair that you like. While he was freaking out and dancing by himself, Hain muttered to herself, does he really think I'm naive enough to believe that lie? But he's so adorable. The three of them carried Yuseong's belongings into the house. As they walked, Hain asked, so how old is our nephew? Yuseong almost blurted out 100 when Sangrim shouted, ah, he's 18. Same age as Soyeon. Hain nodded. Oh, really, that's great. She said he should go to the same school as Soyeon. Sangrim stammered, school. She simply introduced herself to the cult leader. My maiden name is Lee Hain, but from now on don't worry about being so formal. Just call me Aunt. Yuseong politely knelt on one knee and replied, I understand, Aunt. Hain quickly stopped him. You don't have to kneel. Then she looked at her husband and said, I'll go get Soyeon. The two men waited in silence as Sangrim's wife went upstairs. After she was gone, Sangrim immediately sidled up to the cult leader and asked, hey, what are you doing talking so formally? Do you want her to figure out you're lying? Yuseong asked, isn't that how you're supposed to talk to an aunt? Only then did he remember where his cult leader came from. He asked, is that how they talk in the Imperial Palace? No. Unexpectedly, Yuseong nodded and said yes. Sangrim shrugged and said, well, from now on, just try to be a bit more polite. Or less formal, you know, like me. As for Hain, she wasn't actually so easy to fool. My husband told me that his entire family died in a major accident and that he grew up in an orphanage. But now a nephew suddenly appears. She recalled silently, right now he's the president of a construction company. But when we first started dating, he was just an ordinary construction worker. Since becoming president, he's become a bit unusual. It's like he's from a different culture. He lacks basic knowledge of the most common, most innate habits for a Korean person. One time when I brought him coffee, my husband threw it up. What is this bitter black water? Hain couldn't believe it. You don't even know what coffee is. Then one day, 3 low-level awakeners who had a dispute with SG suddenly took over the construction site. Several construction workers were taken hostage. My husband saw this scene, and then by himself he overpowered all 3 of them with just a piece of wood in his hand. At that time, I wondered how did he defeat them, and my husband answered casually that it was because they weren't very good at using their powers, so he was able to beat them. From that day on, I watched my husband closely and discovered his identity. Hain affirmed, that's right, my husband is from North Korea. At first I was worried, but he has completely cut ties with North Korea and has become a family man now. She looked at Yuseong talking with her husband in the living room and thought that boy is probably a Nampa too, which means a spy or an agent sent by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea to the Republic of Korea. He could be the son of a comrade that he met by chance, or he could even be a real relative. But they don't look alike at all. In the living room, Yuseong asked curiously, you are the head of the family, but you need your wife's permission for your nephew to come live with you. Isn't that a bit strange? Sangrim explained. That's because the social environment here is different from our world. There are no kings or emperors here. Yuseong was surprised. Huh, then who rules this country? He said every few years the people vote to choose a leader. The cult leader understood. Oh, then they must surely choose a leader who will protect the people's lives. Sangrim hesitantly agreed, that's right. He thought explaining it fully would be a hassle, so for now I'll just let him think that. He added that, in a democratic culture, we respect each other's opinions. This system is deeply ingrained in this world, so it's the same within a family. Yuseong crossed his arms and replied, I see. Hain overheard them talking about democracy. She covered her mouth, choked with emotion. Because he's from North Korea, he's not used to democracy. That's it, isn't it? Sangrim continued. There's one more thing, cult leader. I have to warn you. Yuseong looked at him and asked, what is it? Sangrim's expression turned fierce as he warned, don't you ever get involved with my daughter. She takes after my wife, so she's very beautiful. The cult leader mumbled. She looks like your wife, not you? Sangrim nodded and replied, yes. Yuseong smirked. I understand. I won't do it. Sangrim was suddenly startled. Oh, that expression. I've seen it before, but when? He thought back to a time before, when his cult leader was surrounded by an army. The enemy general had said, Jin Yuseong, the demonic cult leader who shattered the world's peace, kneel. Jin Yuseong, show your respect before the emperor. At that time, his cult leader high above had also smirked with a disdainful voice. Me kneel. It was exactly the same as his current expression when he said, I promise you. All right, I will never lay a finger on her. Sangrim frowned suspiciously, thinking as if I'd believe that face of yours. He thought confidently about his daughter. Just by walking down the street, my daughter gets business cards from talent agencies all the time. I even heard that the entire school lines up to confess their feelings to her. The cult leader is from the Imperial Palace, so he probably doesn't know about things like that. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait a minute, the Imperial Palace? He suddenly asked, Hey, cult leader, my wife is really beautiful, right? Yusong, not understanding, replied, Oh, is that so? Sangrim understood from his attitude. You think my wife is ugly by this world's standards, don't you? Yuseong remained silent, not denying it. He covered his mouth and coughed. Ahem, I never thought that. Besides, I don't judge people by their looks. He angrily exposed the cult leader. Then why were you coughing like that, huh? And your reaction was way too late. Embarrassed, he slammed the table in anger, shouting, You bastard! Why are you suddenly being so disrespectful? You're only a little over 50 years old. When it came to his wife and daughter, Sangrim held nothing back. Yeah, right. I'm so glad you're a 100-year-old monster. You've already got one foot in the grave. My wife is a very beautiful woman. The beauty standards here are different. In this case, you can't apply the standards of the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Palace. To her, okay? Yuseong, not wanting to argue, said, I get it, I get it. Sangrim quickly pressured Yuseong. So admit she's beautiful. This situation was both like and unlike an interrogation. Sangrim was the interrogator, constantly asking, What about my wife? And Yuseong kept stammering, Your wife! Finally, he blurted out, She has a truly ugly face. I'm sorry, all right. And Sangrim would viciously yell, Get out of my house right now, you damn cult leader. But Yuseong tried to persuade him. Think about it, Sangrim. Isn't this a good thing? He said, If your daughter looks like your wife, then I won't want to get near her. Sangrim, as if enlightened, exclaimed, Oh, that's true. That evening at Qingdao Liuting Airport, amidst the bustling crowd, a secret meeting took place. A tall young man stood at attention and said, Sorry to have kept you waiting, Sir Wang Shailong. The person opposite him replied, Have a seat. Kang Sarion A-Class Special Combat Support. Your mother is Korean. You participated in the gate subjugation in Gasudong? Correct, Sarion nodded. Yes, sir. The person opposite him ordered, Report. Sarion reported in a clear and orderly manner. I only participated in that gate subjugation by chance. Initially, every word from his mouth had been arranged and prepared before he arrived, so it was all precise and specific. The big boss, Wang Shilong, asked, How strong is that prince? No, what is his estimated level? Wang Shilong was the head of the SG organization in China. Remembering Yuseong's behavior at that time, Sarion hesitated and said, If I'm guessing correctly, it has to be over 200. Sarion thoughtfully explained further. The highest level for high rankers is 100, not 200. But he said, The only thing I found strange about him was that he seemed to know nothing about the system. This guess is a bit ridiculous, but he might be a high ranker who has lost his memory. Wang Shilong bluntly refuted impossible. He asked, Sir, the big boss said profoundly, When you blend fruit, the pulp sticks to the blender blades. What's ridiculous is that on the same day that leftover pulp is as thick as the juice itself. Sarion was bewildered. Fruit juice, sir. The big boss shifted his posture and ordered Kang Sarion. From now on, you will be assigned to Civil Security Management Team 5. Team 5 has not yet been formed, so we will arrange it soon. He was extremely surprised. Civil Security Management. The responsibilities of the Civil Security Management Team include handling assassinations, suppression threats, acquisitions, and large-scale killings. This was one of the most important positions in SG China. He knew that for a support staff like himself, there was no place for him there. So why me? Wang Shilong's voice was emphatic. Team 5's objective is to make the prince disappear from this world. While they were discussing his life and death, Yu Seong was sitting at home, watching the large TV with curiosity. His face shone. The pictures are moving. That night, Han was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. So she turned to call her husband. Sangrim wasn't asleep either and replied, What is it? She said, I'm worried Yu Seong might have trouble sleeping in a new place. So how about you go sleep with him tonight? He said you were thinking the same thing. Okay, can I go over right now, he thought. My wife is truly an angel on earth. And so he tiredly took his pillow and went to the boys' room. Before he could even knock, Yuseong opened the door and asked, What brings you here? He replied, You knew I was coming. Did you happen to overhear my wife and me talking downstairs? Do you think I'm that thoughtless? The boy said. The moment I sensed you, I opened the door. So don't worry, Sangrim thought to himself. The cult leader can hear every sound within a 500-meter radius, from people whispering in each other's ears to insects crawling underground. But because all the sounds come at once, it's easy to get a nervous breakdown, even though he has trained his brain to process only necessary information. If he were to focus and listen to all the sounds in this house, it wouldn't be pleasant at all. Then he asked, Is the room comfortable? The boy replied, The bed is pretty good, soft and comfortable. Once I lie down, I don't want to get up. He explained, That's because it has something called springs inside. The boy said casually, This world is truly full of temptations. He meant there were just so many conveniences for people in this modern age. Sangrim explained, although there's no magic in this world, in return science and technology are incredibly advanced. Yuseong nodded. Yeah, that's something that makes me curious too. Then he continued, why are there no martial arts here? Or have they been lost to time? Sangrim immediately replied, it's highly likely that from the very beginning, this world never had something called martial arts. By the way, cult leader, do you know where this is? Hearing that, the other person said, confused, your house, where else? But he said, no, I mean geographically. This place is south of the capital of Goryeo. In 1392, the Goryeo dynasty fell and the Joseon dynasty was founded. It fell in 1910, and then the Korean Empire and the Republic of Korea were formed. We are in the Republic of Korea in the year 2022. So this is the future world, Yuseong said, thinking of a future world, full of optimism and hope. He thought of Sangrim buying a helicopter, a convenient means of transportation, high-tech machinery. But Sangrim's next words immediately shattered his vision. It's not that kind of modern future. This place is very different from where you and I used to live. A lot. A future world on the brink of destruction. A small house. The notion that all cult leaders are frauds, and I'm just an arrogant bald guy. Then he continued, do you remember the name of the first emperor of the Ming dynasty? The leader here was named Zhu Yuanzhang, the same name as the founder of the Ming. Hearing this, Yuseong became curious. Zhu Yuanzhang. What? The first emperor was named Zhu Yuanzhang, right? Sangrim immediately replied to him, even among the princes in Goryeo, there was no one named Jin Yusong, so he was never part of the royal family. If my hypothesis is correct, the two worlds were originally twins. But he began to hesitate for a moment, his face darkening as he continued. It seems one side experienced an event that caused its energy to be lost. So science took its place and developed exponentially. As soon as he finished, Yuseong also smiled cheerfully and agreed, how interesting. Sangrim also replied shyly, it's very interesting, isn't it? Then he continued, so what about the gate? As he spoke, he remembered the review comment that he had left yesterday. First time entering and it was mind-blowing. The internal energy is really nice and it lingers in your mouth. Anyone who wants to try lunch, drenched in internal energy, must come here. Then Sangrim continued to explain. Leveling up. Inside a gate will reward you with internal energy and aura. Similarly, it's a new phenomenon that only appeared a few years ago. No one knows the cause. Seeing this, Yuseong asked, have you ever been inside a gate? The other person replied, usually gates are managed by an organization called SG. So there are always people going in and out. But is it really true that you get internal energy as a reward for leveling up? Yuseong replied, when you level up, you can add stats to your internal energy. By the way, with the current situation, you'll probably have to train for 2 cycles, meaning train for 120 years. Seeing such a terrifying number, Sangrim's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped, asking in shock, 2 cycles? Then he said sadly, without internal energy, it's too difficult for me. Seeing this, Yuseong was also surprised. You've never tried to practice martial arts here. He thought of his bloodline and replied, not yet. Just thinking about all the different impurities circulating in my blood vessels, I don't even want to train. I'm so fed up with that thought that I haven't even bothered to try. Yuseong said casually, it's good that you know. I've also wrapped my respiratory system with internal energy to block fine dust from entering. Then he slapped his hand on the bed and said, let's start with purification first. Lie down here so I can help you with blood cleansing. Sangrim asked in surprise. Purification? You mean you're going to perform blood cleansing? The boy just replied casually, first we need to neutralize your blood vessels. Hearing this, Sangrim thought fearfully. Blood cleansing, a technique that directly clears the blood vessels to help the blood flow smoothly. To be honest, the person receiving this method gets beaten like a dog. At that moment, Yuseong warned him, prepare yourself. Sangrim anxiously asked one more time to be sure. Is it time to prepare yet? Before he could mentally prepare himself, Yuseong quickly jabbed 2 pressure points on the back of his neck, causing him to lose his balance. His mind went blank and he lay motionless, stammering, cult leader. Then Yuseong brought up the past. Back then, you ran away as soon as you saw me, didn't you, huh? You 100-plus-year-old man. As he spoke, he continuously jabbed at the pressure points on his body. At that point, Sangrim could only lie there gasping, thinking, he got me. He cried out in pain. If the cult leader was poisoned, you should have been more careful. You're deliberately ignoring me, aren't you? However, the cult leader brushed his words aside. Shut up. You're only looking out for yourself, aren't you? At this point, he could only lie there motionless and think to himself, you've been holding a grudge since that day, haven't you? This petty, narrow-minded, demonic cult leader. The next morning at the hospital, In Chang anxiously mumbled, seeing the system window, I know this isn't a dream. Have I really become an awakened? At that moment, the door to the room suddenly opened. 2 men in black suits silently entered and said, Excuse me, it's been a while, sir. I'm Han Ji-hoo, from the 62nd class of the Military Research Institute. It turned out the two men were director Han Ji-hoo and deputy director Im Hyun-sang. Seeing them, In Chang said, "Oh, right," while thinking to himself, "Why is that corner so dark? Is the light broken?" Ji-hoo presented a basket of imported fruit and said earnestly, "I am currently the director of SG's Seoul branch. Although I know you're busy, but if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few quick questions." Seeing his demeanor, In Chang had to say loudly, "I get it, stay away from me." A moment later, Hyun-sang stood outside the room door and said to Ji-hoo, "So it's true. The rumor about a person who is actually a boy, named Wang-hoo, who wiped out all the monsters in the gate with his terrifying power." Ji-hoo replied thoughtfully, "That's right, the senior's story supplements, and completes the incoherent testimonies that we've gathered." Seeing that, Hyun-sang asked with concern, "So did you find out anything?" But Ji-hoo gave him a sharp look and instructed, "The deputy director will need to try harder." For what reason did he disappear, when at this moment and awakened with such power? The strength of a high-level powerhouse. Will he become a hero? There's only one answer. He's from the anti-SG group. Hearing this, Hyun-sang was also surprised. Someone from the anti-SG group. Could it be that Wang-hoo is the awakened one that the anti-SG group is hiding? No, could he be their trump card that they've been hiding? He continued anxiously, They hid him. Because getting involved in the race to find awakened ones, as big as it is now, could get them tracked. Ji-hoo also agreed, ignoring the nurse on the other side who was looking at them with fear. Right, mysterious actions. Lack of social knowledge, strange appearance, a speech named gender and looks. It's all a lie. Meanwhile, Yu-sung, who was eating, suddenly felt his ears burning. But the two of them continued, one setting up the point, the other knocking it down. The only standard we should rely on when looking for him is one thing, his absolute power. From now on, we should call him the target, because revealing his name will skew our conclusions and ruin our imagination. Seeing this, Hyun-sang said excitedly, as expected of the director, "You always respect others." But Ji-hoo stopped him. "Don't celebrate yet, Vice Director." Hearing this, Hyun-sang froze and then remembered, wait a minute. Then the reason he saved civilians makes sense. Ji-hoo also gave a wry smile and added, "Of course, Vice Director. You're right. To change a system, at first you must win the people's hearts, so that they will go around spreading rumors that SG can't do what they do. Perhaps this is just the beginning of the anti-SG group's grand conspiracy." Hearing that, Hyun-sang trembled and stuttered, "No, the SG's awakened system will soon collapse. How terrifying." Suddenly his phone vibrated, making Hyun-sang angry. "Huh, who's calling at a time like this?" After answering the phone, he quickly shouted, "Director, we just received high-level intel. There's a report saying the target speaks with a thick local accent, like the people from Jeolla province." Seeing this, Ji-hoo eagerly urged, "This seems serious. Let's go to the scene, Vice Director." Hearing the order, Hyun-sang immediately replied, "Yes, sir." In the morning at LF, construction company and employee and director Sang are meeting. Manager Kim said, "Boss, you look really healthy these days. Are you taking supplements?" Sang-rim smiled and replied, "Hey, Manager Kim, last time you even said I got taller." A female employee added, "It's true your complexion is much ruddier, sir." Director Sang asked happily, "Really?" He listened to his subordinate's compliments and thought to himself, "It seems the purification really works. I feel like even the roots of my hair are full of life." Back to Yu-seong. Recently, the cult leader has been engrossed in TV and the internet. He spends a lot of time watching documentaries, especially on the National Geographic Channel. Sang-rim gently approached and said, "You're particularly interested in scientific information, aren't you?" Yu-seong said, "So that's the origin of earthquakes. Turns out all those rain-making ceremonies were useless, huh?" Then Director Sang told him about himself. "The most surprising thing to me was that the earth is round. At first, when I heard people say that, I thought the world had gone mad." Yu-seong leaned back in his chair and replied, "You didn't know even I knew that." Sang-rim replied, "Don't lie, sir. They call that empty barrels make the most noise," Yu-seong recalled. "Hey, remember what you said when we had to go west? You said, what if I slip and fall off a cliff? Back then I told you not to worry that there was no cliff." Director Sang said, "Weren't you just trying to comfort me? How could you have known? I didn't know the earth was round." Hearing that, he slowly revealed, "In my spare time, I often fly to the highest point to enjoy the view. And I saw it, the curvature of the earth." Sang-rim heard this in surprise. A normal person can fly to the height of the stratosphere, but then he reconsidered. "That's right. You even defeated the gods in the gate, so that shouldn't be difficult at all." The cult leader's second hobby is comics and wuxia novels. "I used to be just like him. Yes, the cool thing is that the fictional Central Plains in them have many points in common with the world we used to live in." Suddenly, Yu-sung saw a character in a book that seemed quite familiar. He exclaimed, "Isn't this the guy who entered the gate before?" Sang-rim replied, "Yes." Then he continued, "It's been a while since I've read a wuxia story. It reminds me my hometown. So I've read a few series. Sometimes the main character in the story is even stronger than the cult leader. Hearing Sangrim say this, the cult leader suddenly got angry. He yelled, "Nonsense! What kind of author is this? Does this even make sense? They should at least maintain some consistency." I used to react the same way. So the cult leader's life passed more peacefully. I thought Director Sang was in the middle of the company when he heard his phone ring. It was his daughter calling. He answered, "Hello, is this Daddy's angel?" Before he could finish, So-yoon on the other end shouted loudly, "Dad Yu-shong is bothering me again." Sangrim asked back, "What's wrong, honey? What happened?" As it turned out, things weren't so peaceful. There was a big problem. My daughter and the cult leader argue all day long, mainly over who gets to watch TV or fighting over food, even though it's all trivial. Every day, the two of them have to bicker several times. It's not like So-yoon suddenly became like this for no reason. After hearing the whole story, Director Sang said, "I know, honey, I'm coming home right away." So-yoon continued, "I am so annoyed. He ate all my ice cream tubs. Is he a pig or what? He should have at least. I left one tub. Maybe they don't have much stuff in the north, but I still can't forgive him." She was so angry she threw all her stuffed animals on the floor. In a cafe, So-yoon and her mother Arin were talking. "It's time for me to tell you the truth. About your father's true identity." The daughter asked, "Dad, what true identity? Is Dad a spy or something, Mom?" Sangrim's wife replied, "Yes, your father and Yu-shong are from the north." And So-yoon asked in shock, "Huh, are you serious, Mom?" "Dad's a North Korean spy." Looking at his face, that makes sense. But she hesitated, and then took out her phone to contact her father's colleague. She called the director of LF Construction, Kang Dae-soo. The other end replied, "So-yoon, what's up?" "A DNA test for your dad, Sangrim. What does she want?" Surprisingly, the results didn't match. So-yoon said, "How can that be? He's not Dad's son either. Just a relative or the son of a North Korean comrade that Dad was asked to look after." Then the girl wanted to go out. "Mom, I'm going out with friends for a bit. I'll be back later." Arin called back, "Have dinner before you go, dear." But So-yoon left anyway. As she passed Yu-seong, she thought to herself, "He watches the computer every day, TV, and reads books. Is it because he doesn't have any friends in South Korea yet? But it's a shame. He's actually good-looking. His face is pretty handsome. On par with a movie protagonist. I guess I should be nicer to him." At that moment, Yu-seong was engrossed in the TV. He exclaimed, "This is the moment humanity first set foot on the moon." So-yoon approached and started a conversation. She approached and said, before she could finish, he snapped, "What? Move, it's getting to the important part." Seeing that she thought to herself again, "He probably doesn't dare to look me in the eye. That's kind of cute, actually." So-yoon asked, "I'm about to go out. Do you want me to buy you anything?" Yu-seong replied, "I don't need anything." Perhaps she found him interesting, thinking, "Look at him. This is hundreds of times better than those romance dramas. Who else could reach this level of indifference?" Then So-yoon asked, "How do I look?" "I'm planning to meet some friends today." Yu-seong answered bluntly, "Ugly." She was still lost in her delusion and said, "Ugly. I've never heard a compliment like that in my life, so..." Yu-seong replied again, "Ugly means unattractive, not beautiful." It wasn't a compliment. Furious So-yoon kicked him without mercy. She said, "You spy what now?" And so the war between the two began. As soon as Sangrim got home, Yu-seong's door opened. He said, "Sir, why waste your internal energy opening the door? You can just open it normally." Director Sang asked, "Why did you fight with my daughter over ice cream again?" He replied arrogantly, "I saw it, so I ate it. What's the problem?" "Did your daughter buy it or something?" Sangrim said helplessly. "Are you proud of yourself? Can't you just say, 'I'll be more careful next time'? An adult can give in a little." Yu-seong asked Sangrim, "If your daughter doesn't know how to respect her elders, what should I do?" "Spare the rod, spoil the child." "But I'm not considered an adult yet, so I have to teach that kid the way children do." Director Sang helplessly said, "Sir, please try to make peace with her." He retorted, "It's your fault, not mine. She's always running her mouth. Is that how a lady should act?" Sangrim replied, "You're still the underdog here, sir." Then he handed him something. "Here, take this." "What is it?" he asked. It turned out, Sangrim gave Yu-seong an identification card and instructed, "From now on, cult leader, you will use this identity." Yu-seong cheered, "Finally, I got one." "What's your daughter's birthday?" Sangrim answered. "So-yoon's birthday is September 14th, only 10 days away." Director Sang hadn't finished speaking when he ran to So-yoon's room, saying "all right" as he went. "Awesome cult leader?" Director Sang was stunned. It turned out he went to Sangrim's daughter's room to show off to her. "Look closely, So-yoon. According to the law, I'm officially older than you now, so from now on you better be respectful." Before he could finish, she hit him with a punch. Once again, she yelled, "You're the one who needs to learn some manners. You should knock before entering a room." The next morning, Sangrim said goodbye to his wife before leaving the house. "I'm off to work." Arin stopped her husband. "Honey, wait." Then she handed him a glass of juice and said, "I just made some juice. Drink this before you go." Sangrim took the glass and hugged his wife. Thanks, honey. You're really the only one in the world who loves me the most. Seeing this, she gently reminded her husband, Hey, Yu-seong is watching. At this, his face fell. Oh, Yu-seong, he said. Looking at Yu-seong sitting motionless in front of the TV, he could only think to himself, the cult leader has been lazing around at home watching TV for days. Is he a penguin or something? Then he said to Yu-seong, cult leader, please go outside and explore and enjoy the world for yourself. Don't just stay cooped up inside like this. Hearing that, he thought pensively, explore the world. Sangrim continued, yes, do you want to go shopping for anything? Or is there anything specific you'd like to do? But he just shook his head. Seeing this, Sangrim could only advise, you can go anywhere but please stay away from Gasoon. If you show your face there, you'll be asking for trouble. And if you're out and about, and you meet a foreigner, please use Mander's technique. Yu-seong asked why. Sangrim explained, because to get into high school, it seems there's a requirement to have prior experience of being abroad. You don't have to actually go, but you have to set it up to look like you've been abroad for real. Hearing this, he wondered, high school. Why do I have to go to high school? I see your daughter being forced to study so damn much. Sangrim continued to explain, because that's how most South Koreans think. Besides learning how to eat, how to speak, how to behave, everyone has to learn. Then he said in a stern voice, learn so you don't go along with silly requests, like demanding to buy an airplane or a helicopter. Anyway, tomorrow, please go out and enjoy life a little. Actually, it's Saturday, so you can go today. With that, he pulled out a wad of 50,000 won bills and gave it to the cult leader. A little later, Yu-seong arrived at Hongdae Station, a place famous for being vibrant and popular with young people. He walked around muttering, the name sounds so grand. I wonder if I should get something to eat. Then he started to think. In Guangzhou, they have clay-baked chicken, and in Sichuan, they have fish-flavored shredded pork. So there must be something special in Hongdae, too. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped, attracted by the aroma of food. Oh! Just in time, he came across a street food stall selling grilled skewers. Without a word, Yu-seong immediately went to the stall and said excitedly, sell me one skewer. He took the meat skewer and took a bite. All over his mouth, his taste buds exploded, making Yu-seong exclaim, wow! What is this flavor? The chicken is tender warm with a hint of saltiness. An exquisite taste. With that, he devoured the skewer, eating and praising. The more I eat this, the more addictive it gets. It's dangerous. Eating this with soju would be totally bomb. Life would have no more regrets. Hearing that the stall owner couldn't help but be surprised. Are my grilled chicken skewers really that mind-blowingly good? Then Yu-seong shouted, sell me 20 skewers! The owner was startled and asked, 20 skewers? People nearby heard of the commotion and started gossiping. What's going on at that chicken skewer cart? Looks like fun, let's go check it out. A moment later, a long line of people drawn by the noise had formed, making this skewer stall so famous it even got on TV. Yu-seong, now holding a bag of skewers, walked and praised. The food in Hongdae is surprisingly delicious. Suddenly, he noticed two young men across the street. One said regretfully, I was so close. The other said, now it's my turn. After that, the young man used all his strength to punch the arcade machine in front of him with great force. The group of them talked among themselves. Getting 950 points is harder than I thought. It's really hard, isn't it? Well, let's try again next time. You only get a prize for 950 points or more, and I can't even break 900. A university graduate? With a physique like mine, can't do it who can. Prizes my foot smells like a scam. Seeing that machine, Yu-seong thought, that thing over there measures punching power. It seems to have a scoring system. Can I hit it hard? He asked, then inserted a coin. The three others didn't seem to have high expectations for him, saying in turn, this machine's scoring is whack. He's so skinny, can he even do it? Do you want to give it a try? It seems they practice their own martial arts. I probably don't need to use too much internal energy, right? He thought to himself. Yu-seong threw one punch and the machine broke. He seemed disappointed. What the heck, I barely tapped it and it broke. The owner exclaimed, oh my god, my punching machine, then announced, excuse me, sir. If an awakened one like you punches it, how could my store's machine possibly withstand that? I'm not an awakened one, Yu-seong replied. The owner asked, really? For real? So the store owner said, you say that, but for the machine to be this badly damaged is really strange. Could you please give me your contact information? After I checked the security camera footage, on the way back, Yu-seong muttered, kids these days are so weak. I thought it was some amazing external martial art, but I guess not. Suddenly he met a bear from an escape room game. It said, we invite you to take on the challenge of escaping. The most difficult escape room in South Korea. It continued to entice Yu-seong. Escape the room with the highest difficulty level and receive a prize of 1,000 won. The participation fee is 2,000 won per person. He thought to himself, escape. Ever since I joined the demon slaying squad, I've been very confident in my ability to dismantle traps and overcome formations. You Seong? Asked the bear. As long as I escape, it's fine, right? The bear replied, that's right. Find the clues within 30 minutes and escape through the entrance. It added a warning. Oh, and you're not allowed to break the door to get out, okay? Then it laughed. He looked smug. Breaking the door to escape would be too easy. A girl saw Yu Seong about to start the game and asked, Hey you, he replied, what are you so flustered about? What are you doing? He said, I'm dismantling the trap, and continued, the philosophy of Yunyoung Jaegong is truly profound, but when you need to use strength, just use it. The girl was extremely surprised. The safe is smashed, to put it bluntly. What he means is if you have overwhelming power, you don't need to use your brain. Meanwhile, Sangrim was sunbathing comfortably. Normally, construction companies would be rushing to rebuild Seoul, a station. But now, the cult leader has defeated all the monsters in the gate. So the planned schedule is shot too. But before he finished, So-yoon came over and said, Dad, is Yu-sung stuck in his room again? Sangrim replied, So-yoon no. He went out exploring today. She asked that hikikomori to explain. Hikikomori is a term referring to people in Japan who live isolated from society. Then So-yoon continued, what the heck? I even got all dolled up today to show off to that mutt. And he went out. He's gone. Director Sang laughed and asked, My daughter, are you also annoyed by Yu-seong? It seems that in my daughter's eyes, Yu-seong is a thoughtless and carefree young man. But he's also ill-mannered, insolent, shameless, and completely nasty. He doesn't have an ounce of dignity. He said, fuming, I'm holding back, otherwise I would have knocked some sense into him already. I've made my daughter suffer. So-yoon replied. No, Dad, don't project your own feelings onto others, okay? Suddenly, Sangrim's phone rang. A strange number, hello. The other end replied, This is the Hongdae 20 Escape Room Cafe. Escape the room, Hongdae 20. Your son is here breaking the shop's safes and locks. Director Sang replied, Yes, I'm on my way. Can I have the address, please? Before he could finish, another unknown number called. This is the arcade in Hongdae. Your son broke my shop's punching machine. This is Koi 20 Karaoke. Somehow he shattered 15 billiard balls at once. But it didn't stop there. The calls kept coming. We're an indoor fishing spot. And your son made all the fish go belly up. Get here now. Sangrim exclaimed helplessly, That cult leader! Meanwhile, Yu-seong was having the time of his life cheering. I love playing the most. However, because Yu-seong didn't have a phone, Sangrim had no way to stop him. Scene changed to a shop in the city. A voice rang out, I have to file a complaint. Every time an awakened one comes, they ruin everything. A young man was angrily complaining. If I don't get proper compensation, I'm reporting this to SG immediately. The female employee next to him said, Those awakened people are so scary. He was so angry steam was coming out of his ears, and he said loudly, He even broke 7 locks with his bare hands. She said, That's true? Suddenly someone opened the door and came in. The surprised girl turned and said, Sorry, sir. We're closed today. Please come back tomorrow. The visitor replied, It's okay. She was stunned, staring at the visitor with a bewildered expression. A bald man with a dangerous aura looked at her and said, We're not here to play. Both of them were shaken to see these two scary men. She thought to herself, Gangsters. A moment later, the shop owner was trembling, cowering. With a fearful expression, he bowed his head, not daring to say anything. In front of him were formidable men with scary faces, and the person sitting across from him was Sangrim. He was looking at him with his arms crossed. He revealed a wickedly amused expression and said, All right. I heard my nephew was just involved in a little accident, is that right? He was so nervous he was sweating, thinking to himself, His face is terrifying. He forced a smile and stammered, Well, Sangrim asked, How much are the damages? I'll cover the full cost. Hearing that, he immediately raised his hand to refuse and said, No need, we have plenty of spare safes and locks. He closed his eyes smugly and said, No. We're all businessmen. Let's just settle this professionally and fairly. He continued, I'm also in the construction industry. After hearing that, he suddenly imagined thugs with bats going to a fight. He thought to himself, the construction industry. He continued, and I also have a butcher shop. The subordinate next to him looked at him and said, Yes. The subordinate said, Boss, when did we open a butcher shop? His companion said, Hey, punk, that meat is also meat. Both subordinates fell silent, but a menacing aura radiated from behind them. One subordinate suddenly laughed sinisterly and said, That meat. He heard their conversation and was so scared he was about to cry, thinking, What kind of meat, dear God? Another subordinate stepped forward and said, Boss, never mind, just leave it to me. I'll make sure they understand. Hearing that, he glanced at his subordinate. He closed his eyes, reached into his jacket pocket, took something out and said, Even so. He placed an envelope on the table and continued, Take it, this should be enough. He immediately raised his hand to refuse, forcing a smile. It's really okay. He got angry, a dark aura appeared, and he ordered, Take it. He took the envelope and placed it on him, saying, "In return, I hope you'll keep today's events quiet. Miss, I hope you will too." He was terrified, clasping his hands together, his eyes welling up with tears. And she stood behind, terrified, thinking to herself, why did he put it on his head? He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "If this gets to the media or SG, you'll get a visit to our butcher shop." Yes, all the subordinates looked at him with angry eyes, making him freeze in fear. He asked, "Do you understand?" He fearfully stammered, "Yes." After finishing their business, Sang-rim and his subordinates went outside the shop. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The cult leader really..." He thought to himself, "I almost let it slip, that he's the hero of the Gassen Gate." He looked at his subordinates and continued, "Good job, the work is done. Let's get some pork and soju." He remembered something and added, "I'll also pay today's wages." From the outside, they looked like cold-faced gangsters, but in reality, they were friendly office workers. The bald man grinned cheerfully, scratched his head, and said, "It's nothing, President." The man next to him said shyly, "You always take such good care of us." He said cheerfully, "Sorry for having to act like that." The bald man said, "No need to apologize, sir. Actually, I really enjoyed it." Another guy says, "I was even thinking of changing careers to become an actor." The atmosphere suddenly lightened up, no longer the oppressive and gloomy mood from the shop earlier. Scene changed to Itaewon. A voice rings out. "Where am I now?" Yoo-seong looks around and says, "I just walked without thinking, so I must have wandered far from the Han River area." He suddenly recalls Sungun's words and says, "That's right. Sungun told me to use Mander's technique." Sungun had once told him, "When you go out if there are foreigners, just use Mander's technique." He glances around and says, "Coincidentally, this place is full of foreigners. It's perfect." Suddenly, he spots a blonde girl, wearing a black hat, walking ahead. He looks at her and says, "Her eyes are very gentle and sincere." He continues, "Language is the shell of thought. I think I'll choose that woman." Suddenly, the girl notices someone is following her. Megan turns around and cheerfully asks him in English, "Hey there, what's up?" Confused, he says, "What did you say?" "I think I've heard it on TV before." She replies in English, "Sorry, I don't speak Korean." He casts a spell. His eyes turn blue and he says, "I don't understand what you're saying, but I will borrow your language." For a moment, the girl stands dumbfounded, her eyes also turning blue. She suddenly regains her senses. The spell stops startling her awake. Megan looks around confused, saying, "Did I just doze off?" She says, frightened and worried, "I remember talking to an Asian boy just now." She suddenly touches her head and says, "There's no conflict." Her gaze becomes determined. She covers one eye and says, "Someone used a mind technique to enter my consciousness." Scene change to a room. A voice rings out, "What was that?" Megan sits down, casting a spell over her head. Wondering, brainwashing, suggestion, hypnosis, a mental attack. But she thinks, no, he didn't do anything weird to me. She continues to ponder. However, the language part shows signs of memory sharing. Megan thinks to herself, simply put, it's just language. But language is a domain where characters are arranged according to a rule. She thinks again, in other words, the codes I know have been exposed. Angrily, she shouts, "No way, someone like me!" Megan jumps to her feet, a worried expression on her face, wondering, could the opponent be an S-rank awakened from the spirit world? I must report this immediately. Scene change to Dongduk Market. Yoo-seong thinks to himself, even though the sun has set in Korea, this place is still bright and crowded. He walks and speaks in English. Why are the streets so lively? He thinks to himself, with this skill I've gotten into the habit of speaking English. Somewhere, a boy is getting beaten to a pulp. A loud voice says, "You loser." Yoo-seong discovers in a small alley a group bullying someone. A voice from the alley rings out, "You're toast today." The thugs beat the boy. One of the group members speaks up, "Are you crazy? Did you think snitching to the teachers would solve anything?" The scared boy stammers, I'm sorry." Yoo-seong looks in and thinks to himself, looks like a group of teens are bullying a schoolmate. He watches the boy getting thrashed and ponders. Even though the world has changed, street violence still exists. He turns to look at a shop and thinks, this is a bit much. But as long as I don't show my face, it should be fine, right? Good thing this shop probably sells masks. He walks up, looks inside, and thinks, oh no, they really do sell them. But it looks like it's closed. He casts a spell and thinks, well, no other choice. This mask will serve a good purpose. In that corner, the students are still bullying the boy. The blonde one says, hey, go easy on him. His friend next to him laughs and says, he's gonna die. Suddenly, a voice rings out, making all three of them turn to look. Stop. Yoo-seong stands at the entrance of the alley and says in English, how dare you torment your friend like that? The blonde boy, bewildered, asks, what's he wearing? His friend next to him says, they say there's a foreigner who's a busybody around. Itaewon. Yoo-seong says the principles of Kangho. He strikes a strange pose and continues, where have they gone? The three of them ask, bewildered, Iron Man and he knows martial arts too. What a crazy combination. That suit looks great. Yoo-seong can't stop thinking about his past life. He thinks, in the past I never fought for others. Once cornered by enemies in a fight, the triumphant enemy pointed his blood-soaked sword at him and said, "You can't escape Guanghu." He frowned, looking unwilling and regretful, and uttered a sentence, "So this is where my life ends." But a second later, his expression changed and he threw a handful of sand in their faces, yelling, "You think I'd say that? Eat sand." This move of his caught them off guard, and they got a face full of sand. One of them, enraged, cursed, "You coward!" His face suddenly became incredibly grotesque. He growled out each word. "I'd rather become a heavenly demon than die at your hands." Remembering this, he secretly thinks, "I simply fought to survive. But now, a vigilante fighting against outlaws." Then he muses to himself, "The me of today is pretty badass." Seeing this, the two thugs get a little worried. One frowns and asks, "Isn't this a hidden camera prank?" Another one says, "If this guy is really making a video, we might have been recorded. What should we do?" The leader, unafraid, curses and says, "What can we do? Just find the camera and smash it. What else?" Then he walks right past the other two, heading toward Yu Seong. Then he calls out, "Hey, Tin Man, stop acting and show your face." As he speaks, he reaches for Yu Seong, trying to pull off the mask. Suddenly, a strange aura appears around Yu Seong. He scolds, "Insolent." Then the aura behind him knocks the thug's hand away. The thug's hand is suddenly twisted. He looks at his hand, and his face instantly darkens with horror. He is utterly terrified. He can only let out a cry of fear. Then he is controlled by Yu Seong, rolling back and forth on the ground. He clutches his hand, screaming in pain. The two thugs behind him see the scene and are so scared their faces are covered in sweat. One of them clenches his teeth, cursing in disbelief. Fucking crazy. Meanwhile, Yu Seong lectures them bizarrely. "At this age, you should know how to wield a sword. Become the pillar of your family, not just be all talk." Hearing this, they immediately kneel on the ground and beg, "Please spare me. We didn't do anything wrong." Yu Seong continues, "If you tell me what crime that child committed, I will judge and decide." Hearing this, they know they have no excuse and immediately start trembling. Their voices become hesitant. A moment later, after hearing everything he utters, "I see." As soon as he finishes speaking, an aura immediately rushes toward them, twisting their hands behind their backs. The two of them can't react in time, only able to stare as their hands become deformed. Then his gloomy voice continues, "I understand." His voice, like an asura from hell, makes them freeze and tremble uncontrollably. Amid their screams, he turns away, leaving them with a statement. "I'm a good judge of character. You won't get a chance to redeem yourselves. I didn't use a weapon, so your hands aren't severely injured. But for the rest of your lives, you won't be able to use your right hands to hit people anymore." Finishing his sentence, he turns to the bullied boy lying beside them. Then he uses his aura to lift him up. The boy being lifted, Xiaozhong can't help but beg in fear, I'm sorry." "Don't kill me," Yu Seong reassures him. "Don't worry. As a precaution, I'll make them fear you." After saying that, he uses his other hand to lift the three thugs. Then the eyes of the bullied boy and the three thugs suddenly turn red, as if controlled by something. Yu Seong says, "From now on, these guys won't dare target you again." After finishing, he gently lowers the boy, to the boy's amazement. Then he friendly puts a hand on his shoulder and encourages him, "Kid, stay strong." The boy stares at him, his face covered in sweat. After speaking, Yu Seong thinks to himself, "Such an epic line." Then he quickly leaves. As for the boy, he's still frozen in terror, his eyes welling up with tears. He exclaims in fear, "Holy crap, that was terrifying." Nighttime at Sungun's house, a female voice calls out, "Yu Seong, Yu Seong." With a stern face and hands on her hips, she looks at him and says, "You're home so late. Do you know how worried I was?" Hearing that, he unconsciously realizes, oh, it's already midnight. Then he politely says, "I'll be more careful next time." She then asks, "Okay, did anything happen when you were out today?" He replies, "No, the nights in Seoul are very bright and safe." This statement startles her and she thinks, "Safe, so that's how it is?" Then for some reason, she looks at him with pity and sorrow, thinking, Yu Seong must have lived in a harsh high society world. So harsh. Thinking this, she rushes to hug him and cries out, "Yu Seong." Then she advises, "If you have any difficulties, just tell your aunt, okay?" In her heart, she sighs. How difficult must your path as a spy be? Suddenly being hugged like that, he doesn't know what to say. His expression looks a bit awkward. As he walks up the stairs, he thinks confused. What's with that? Was that a look of sympathy? Suddenly a voice rings out, "You're back late." It's So-Yun. She stands on the stairs with her arms crossed, questioning him. "You don't have a girlfriend yet? You're out all day?" He casually replies, "I went to hang out in Hongdae." Hearing that, she sighs, then looks at him with disbelief, saying, "Yeah, right, cut the crap." Then she adds, "Next time you go out, let me know. I'll take you. What's fun about going alone? Besides, my mom was really worried about you." He says, "I just saw her." Then with a serious face, he advises, "You must be filial to your mother." She replies, "She's a wonderful person." His tone annoys her and she scolds, "Why the sudden lecture?" Then she casually throws the comb in her hand at him, scolding as she throws. You should be the one who's filial to your parents. He quickly ducks to avoid it and says, too slow. Then he continues his lecture. They say old age is like leaves on a branch. Children want to repay them, but parents cannot wait. Leaves on a branch fall when the wind blows. Thus, parents continue to grow older. Children may no longer have the chance to repay them. Everything in this world has its time limit. After hearing his lecture, the expression on her face is incredibly rich, from anger and confusion to dumbfounded amazement. Then she covers her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. She can't help but feel a bit of pity. After losing his parents? Did Yu Seong have to live such a hard life in the north? Then she feels extremely guilty and holds her head, blaming herself. I should have thought before I spoke. This thoughtless girl. He glances at her actions, finding it very strange. He wonders, what's this? Is she reflecting after hearing my lecture? Even though she's difficult, she's a good person at heart. Later in his private room, as he is sitting in front of the computer, Sungjin's drunken voice is heard. You're back, sir. He takes off one side of his headphones, looks at him for a moment, and asks, You've been drinking today? He rubs his head sheepishly and replies, yes. Hearing this, he says seriously, Do you know how hard it is to purify your blood and chi? Your body is no different from a martial arts novice. To you, alcohol is more dangerous than the dullest weapon. He bows his head and admits his mistake. I'm sorry, my lord. Then he retorts loudly, But isn't it all because you caused that incident in Hongdae? I had to resolve it with my subordinates. It felt awkward to just let them go home after, so I had to treat them to a drink. Hearing this, he asks confusedly, What accident did I cause? He pouts and says, Let me tell you. After hearing the story, he just replies nonchalantly, At most, I'll just be suspected of being an awakened. Sungun replies, Yes, Yu Seong adds, Fighting over a meal in the Central Plains is much more chaotic. You're drunk today, no need to train, go rest. As he leaves the room, he thinks resentfully, He didn't even apologize, I'm so mad. Suddenly, Yu Seong's voice comes from behind him, making him stop in his tracks. You worked hard today. He turns around confused. Yu Seong continues, Because of my mistake, you had a tiring day. This statement moves him to the verge of tears. The Lord actually apologized to me. That's my Lord. Then he thinks sobbing a hard day. So admirable. He then grabs both of Yu Seong's arms, crying, My Lord. Yu Seong asks, confused, Why are you crying? Nobody died. It was truly a touching scene. But Sungun had missed one thing. Everything has its time limit. Actually, Yu Seong hadn't apologized at all. Someone suddenly being nice can lead to misunderstandings, seeing him still trembling and crying. Yu Seong sighs and remarks, This family is so easygoing. In a movie, the main character holds his sword firmly. Then he slashes at the monsters in front of him. One monster, before dissipating, defiantly threatens, Defeating me doesn't mean it's over. Deep inside the gate, there are those much stronger than me. Even you won't be able to handle them all. With that, it completely vanishes. Hearing this, he says without a hint of fear, Bring it on. On this earth. Besides me, there are other protectors. Yu Seong and Sungun sit on the sofa engrossed in the movie. After watching the ending, Sunjin can't help but exclaim, I don't know how many times I've seen this movie, but it's still as good as the first time. Then he turns to Yu Seong and asks, What did you think of the movie, sir? Yu Seong replies it was quite captivating. Hearing this, he says excitedly, Of course, because they don't use computer graphics anymore. Instead, they use actual awakened actors. The sword that actor is holding is also the same sword he uses to fight in real life. Yu Seong, looking interested, rubs his chin and assesses. Movies are more interesting than I thought. Sunjun asks again, I thought you had watched movies on TV and the computer before. Yu Seong replies, Back in the Ming Dynasty. I watched movies too, but they were so boring. I kept dozing off while watching. Hearing this, Sungun turns and asks, What movie was it? Yu Seong replies, I don't know. Sunjin continues, Then it must have been some C-list movie. Then he yawns and heads to his room. Before leaving, he adds, Anyway, there are still many good movies, so take your time watching them. I'm going to bed. Yu Seong suddenly asks, Should I go to sleep? It's been a long time since I've slept at night. Hearing this, Sungun turns his head in astonishment and asks, You usually don't sleep at night. Yu Seong replies, I think I've only slept twice in the last 10 days. Sunjin's jaw drops and he asks, Twice for only 4 hours. Yu Seong calmly replies, Usually I just rest without sleeping, because I feel that's enough. I don't need to sleep. Sungun, sweating, asks, Then why do you want to sleep now? Yu Seong crosses his arms and calmly answers, Probably because of mental fatigue. Yeah, that's it. Sungun vaguely understands and says, So it's like when you drink tea or something. Because you feel something is missing, not because you're thirsty. Your feeling now is just like that. Yu Seong agrees, yeah. After watching movies together that weekend, the young master also started to get hooked on the habit of binge-watching movies for a while now. He'd watch anything as long as it was good watching movies all day, not even bothering to sleep. Sunjun, extremely anxious, stands outside his room and looks in. After seeing the scene before him, he can't help but exclaim in fear. What he's watching movies at 8x speed, and he's watching on his computer and phone at the same time. So he enters the room, and with a fed-up expression asks, "How can you even watch like that?" Without looking up, he just stares at his phone and replies, "You've heard that when a person is on the brink of life and death. Time slows down, right? They can feel the lightning and the rain, and at the same time can control their muscles, sword and facial expressions better. My senses and muscles currently react so fast that everything around me seems to move in slow motion." Then he asks back, "Sunjin beside me, what do you think the reason is?" He answers, "It's because you're concentrating at the highest level." Right. Yuseong snaps his fingers and explains, "That's not wrong. To be precise, at the moment when life is threatened, the brain receives more stimuli, so it processes information faster. I have used this natural mechanism of the body to push my perception to its limit." Hearing this, he raises an eyebrow and says, "I see. But why are you talking about that?" Then he exclaims, "No way!" Yuseong says, "That's right. I've put myself on the line between life and death. I've been taking advantage of that to watch as fast as possible." Hearing him say that, his face becomes a picture of amazement. He thinks to himself, he's too obsessed with movies. Now he talks just like in the movies. More importantly, what kind of life or death situation is he in right now? Usually in a life or death moment, a warrior can reach a new level or achieve enlightenment. And if they don't face death at that time, they won't achieve it. How can he use such power just to watch movies? Ignoring his confused look, Yuseong just says, "Before you go, write down on a piece of paper the movies you used to like watching for me." After writing down the names of a series of movies, he hands the paper to him. "Here you go." Yuseong glances at the paper and says, "I've seen all these movies. Aren't there any other movies?" He asks in surprise, "You've seen them all. Some of them are very old classics." Yuseong clicks his tongue. "I've seen all those too." He rubs his head and exclaims, "You haven't been in this world for long, but you've already watched that many movies?" Then he silently calculates for a moment. 8x speed, 2 devices. Watching 128 movies a day consecutively? I've calculated it. He can't help but think in fear. Wait a minute, is that even normal? At this moment, Yuseong complains, "So boring, I haven't watched enough." Sunjin helplessly begs, "Please, sir, try to live a little more like a human." Then he suggests, "So would you like to try watching dramas?" Yuseong asks back, "Dramas?" He explains, "Dramas are long-running series, and they only air 1 episode a week, so it takes longer to watch them all. Some dramas have over 100 episodes. If you also watch foreign dramas, you'll never have to worry about running out of things to watch." After saying that, he immediately regrets it. I shouldn't have said that. The Lord, who used to like movies, has now become obsessed with long-running dramas. Then addiction to movies and the side effects might appear. So Yoon suddenly walks into the room and asks, "Do you want to order some food?" Yuseong replies, "Order me a knife." After she looks at him, she is stunned and exclaims, "What?" He imitates a character from a movie, looking at her with loving eyes, and gives a stiff smile. She can't stand it and holds her head, yelling, "You psycho!" He keeps imitating scenes from dramas that he has watched. This time he imitates another character. From upstairs, he begins his monologue towards So-yoon. "Stop. If you do that, everyone will die." She is so angry at him, she furiously yells, "Hey, stop it!" Then she shakes Sungun, who is sitting next to her, and says, "Dad, Yuseong is acting so weird." He looks at Yuseong with a dark expression and thinks, if he wants to imitate, he should do it alone. He even makes me act with him. The other day, I was almost caught by So-yoon while reenacting a famous movie scene with him. Luckily, nothing happened. I have to warn him. A little later, he goes to knock on Yuseong's door. "My lord, are you in there?" Suddenly, a loud cry startles him. He quickly opens the door and shouts, "My lord!" After seeing him lying on the floor calling out with a broken voice, Sunjin surrounded by a mess of things. His voice becomes more urgent. "My lord," he worriedly helps him up and says, "Is this a side effect of that life or death thing from the other day? I told you it was dangerous to use it all the time." Yuseong says with difficulty, "I am such a fool. I can't believe I realized it so late." He, worried with a sweaty face, frowns and replies, "Don't say that, just calm down first." Yuseong says, crying, "Sunjin, I've watched all the movies and long-running dramas that you call masterpieces in the world." He exclaims in amazement. Yuseong tremblingly points his hand towards the computer and continues, "Besides those movies, the rest are just third-rate trash." On the computer, a passionate love scene of a couple is playing. The male lead kneels on one knee, offering a bouquet of flowers to the female lead and saying cheesy lines. "I love you, the first time I saw you. I had already thought of the name for our child, Junho. Marry me to see if the baby's name will be that." The female lead, moved, exclaims, "Junho." Yuseong is horrified by this scene, exclaims, "So cringe," and faints, seeing him suddenly faint. Sungun cries his eyes out, shouting, "My lord." From then on, Yuseong started using the internet at a normal frequency. Vice Captain Kang. Sario is sitting in front of his computer, mumbling to himself. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. He frowns and thinks, after 2 months of investigating the prince, I haven't found anything. I don't want to kill the person who saved me, but thinking this, he slumps over his desk and says, it's still strange that nothing has happened. How can a person just vanish into thin air like that? Was he an illusion? Then he crosses out a big mark on the paper and continues to mumble. To reach that level, one must wander in the gate for a long time. If I focus on the gate, the information will appear immediately. Warselong said the same thing. Where is the prince and what the hell is he doing? Then he curses, this is insane. The world's 9th-ranked psychic awakened. Megan Mella can't help but be shocked when reading the document in her hand. FBI, CIA Central Headquarters, and even agents. I can't believe I found someone with the ability to invade my mind. Then she stands up and contemplates, although I have investigated the whereabouts of all 200 psychic awakened. If there are no results, the investigation will be forced to stop. Then she looks at the photos in her hand and mumbles to herself, here. He's the only evidence, and I don't even recognize this person. Right now, he's just chilling on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Sang Rim walks in and says, Sect leader, I've handled the accident you caused in Hongdae the other day. Hearing this, he just calmly asks, oh, why bring that up? He replies, I happened to find some CCTV footage. Then his face scrunches up as he asks, why couldn't it recognize your face? He immediately sits up confused. My face! Sang Rim doesn't answer directly, but shows a photo and says, look here, this is a cafe combined with an escape room. Your face is covered by some kind of light noise. He points at the picture and says, oh, isn't that just dust? First time in Korea, the dust in the air is gnarly. Sang Rim seems to understand the issue and continues. All right, you did say you used a skill to filter the air. Right, yes. Then he adds, please stop circulating your internal energy for a moment. I need to check something. Then he raises his phone to take a picture, to see. He doesn't hesitate and agrees, aight. After taking the picture, he carefully compares the two photos, before and after he circulated his internal energy. Then he exclaims, ah, so it's because of your internal energy. Then he reminds him, if you want to take pictures in the future, please stop circulating your internal energy. He lets out a sigh and replies, guess I gotta. Hearing him say that, he's startled with surprise. He thinks normally the sect leader would be like, why would I need to take pictures with humans? But now it's different. With that thought, he suddenly asks, why do you think people take pictures? He rests his chin on his hand, thinks for a moment, and then drops one line, beats me. Then he says something that shocks Sangrim. Nah, I could take pictures when we're hanging out. While he's deeply moved thinking, is the sect leader adapting? He continues making him facepalm. Usually in that situation, it's highly likely a man appears or a woman with a terminal illness. But since I don't have one, I need to take pictures with the brightest possible face. There are also cases of committing a crime, but that's rare. There's no way I'd commit a crime. Even if I did, I wouldn't leave any evidence. The most plausible scenario can only be that I get involved with the daughter of some chaebol. Then their secretary will take pictures of me in that case. They'll send an envelope of cash after getting proof. But how much? Sangrim listens to his rambling and can only think helplessly. How does he know so much about Korean society? It must be from all the K-dramas. Suddenly he abruptly asks, hey Sangrim, helicopters are crazy expensive, right? He replies, you're just figuring that out. Then he says, then I won't ask you about the helicopter anymore. This statement makes Sangrim's jaw drop in amazement. He feels a little sense of accomplishment and thinks, I think the sect leader has changed. He's even learned about enjoying TV dramas and these movies too. He continues, then I'll buy a horse. He asks confused, a horse? Then he silently calculates. If it's just one, I can probably swing it. Then as if to make sure, he asks him, you should know that most places here don't allow horseback riding. He calmly replies, I know. Hearing that, he smiles brightly and says, awesome, then we'll hit up a ranch together this weekend. I know a sick spot. But then he holds out his phone in front of him and flatly refuses. Nah, I've decided. He looks at what's on the phone screen and can't help but exclaim, whoa, hold up! That's a Ferrari, are you kidding me? Unsurprisingly, he gets rocked by him. Sangrim, with a bruised face, says, sect leader, the problem is you're actually only 18. According to Korean law, you can't drive. Hearing this news is like getting hit by a lightning bolt, leaving him stunned. He continues, by the way, you'll have to go to school soon too. He asks back, I have to go to school. He replies, yep, going to school. Will also help you create an alibi. It will also help you hide your identity from the SG. No one would suspect that the awakened who cleared the gate at Seoul Station is actually a high school student. Hearing him say that, he collapses onto the bed as if all his strength has been drained. Well, it is what it is. Sangrim can't help but ask, come to think of it, why do you want to hide your identity? You're going to be the strongest awakened. He closes his eyes and replies, do you want to be targeted by nuclear missiles all day? I was recognized as a heavenly being by the Roman Catholic Church. That helped prevent international conflicts, but it led to a holy war. Everyone worshipped me like a god, and I was very influential, which made me lock myself in the heavenly palace. The same thing will happen if I reveal my power here. Then everything will become a cycle, revolving around the Roman Catholic Church. I don't want that to happen to this world. Hearing that, Sangrim's mood darkens a bit. Then he asks, so how do you want to live now? He turns over and says, I'll figure it out soon. He asks again, but he just hums for a moment and then answers, dunno. He says helplessly, sect leader, you need to decide on a career path, sooner rather than later. He says, if not, I can just grind monsters in the gates. He raises his voice in frustration, but you just said you wanted to hide. Your identity? Annoyed by Sangrim's nagging, he bolts up and yells, so what? What's more important than making a living? Startled by his sudden outburst, he replies, well, you're not wrong. In fact, becoming an awakened makes a lot of money. Social status goes up. The money from raiding gates is pretty sweet. Suddenly he pauses thinking, money from gates. Then he mutters to himself, that's right, the sect leader can clear a gate all by himself. Of course, how would I know what he'd get? With that thought, he says excitedly, sect leader, can I take a peek at your inventory? He asks, confused, you can see it. And why are you asking all of a sudden? He replies, I'm just curious. You can share the list with others, so please let me take a look. He agrees without hesitation, sure. After carefully examining his inventory for a moment, he can't help but be amazed. Why so much? And what about the magic stones? After seeing the number in front of him, his face fills with absolute terror. His eyes widen and he screams, 24 kilograms of magic stones. He's so shocked he collapses to the floor. Seeing his reaction, he sits up and asks, why are you shouting? Normal people can only get 10 to 14 grams from an F-rank gate. Each gram is worth 180,000 won. In the room, the two are discussing the magic stones. Yu Seong asks, Director Sang, are magic stones that valuable? He explains, since you're still an unregistered awakened, you'll need a broker first. Even if you only sell for half price, you'll still make a killing. Yu Seong replies, half price. Sangrim continues, or you could exchange them for other things like items, skill books or ancient scripts, but you can't trade them directly. We need to find a broker. And an overseas bank account too. It'll take time, but once it's done, we can get a luxury car, a private jet, anything. Yu Seong interrupts, why do I have to sell my loot? If you want to buy something, cough up your own money. Director Sang, startled and angry, says, you don't even trust me. This isn't something simple that you can handle on your own. Yu Seong says, in the future, I'll give you 15% of the profits from the gates. You can use that money to buy things for me. Director Sang negotiates, give me 20%. He replies, no way. Sangrim counters, then 30%. By the way, in the future, do you still plan on conquering gates? Yu Seong replies, it's a must. I would have acted sooner, but my internal energy... He trails off. Director Sang says helplessly, it's because you keep using your skills to watch movies. Like it's a life or death situation. That's not it, he replies. Director Sang asks, so how do you plan to find the gates? Yu Seong shows Sangrim something on his phone and says, modern problems require modern solutions. Gate map. A map app that pinpoints the locations of gates and finds safe shelters in real time? Director Sang replies, what's this? You got a sponsorship deal. If you want to take action, I know a place. Where, he asks. A very dark and dirty place. Gyeongsan, north of Gyeonggi Province. Songgrim Lake in Gyeongsan is a pretty famous winter fishing spot. Then this lake was possessed by a magic stone that can hold water. The locals wanted to quickly resolve the gate that appeared at the lake, but the SG deliberately ignored it. Hearing Director Sang's story, he asks why lack of manpower. He continues, no, it's because the mayor intervened. When a gate appears at the headwaters, there's a 90% chance it'll create a natural hot spring. Natural. The mayor wants to use those hot springs to attract tourists and boost his approval ratings, which could help him win another term as mayor. But unfortunately, there was a young man who found out about the mayor's scheme. And he wrote a message to everyone. I will use the media to expose this to the entire country. I hope the country will no longer have any corrupt officials. The message read, I beg everyone, please don't vote for him next term. The young man takes a sip of soju and continues, I've never been a filial son, but I can't just stand by and watch them continue to harm my mother. He starts to cry and yells, Mom, this son of yours can't even conquer an F-rank gate. I've been such a bad son to you. As for Yu Seong, after hearing about the gate, he went there to conquer the monsters. The monsters here are terrifying. They attack swiftly as if wanting to eat people alive. Yu Seong thinks to himself, strange. There's a huge power gap, so they're clearly afraid of me. But they keep charging forward as if maybe they're following someone's orders, an order they can't disobey. But with his power, the monsters were easily defeated in just a few short moves. System messages continuously popped up. Leveled up, stats not distributed normally, due to an unknown error. Stat points exhausted as user level returns to 1. Then Yusong says, I gained about 35 stat points from this gate. These F-rank gates, though they only give a small amount of experience, are clearly worth more than the monsters I first encountered. Multiple system messages appear. The player has single-handedly conquered an F-rank gate. Absolute domination of F-rank has been applied. Absolute domination. F-rank allows acquisition of 5% of the experience that other players obtain while conquering F-rank gates. A derivative error has been detected. He thinks, before when I got the ancient script's blessing, it asked me if I wanted to accept it or not. Do you want to accept this ancient script YN? But this time it just gave it to me like a notification. There's nothing different in the status window either. Did I get it or is this another error? Then the system displays a notification for the player. All monsters in the gate have been eliminated. You have successfully conquered the gate. Magic stones will be automatically distributed according to conditions. Conquest contribution 100%. The player will be teleported out of the gate. As soon as he's out of the gate, Yuseong falls into the water. He exclaims, damn it, I'm soaked. First I'll dry my clothes, then head back. So much steam is a bit... Before he can finish, the mountain god appears, thinking he was being summoned. Are you referring to me? Yuseong says, looks like a hero's entrance scene. The mountain god gets angry. It wasn't me. Coincidentally, someone sees Yuseong from a distance. There's someone nearby. Is that a person walking on water? A demon? Yuseong complains. This is why the system's teleportation is so crappy. After I'm teleported, my senses and internal energy are blocked for a moment, so I couldn't detect him sooner. The young man runs over and bows his head to Yuseong. Thank you, O Savior. Yuseong asks in surprise, Savior? The young man explains, someone who conquered the gate and can also walk on water can only be the Savior. Are you Jesus or Bodhidharma? He plays along to not blow his cover. It's nothing. I merely descended to handle the gate. That was tormenting my people. As a savior, Yuseong declares, I am the savior. He asks, why were you just standing in front of the gate? The young man confesses his heart. My name is Kim An-cheon. I was going to use the gate to commit suicide. He asks, shocked, why would you wish for death? Kim An-cheon says, it's because when I was only 3, my father passed away and my mother had to raise me all by herself. She was a 26-year-old woman, beautiful as a flower, and had to work tirelessly to raise her son. I tried to be a good son, hoping I could help my mother. So I got a job. Mom, I finally got a job in Seoul. She lived a hard life. Hard. And she passed away right before she could have a peaceful life. Since then, I quit my job in Seoul and spent the rest of my life tending to my mother's grave. But the mayor of Gyeongsan was blinded by power and tried to make the gate explode. My mother's grave is within the explosion's impact zone, but I couldn't get the proper authorization to move her in time, so I decided to post my last will and testament on various social media sites and wait for the explosion to kill me. Why did you stop me from committing suicide? That was the easiest way I could fulfill my filial duty. How am I supposed to go on now? Yuseong advises all lives are entrusted by God. That's why everyone is an agent sent to Earth. In the name of God, your mother was a good person. Who gave you the motivation to live a good life until the very end? An-cheon feels sad and sobs, but I don't want to be like that. There are so many evil people in this world. Why do I have to be the only one who's good? Why? Yuseong replies, you're not the only good person out there. You are living a good life. After hearing this, he suddenly remembers An-cheon's mother's words. My son always lived a good life. Yuseong continues, do you really think that action is filial piety? You must know what your mother wanted. I have removed the gate that was troubling you. I will protect your mother's final resting place. So live happily. Then Yuseong leaves and suddenly remembers Sangrim. Oh crap. Almost forgot about Sangrim. That bastard said no one would be coming. He must have believed I was God, since I used telepathy and levitation. Good thing I have experience as a sect leader. Then suddenly he hears someone's voice. Why isn't it working? Send someone over quick. But Mr. Mayor, what if the explosion is simply delayed? The mayor cuts him off. What the hell? Do you know how much I invested in this? If the gate doesn't explode, my political credibility will be shot. Get over there now and check the gate. Damn it. Yuseong thinks looks like that's the mayor. These bastards seem to have no respect for the dead. The mayor of Gyeongsan City, Park Tae-jin, has been prosecuted for the negligence regarding the Songgrim Lake Gate. After an overnight investigation, Gyeongsan City Mayor, Park Tae-jin, has admitted to most of the allegations. The management team of SG Korea has been held responsible for using the gate as a money-making tool. Today, Yuseong and director Sang are watching the news. Yuseong sips his coffee and says, bittersweet, isn't it? Sangrim says, I don't think. The current situation will just end with the mayor's resignation. Just a while ago, after you went to that gate, you gave me some documents from an unknown source. Let the whole world know about this. Director Sang asks, "Where did you get them?" "I thought you just went to the gate." "I refused at first, because I thought the documents you brought wouldn't affect the Gyeongsan mayor. Much, it doesn't matter how good the evidence is. The inner circle of those politicians won't let it go public to protect each other. This is simply impossible." The sect leader said, "Just try it, you punk." Director Sang says, "Whatever. I eased my conscience by spreading the information on various social media sites. Surprisingly, the mayor's crimes became known to the whole world. It worked. It seems the big shots who were backing the mayor have abandoned him, and in the end the sect leader's move was the right one. Come to think of it, this kind of thing happened a lot in the past. He always stuck to his own ideas, even if everyone said it was impossible." Director Sang remembers the sect leader's words. "Even if it's impossible, always rise up, always be brave, and follow your ideals." Of course, there were many things that didn't work out as expected. Even so, he would still say, "I'm glad at least I got to try." The sect leader represented the ideal model of a leader. Perhaps it's because the demonic cult monopolized the central region and got a taste of power. Seeing Sang Rim lost in thought, Yusheng asks, "What's with that disrespectful look?" Director Sang says it seems in the end, Kim An-cheon's story didn't reach the public. Perhaps because his will revealed too much information about key political figures. Yu Seong says, "A will is meant to be carried out after someone dies. He's not dead, so it's not very credible. Let's just worry about ourselves." Sang Rim says, "The fact that a gate that was supposed to explode was cleared is a big deal. Many people online have linked this incident to the Gossen incident, although it's still just a conspiracy theory." Yu Seong cuts him off. "You don't have to worry. No one will find me. Even if your face doesn't get caught on surveillance systems, the light surrounding your face could become evidence. The risk of your identity being exposed is even higher, because you stole confidential documents from the mayor." This time, Yu Seong says, "This time I moved more carefully. At least, I didn't appear on any surveillance systems in Gyeongsan." "What about car dash cams? How can you avoid every surveillance system in the world?" Sang Rim asks. Yu Seong replies, "Fortunately, it's possible, because I can hear the distinct sounds of machines and old cars." "What about a train then?" "Well, just running back and forth to Gyeongsan." "You ran that far. What do you mean far?" "Comparatively, running around Hubei Fortress is more tiring." Director Sang asks, "By the way, are the locations of the fortress and Korea quite similar?" "Well, now that I think about it, I've walked on that street before." Brings back memories. "Can you pay me back the travel money I gave you?" Yu Sheng replies, "Me, why?" Director Sang says, "You have to pay it back. It's my money." He replies, "I ran to save it. It's mine." Sang Rim says, "What are you trying to save up for? You said you'd buy me a horse, remember?" Yu Seong says, "I'm going to buy a helicopter." "You're crazy. This is insane." I wonder if An-cheon has any idea what kind of person this savior is. Kim An-cheon, after meeting the heavenly demon, continued to live on, keeping the words of his mother and the sect leader deep in his heart. Director Sang says, "Oh, by the way, sect leader, my wife wants to go on a family trip soon." Yu Seong asks, "A family trip?" He replies, "Yes, she wants us to go before you start school." He says, "Oh yeah, sounds good. If we're going on a trip, it should be a place with good water and air, right?" The leader of the SG Center asks a psychic awakened to find information about the previous incident. Amelia Megan says it's done. They ask, "How did it go?" She replies, "Everything he said is true." The SG leader says, "So the target really is a Hanum person." Megan explains, "Don't worry, he wasn't deceived. I used psychometry memory sharing and a truth level check." "Does the homeless person's memory match the person in the sketch?" An SG member asks. She replies, "I can't be sure, because the skill can only read memories that are distorted by the observer's perspective. Suppose I use the memory sharing skill on 100 people who have met Director Boo. We would see 100 different pairs of eyes. The target in the homeless person's memory has very distinct features and clothing, meaning if we focus on the clothing and way of speaking, the facial features will be somewhat similar, but there's no solid evidence. This is tough. The SG and the National Awakened Bureau in Korea each hold half the power. If we can capture the subject from the Gassen incident and the Bureau catches them first, the balance of power will completely collapse. But if a merger is possible, it has to be the SG. Megan continues. "Actually, my memory sharing skill isn't perfectly accurate, but it's rare for there to be something I can't recognize. Even though neither belongs to our faction, we at the SG cannot share information about the Codex. In short, could he look like this? The one who disabled my own mind control. Who would dare to steal the Codex, the foundation of humanity's future? We're still lacking clues." Then Amelia Megan and the leader shake hands. She says, "Sorry I couldn't be of more help." They reply, "Not at all, you've helped us a great deal." Amelia Megan and the two SG leaders discuss in the car. The awakened who conquered the Gyeongsan Gate is highly unlikely to be the subject from the Gassen incident. That's right. We've investigated all foreign visitors that CCTV recorded at the entrances to Gyeongsan. We should consider if that person was already living in the gate. The other person hesitates but then continues. Do you think the one who conquered the Gyeongsan gate and the Seoul gate is the same person? I suspect so. If we assume they're the same person, why would he go all the way to Gyeongsan-bukdo? There could very well be a message. You mean he's not a Hanam person? He knew our intentions. This could be false information to mislead us. That he speaks the Honam dialect. I see, he could pretend to be from Hanam, then deliberately make us think it's misinformation, and conclude he's not really from there, or he's not from Hanam, but intentionally left that impression, making us believe he is from Hanam. Exactly. Truth and falsehood. This is the highest level of strategy. Information warfare. He truly has no weaknesses. Oh, damn it, that sly old fox. Back with Director Sang's family, they're chatting. His wife says, honey, how much longer until we get to Sokcho? Sokcho has your favorite dish. Looks like we'll be there soon. The ride is smoother than I thought. Then she asks, what's that giant crater over there? Yuseong says that it is the trace of a trigate. A long time ago, trigates appeared constantly in Sokcho, but no one touched them, so they exploded. Was it as terrible as the Gyeongsan Gate? Yuseong replies, not exactly. But if one of the 3 gates failed, it would be very serious. The awakened in the other gates would also be dragged into the explosion. So they didn't dare. But they gave up. Thanks to the gate explosions, the debris formed a shield. So the ecosystem here was reborn. That's what they say. Now this place has become a major tourist spot, drawing in tons of tourists every year. Yuseong continued, that's weird. If that were the case, the natural energy should be purer. But before he could finish, Soyeon asked, so are you going to school next? With my white robes, the world is my home, Yuseong replied. Soyeon got angry. What's with that? It's another one of those cheesy lines from some old movie. Are you going to get bullied at school talking like that? Hae-yoon said. He might get made fun of, but I doubt it'd be bad enough to run away. Why not? Soyeon asked. Sangrim's wife replied. He's so handsome the girls will be all over him. The girl exclaimed, Mom, what are you talking about? Hearing his wife, Sangrim whispered. Driving like a maniac is one thing, but hearing someone call a 150-year-old monster handsome is pure torture. Hae-yoon said, Soyeon and I are going to a restaurant for lunch, a spicy Korean place near the sea. As for Yuseong, and you, I heard there's a famous boiled pork restaurant, right on the hiking trail. We'll go there. She replied, okay, don't overdo it on the hike. We're leaving now. I know. Enjoy your lunch. Yuseong turned and asked, got the money ready? Sangrim replied, acting like a mob boss, are we? Sir, please keep your voice down. I'll send it right now. Transaction successful, 2,000 training fee. Yuseong said, good, follow me to that mountain. Sangrim said, sir, please a little quieter. Yuseong took out a whistle, blew it, and shouted, get moving, let's go. Faster, we've come all this way to find a spot to train. You need to break through the gate of life and death. Director Sang said, help me. I feel like I'm about to croak. Then go ahead and croak. This coach is very disappointed in you. And with this you wanted, to be the 3rd-ranked subordinate of the demonic cult's leader. The demonic cult, Sangrim floored, said, why do you keep kicking my Myeongmun acupoint? Good question, he answered. Stimulating this acupoint temporarily restores your strength. By drawing out the remaining energy in your body, push yourself until your chi and blood flow smoothly, and you'll reach an ideal state. Got it? Are you taking a stroll? Are you nuts? Sangrim helpless. You're a useless cult leader. I'm going to die at this rate. Suddenly, the director coughed up blood. Yuseong delighted said, black blood, it's time, Sangrim. From now on, I will open the gate of life and death. To explain when the gate of life and death is opened, the internal energy will be linked. He said, when it's over, you will reach a transcendent state. Yuseong sat down and placed his hands on Sangrim, who was lying unconscious on the ground. As he channeled his power, he thought, after eliminating the accumulated toxins in his body, the real problem begins. He recalled now, I need a place with a flow of pure energy from heaven and earth to reach the gate of life and death, so there won't be a backlash during training. He continued thinking, but he reconsidered. No matter the natural conditions, the earth is covered by a black mist. Back in the present, Yuseong looked at Sangrim and thought, at times like this, when the body's life force is wide open, that black mist is bound to seep in. He thought further, it's like wearing a white shirt and stirring up a mud puddle. Expecting the shirt to stay clean is impossible. His eyes suddenly glowed. A blue aura appeared around his body. With an interested look, he said, interesting. I am the world's greatest master. No, a god of war is more accurate. Yuseong used his power, spreading it outwards. He said aloud, I will use my internal energy to push back all this filth. His power enveloped the mountain forest. He raised his hand, channeling his power. He thought, now with this place as the center within a radius of 1,000,000, 3 meters, this will be the cleanest place in the world. He touched the man's body with his finger and thought, mobilize energy to stimulate Sangrim's acupoints. With both hands, he performed the technique. He looked at his body and thought, with just one circulation of internal energy, a full circulation of life force is achieved. Repeat this process a few times. Suddenly, Sangrim regained consciousness, his gaze hazy, and thought, this energy. He saw Yu Seong sitting there performing the technique to save him. He thought, the cult leader is putting so much effort into me. Tears welled up in his eyes. Moved, he thought. I feel so ashamed for cursing you earlier. Cult leader! Just as his emotions were peaking, Yu Seong dropped a bombshell. Hey, I miscalculated. After I'm done, you'll owe me another 500. He shot up in shock. His eyes bulged as he looked at him. He spat as he asked him, what? Yu Seong calmly said, oh, there's the backlash. Scene change, early morning in the mountain forest. After being treated by the cult leader, Sangrim used his power to leap onto a fence. He jumped, did a few flips, and landed safely. On the post, he looked at his body and said, that's right. This is how I feel. He closed his eyes, an aura surrounding him, and said, although there isn't much internal energy left in my body, the amount of information my senses can now perceive has increased astonishingly. Sangrim turned to Yu Seong and said, cult leader. He looked at him and asked, what is it? He grinned, rubbing his head, and asked, will this cure my baldness? Annoyed, he retorted, after reaching the pinnacle, that's the only thing you can say. He calmed down and answered, will your hair grow back, you ask? Although your current gray hair won't turn black, any new hair that grows will likely be black. He looked away, embarrassed and flustered. Tapping his index fingers together, he stammered, so that will also come back, right? With a disdainful, judgmental look, he glanced away and asked, that? You mean vitality, you're lacking that too. He turned red with anger and quickly denied it. Not vitality, I was just asking. He replied, it'll come back even faster than your hair. It's related to internal energy cultivation. It's probably back already. Hearing this, he was surprised. He stammered, asking, so later on you'll understand, right? He gave a non-committal reply, whatever. Sangrim excitedly jumped down and asked Yu Seong, oh, cult leader, have you ever been married? You lived for 95 years in the Central Plains, right? He turned away, closed his eyes relaxedly, and answered, should I have? If I were to marry, the entire nation would fall into chaos. I was already revered as a god. Hearing this, he gave him a helpless look. He opened his eyes, hesitated. But Sangrim said, yes. He continued, anyway, I've never been married or loved anyone. After hearing that, he said, well, there's something I've been wondering about for a while. He turned back and asked, why did senior brother Yu Jong pass away? Yu Seong suddenly froze when Sangrim asked. Seeing he didn't answer, he turned worriedly and called out to him. Cult leader Yu Seong said, a cultivation backlash. Hearing this, he was stunned, not believing his ears. He shouted, a backlash, senior brother. Yu Jong, who was second only to you in strength. Yu Seong said grimly, I don't know either. He continued, it seems to me that Yu Jong pushed himself too hard for my sake. He asked worriedly, what do you mean? He answered, I had overcome the final bottleneck and achieved an eternal body. But Yu Jong continued to age slowly, even though the process had slowed down. He continued, because if he died, I would be lonely. So he said, he went into closed-door cultivation to reach the same realm as me. He remembered, but Yu Jong couldn't overcome the final bottleneck. And his soul returned to the heavens during his cultivation. Back to the present. Sangrim felt sad for him after hearing the story. Yu Seong continued, it's all in the past now. Right. Haven't you also gone through a lot of hardship these past 22 years? He looked down with a gloomy expression and replied, actually it was only for about 17 years. For the last 5 years I've been living quite well. Yu Seong turned around and said, you did well? Hearing him, he was taken aback. He called out cult leader. Yu Seong reflexively turned his head to look. Sangrim said cheerfully, let's go home and have some delicious food with the family. Yu Seong looked at him and replied, all right. It seems the cuisine in this world has developed quite a bit. The two walked and talked. He explained, most of that is just artificial flavoring from seasonings. It's not healthy to eat. Yu Seong replied, who cares? My body detoxifies itself anyway. He then asked, how about you try some positive emotions, eh? Yu Seong asked, confused, is that a lunar eclipse? The sun sets at the house by the sea. Inside, a lot of food is laid out. It looks beautiful and appetizing. Hae-yoon said in confusion, Yu Seong. She told him that's an alcoholic drink. He looked at the glass in his hand in surprise and asked, this? He then explained, no, this is positive emotions. Didn't you know, auntie? She was surprised and asked, oh, Samake is alcohol, isn't it? He swirled the glass, laughed, and said, I suppose some people might think that. Beside him, Soyun looked at him helplessly and said, no, everyone can see it's alcohol. He said cheerfully, but this is a magical potion that has achieved the perfect harmony of yin and yang. Soyun said annoyed, you're spouting nonsense again. Hae-yoon said confused, a magical potion. Suddenly, a man was running towards her with bloodshot eyes. It was Sangrim. He quickly snatched the glass from Yuseong. His face was covered in sweat. He was panting from running so fast. He shouted, "Yuseong, you shouldn't drink alcohol." He whispered to him, "Haven't you seen it in the movies? In this country, underage people aren't allowed to drink." With an annoyed and bored expression, he asked, "Why, what's the reason?" He hesitated, flustered, and said, well, it's the law of the land." He replied, "I see, so that's why they call those people politicians." Across from him, Hae-yoon, trembling slightly with embarrassment, said, "Hey, it's getting a bit cold tonight. Let's go inside." He and Sangrim looked at each other. He stood up and said, "Soyeon, let's go for a walk." Dissatisfied, still holding her drink, she turned to him and said, "Why so suddenly? It's cold to go for a walk now." He took off his jacket and draped it over her, causing her to freeze in surprise. He pulled her by the hand and said, "Warm enough now, let's go." She blushed, looked down, and said, "You're so annoying." Suddenly, he looked back. He saw Sangrim carrying his wife princess style. The wife said in surprise, "Oh my." He looked at Yuseong and nodded, as if they had planned it beforehand. Then Yuseong turned his head back. He held up one finger as if to say, "The fee for clearing the area is 100,000 won." Tears of gratitude filled Sangrim's eyes as he thought, "Thank you, cult leader." Scene change, night at a beach. Soyeon was walking along the shore, holding the jacket, thinking with an embarrassed expression. A walk on the beach at night is so cold. She looked at Yuseong and thought, doesn't this spy feel the cold? He looked into the distance with a serious expression and thought, it's been a long time since I've seen the night sea. He recalled the past, when he and his 2 disciples were fleeing through a dense forest. Sangrim looked behind him with an annoyed expression and said, "They've finally chased us all the way here." Behind him, Yujong said, "Of all the people we could have run into, why did it have to be them?" He continued, "The 3 swords of Hainan and the Hainan sect leader." He saw the old man's face. His eyes widened and he said, startled, "Whoa, he looks fierce." The 3 of them ran straight ahead. They reached a cliff over 100 meters high. The 3 of them stopped. Sangrim turned and asked, "What do we do, cult leader? It's a cliff ahead." Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "You've come this far, bloodthirsty leader of the demonic cult." The old man from behind continued, "Now you have nowhere left to run." Sangrim and Yujong were angry but helpless. Yujong thought, "I don't have a single bit of internal energy left. My strength is gone. Is this our final moment?" The old man said, "Your 2 disciples' faces are full of malice and cunning. But why are you shedding tears?" The old man continued, "Are you afraid to die, you ruthless, bloodthirsty leader of the demonic cult?" Hearing the old man, both disciples turned to look at him in surprise. Yuseong hesitated for a moment and wondered, "Am I crying?" "There's no particular reason." He just looked at the vast sea and said, "Seeing the vast ocean spread out before me for the first time, it's so immense it's breathtaking." Hearing this, the old man said, "A blade of death, like you, is moved by the sea. This is the first time I've seen that from you." He remained silent, not saying a word. The old man looked at him grimly. Suddenly, the old man closed his eyes and bowed his head. He turned to leave and said, "Let's go back." Seeing this, a disciple said, "Sect leader." Suddenly, Yuseong spoke up, "Why are you ordering them back?" The old man replied, "There's no particular reason." He continued, "It seems your image is too vast. My old eyes can no longer see through you." 12 years later, the first sword of the Hainan sect sat stroking his beard, a teacup in his hand. He sipped his tea and said, "I still can't understand the former sect leader's intentions." Yuseong looked at him with a skeptical expression and said, "See, in terms of relations, it's true there might be conflict between the Hainan sect and the Orthodox faction, but in principle, that day, you shouldn't have let us live." He thoughtfully said, "That day I cried only because..." The man asked, "You still don't know, cult leader?" He continued, "That day you didn't cry." Yuseong turned to look at him in surprise. Returning to the present, he glanced at Soyeon. She looked at him and asked, "What are you thinking about?" He replied, "Just some old memories." He continued, "I was just remembering someone who saved me." She put her hand to her mouth and thought, "He talks in such a cryptic way. I need to pay close attention." She asked, flustered, your girlfriend? Didn't you have a girlfriend before?" He turned to look at the sea and said, "A father and daughter asking the same question on the same day." She looked at him confused, not understanding what he meant. He performed a technique with his hand and thought, item storage. Suddenly, a glowing purple circle appeared in his hand. He offered her the colorful bracelet and said, "Here." She asked in surprise, "What is that?" He thought to himself, weaving the heavenly whale's tendon with heavenly silk. If soaked in gold and boiled for 1,000 days, it creates the millennial. Gold silk. A bracelet strung with the 7 rarest gems in the world. 7 stars, he mused. It's truly beautiful at a glance. She must be surprised to see this item. Her eyes widened with desire when she saw it to the point that her mouth watered. She said, "It's so beautiful. Is this necklace yours?" He looked at the bracelet and replied, "A child named Ju Hyemi gave it to me." He recalled Ju Hyemi telling him, "This is a humble gift from me to you." He wore it on his wrist with a puzzled look and said, "A humble gift. This bracelet is probably more valuable than a castle. Isn't it? Hearing this, she covered her mouth in embarrassment and said, "Oh my. If you are the owner of this gift, then the string has fulfilled its beauty." He thought to himself, "Ju Hyemi, the woman who deeply loved my soul," she said shyly. "Though a fragment of a meteor can only streak across the night sky, I wish for your life to be eternal." He thought, "When I felt her heart, my feelings turned towards her." He closed his eyes and replied calmly, "My life will not last forever either, just a little longer than others." He thought, if I had chosen her, the power of her family and the cult would have been unparalleled. She took his hand and said, "If you continue to live in this world after I die," she asked shyly, "whenever you see this, can you think of me?" He looked at her and replied, "I will do my best." He thought she knew it herself. The two of them held hands. He thought, from the moment I turned 20, she could never appear before me again. From a distant horizon, I still watched over her. Suddenly, flames engulfed the room. A savage laugh rang out. Hyemi lay on the ground being consumed by fire. A voice rang out, "Sister, sister, you are not fit to be emperor. So before you die, wouldn't it be better to quietly hand over the throne to me? Wouldn't it?" The man said joyfully, "Now I am the emperor of the great Myeong Empire." Suddenly a strange voice rang out, "By whose decision?" It was Yushong. He jumped into the room through the window, soaking wet. Seeing him, the man stammered nervously, Cult leader?" Yuseong's eyes turned purple with rage as he looked at him with bloodshot eyes and said, "I never gave you permission." And the sky poured down heavy rain. He thought to himself, I wondered with regret if accepting Ju Hyemi's feelings could have saved her. The rebellion led by her stepbrother ignited the flames of rage within me. After becoming the cult leader, this was the first time I lost my composure. With that terrible power, I was revered as a god. The subjects bowed before him and said, "Oh great God, please quell your anger." He thought I became an existence, drowned in terrible madness. The subjects said, "We offer you the lives of those who carry the tainted blood of the Yu clan." It was they who dreamed of rebellion. "Oh great God," the people cried and said, "Oh God, if you wait just a little longer, all those with the surname Yu in the Central Plains will disappear forever." The people bowed and begged, "So please calm your anger." Suddenly a voice rang out, waking him from his reverie. "You're lost in your own thoughts again." Soyeon clapped her hands and said, "So the story is you had a girlfriend named Ju Hyemi, huh?" She looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Hey, how do you feel staying at my house lately? Is there anything uncomfortable?" He looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and then answered, "No, everything is good." She asked him, "What things are good?" He thought to himself, "What's good? Everything is good. But in this world, it's great that no one recognizes me, and the freedom to speak my mind, reconnecting with Sangrim, having someone to share my feelings with. And what's more," he replied cheerfully, "everything is good, Uncle, Auntie, and you too." She looked at him shyly. Then she suddenly turned around, holding the jacket, and said cheerfully, "What's this? You sound like a middle-aged man." Beside her, he closed his eyes and said, "It's cold, let's go inside." She said loudly, "See, you're cold too. Take your jacket back." He replied immediately, "No need." A voice rang out, "Cult leader." Sangrim was driving and asked, "How did you know I would become successful?" Yuseong, sitting in the back, replied, "Keep the talented and discard the useless." "Huh?" He looked at him annoyed and said, "No, sir, please stop with the nonsense. Be serious." He raised his voice in frustration. "I don't know. How would I know?" He raised an eyebrow and said, "Back then, there were no facilities and the number of awakeners was low in both quality and quantity." He recounted furthermore, "We couldn't even detect the value of items from the gates, nor predict the disasters they would cause. At that time, the world was on the brink of apocalypse." He continued, "Korea was a little better, but the situation was the same all over the world." He said again, "However, even in such situations, there were people who didn't give up hope." He continued, "And that person was none other than," he declared smugly, "me." Yuseong in the back was rendered speechless. Sangrim said sheepishly, "I'm not bragging." Hearing this, he just sighed, but his eyes were firm as he said, "I didn't see the situation pessimistically at all." He asked, "What was the reason?" He replied, "I had learned martial arts. I believed in the infinite potential of humans." He continued, "Gradually the number of awakeners increased. Strength would increase if knowledge was shared among people." He said again, "So I jumped right into business by selling what I obtained after clearing dungeons. My wealth increased quite a bit." He said the business idea was simple. Disaster recovery after gate incidents. I built the first residential complex in an area affected by a dungeon gate explosion in Korea. He continued, "Then on the land where the gate explosion happened with Gangnam, from a wasteland, I built luxury-style homes. Many people believed another gate would appear, where the previous one had appeared. So many people still cursed and asked if I was crazy at the time." He continued, "On the contrary, thanks to research suggesting that land where a gate had already appeared would be safe. My business was an immediate success. He said seriously, I lived in a safe Gangnam, where I had both money and success, but besides me, most of the influential people in society were concentrated in the Apgujeong area of Gangnam. He said, I'm mentioning this because it's related to your future. School life. Yuseong looked at Sangrim blankly and asked, mine. He replied, yes, the students are very immature. Maybe it's because of their background or their abundant finances. They throw birthday parties. I heard they even rent entire villas to do it. He added, the real problem lies with their parents. They often say that once the people in suits show up, the situation becomes chaotic. The Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, directors of major corporations, CEOs, and many others. Sangrim continued. And in school there's also a class system. Maybe it's because they're still young. Appearances seem important, but hearing this, Yuseong unconsciously put a hand to his chin and thought. He asked, isn't high school always like that? As far as I know, it is right, he replied. That only happens in the movies. Real life is way different, sir. The important thing is that you have to communicate verbally, even if you don't like it. Sangrim looked at him helplessly and said, you must never resort to violence. Yuseong, bored, propped his head on his hand and replied, fine. He said, really, you promised okay. He immediately said, I know. Scene changed to a school in the city. In the hallway, students are walking and talking. In the counseling office, a voice spoke up, so the teacher looked at the file and asked, so you grew up in a Korean-American family since you were young. So your lifestyle is quite similar to an American's, huh? Sangrim, sitting opposite, said, no, because my adoptive parents' business is in China. So my lifestyle is also a bit of a mix. The teacher adjusted his glasses and said, that's interesting. The teacher handed him the file and asked, this is a question I have for student Jin Yuseong. Would you like to take a look? He looked up. Sangrim picked up the file, looked at him blankly and said, what it says here, the question is, if you could write one rule into the laws of the world, what would it be? The divine archer replied, worship the heavenly demon cult leader. Question. Please describe the future of South Korea in the face of international chaos after the gate incident. He thought Yuseong would laugh and say, be jealous, you earthlings. And he answered, the future will be very favorable, because you have me now. Sangrim looked at the answers Yuseong wrote and stammered, that. He just looked at the file and laughed helplessly. The teacher said, the results of the personality and intelligence assessment are excellent. The teacher continued, based on the results of the intelligence assessment, he is ranked in the top 5. His face showed doubt as he thought, the cult leader's intelligence is in the top 5. Didn't he just bullshit it because he thought it was a pain? The teacher continued, but as for his awareness, he is ranked in the top 1%. With this level, this is a sign of ASD, or in other words, the level of someone with autism. He looked at the teacher with a blank expression after hearing that. He said, so that means... The teacher adjusted his glasses again and said, yes. Still not getting it. The teacher's eyes widened and he said, in the top 0.1%, I have never seen a student so intelligent since I was born. He looked at the teacher with a helpless expression and asked, isn't this just a test? For kids. The teacher stood up and boomed. The intelligence test at Daejeong High School was developed by top experts. It requires complex and diverse abilities at the Mensa level, extremely difficult. Scoring in the top 0.1% is also very difficult, even for professors. He was startled when he heard that. He was surprised. He was so worried he started sweating and said, Mensa, then Yuseong. He looked at the teacher blankly and asked, then what about my daughter? The one who took the test for Yuseong? The teacher looked at him blankly and said, huh. The teacher, flustered, took his tablet and scrolled for something, then said, student Sang So-yoon, one moment. The teacher thought to himself, even if they're just relatives. His reaction is a bit too casual. The teacher suddenly froze. He broke out in a sweat as if he had discovered something shocking. The teacher, flustered, looked at him and said, sir. Sangrim, with a serious expression, looked at the teacher and replied, yes. The teacher closed the tablet, revealing a look of apprehension and embarrassment, and said, student Sang So-yoon is the pride of our school. He asked loudly, what's with that expression? A terrified teacher, sweating profusely, said, she's very, very beautiful. Diligent, and her personal relationships are also very good. He didn't care about those compliments and immediately said, what about the test results? The teacher awkwardly adjusted his glasses and asked, today, let's just focus on enrolling your nephew first. Okay, Sangrim covered his face and cried silently. He hesitated for a moment and then said, is that so? He thought. The daughter of a teacher looked at her phone and said, by the way, in terms of intelligence, Jin, Yuseong is in the top 1% of students at iVillage. The remaining issue is his awareness. The teacher continued, in the personality test, his sociability, morality, and perseverance scores are abnormally high. The teacher said again, it indicates that his awareness of society's common morality and his consistency in behavior, it indicates that Yuseong will save the world. The teacher handed him a piece of paper and a tablet. He showed it to him. Completely different from students who are considered to have poor awareness. The lack of common sense may not be a mental problem, but rather the result of inadequate education. The teacher continued, so starting next year, we plan to conduct basic classes for third-year students with insufficient academic performance. He looked at the paper in his hand, confused and bewildered. He said cheerfully, twirling his pen, student Jin Soo-yeon needs to take basic classes. No big deal. If she hasn't had a proper education, she just needs to study more. The teacher said student Yu Soo-yeon too. Those words hit him like a ton of bricks. On the other side, Yu Seong was strolling across the school grounds, making countless girls swoon over his good looks. He thought as he walked, it's just high school. He looked up and continued to think. It's more spacious and complex than I thought. He thought to himself, is this where students gather to fall in love? This is the most common motif in school's romance. Suddenly, a group of students was jogging by. As they went, they counted 1, 2, 3. He saw this and looked on blankly, and they were panting, counting 1, 2 as they ran. Suddenly, a strand of hair swept past him along with a falling drop of water. He stood there stunned. He watched their backs as they ran their exercises, counting 1, 2, 3. His face was blank. He stood in a daze for a moment and then said, looks like I'll be seeing this for quite a while. I have my own interests here too. He stood there frozen, just watching them. At a barbecue joint under the blazing flames, Yu Seong asked about Sun Green's personal life. How did you and your wife meet? Sang Rim was carrying meat. Hearing that, he wondered, Rin, why are you suddenly asking that, sir? Yu Seong didn't beat around the bush. Just answer. Sang Rim then gathered his memories and told him the story. The first time we met was when I was working as a construction worker on a site. To be precise, it was right after I finished my military service and started doing manual labor. Yu Seong, hearing that, wondered, you were in the military. Remembering that difficult time made Sun Cream choke up. Yes, when I first came to Korea, right before the gate incident, because the casualties weren't that high. Living under a different identity wasn't as easy as it is now. I didn't even know Korean back then, so they treated me like an illegal immigrant worker. I endured a lot of injustice. After working like a dog for a month, they paid me 800,000 won and told me that was my monthly salary. I couldn't live like that. From then on, I started buying an identity as an official Korean citizen, even though it meant having to sell some of my jewelry. So after finally getting a foothold, however, at that time in the military barracks, a guy with a long scar on his cheek, he boldly walked in and shouted, "The new recruit is here, huh? Let's get acquainted." In the corner of the room, Sun Cream sat imposing, looking very gloomy, but suddenly he immediately saluted ready. Private Choi Dong-jae, March 7, 2001. I received orders for a transfer effective immediately. But money couldn't get me out of military service. Even though he was over the age limit, Sun Cream still had to serve, which made his comrades next to him also confused when they saw his face, old as a prune. Yu Seong, hearing Sun Cream's story, asked, how was it in the army? Was it as hard as they say? Sang Rim stuffed both his cheeks with food and said while chewing, of course it was much simpler than slaying a demon king. Those guys in there looked a bit like beggars. I bullied them all the time. Yes. He heard that and was surprised. You mean your seniors? Remembering those people, Sun Cream's face darkened. Yeah, those brats. They looked like they'd overload and explode with a little pressure. So dealing with them was quite a pain. Yu Seong repeated his earlier question. So how did you meet your wife? Thinking of the beautiful woman beside him, Sun Green's face softened and brightened considerably. I was working when a billboard fell. I saved her then and got injured on my face. The main character picked up a piece of meat and replied nonchalantly, you saved her from danger. Sang Rim cupped his blushing cheeks like a teenage girl. He recounted flutteringly, back then my wife was studying at a nearby university. We saw each other all the time, so I gathered all my courage and asked her out for bubble tea. Yu Seong replied while eating. You two should see each other often. Sang Rim, who had been telling his story, now asked the main character back. But why did you ask that? Do you have someone you like? Yu Seong replied indifferently, yeah. Sun Cream, hearing that, got excited. Really? Who is it? Yu Seong asked. Do you remember the beautiful woman who ran at school? Sang Rim immediately replied, the student running at the front right. Yu Seong turned his face away shyly, avoiding the question. Sang Rim burst out laughing at the cult leader's reaction. So it's true. But then he suddenly paused to think. If So Yoon's classmate becomes the cult leader's wife, how should I address her? No, it's not certain that girl is her friend. What if she's the stepmother of my daughter's senior or junior? Yu Seong spoke up then. It's embarrassing, but what do Korean women like? Sang Rim replied, that's a bit of a tough question, cult leader. How am I supposed to understand kids these days? Confessing on social media is very popular now. He showed the cult leader a love letter from an anonymous person as an example. There are this many. You've watched a lot of movies too. I wonder, what does the girl in the cult leader's heart look like? Seeing you take the initiative like this, I'm a bit surprised too. Yusong, hearing that, said, "Hey, are looks that important? What matters is the soul, that bright soul." Sun Cream took a sip of water and replied, "Sir, how can you know what kind of soul a person has from a single glance? You have to get to know them to find out." After eating, the two of them went outside and continued to talk. Sun Cream asked, "When did you get that talent?" Yusong replied, "Ever since I reached the transformation realm." Come to think of it, you've probably already passed through the Dragon Gate. Primal Chi is the purest source of life. It cannot be replaced and removed like other skills. It accumulates from a person's way of life and values. Those with corrupt Primal Chi often have wicked personalities, and those with bright Primal Chi will live very positively. Come to think of it, the artist I once met in Itaewon was both noble and radiant, very similar to the woman I saw today. Sangrim, hearing that, said, "Let's start a business together soon, cult leader. You'll be in charge of recruitment. Surely you can find the potential candidates the company needs, right? This company needs honest people. That company needs clever people. Or maybe next week you can come to the company and be a professional interviewer." Yu Seong, hearing that, asked back, "Me an interviewer?" Sun Cream immediately replied, "I'll cover all the costs and you'll get a high salary." So the main character agreed. Then Sun Cream asked further, "But what about my Primal Chi?" And then Yu Seong replied, "I'm not sure. Because it's hard to see through people with high internal energy. Masters like you." "Then what about the first time we met in Myeongdong?" Sun Cream asked the main character. But Yu Seong was bombarded with questions. He felt angry. "Why so many questions, you old man?" shriveled up like a deflated balloon. "Just as I thought, exactly like those bald wizard eunuchs." Sun Green, hearing that, was dejected. "No way!" Yu Seong thought, though a martial artist would find it vague. But after going through life and death for 10 decades, you still don't know what your own Primal Chi is like. You are a sword forged in fire. On the outside, you look like a fool. But deep, inside you hide a sharp, fiery sword. But now the fire has gone out and the sword is dull. After 22 years of no cultivation, the Primal Chi remains unchanged. Perhaps it's because of that person. The emptiness, the loss. You only feel it when you lose what's most precious to you. But your martial arts have transcended all rules, allowing you to choose. This statement didn't imply any integrity or choice. It just meant that a person must lose the most precious part of themselves. Only then can they gain a new awareness and change. And Sun Green, because he was so passionate about martial arts, he lost something that was also related to martial arts. So what did I protect? Did I protect that thing completely? Sangrim opened the car door and said, "Cult leader, let's go home." But seeing him still standing there in a daze, he urged, "Sir, if you don't get in, I'm leaving you behind." Yu Seong was still lost in his thoughts. Whatever it was, no matter how hard I think, I can't remember. The story shifts to another character. I am Kim Seong-dong. Though young, I'm already a famous author in the fantasy novel genre. Sometimes when I'm bored, I often visit forums, and coincidentally a question caught my eye. Suddenly I have to go to school. But I don't know what school is for. Does anyone know what you're supposed to do at school? Enlighten me. The supreme being from another dimension. Some author is in trouble. Poor thing. I feel like this is very familiar. They see me as famous now. But there was a time when I also had writer's block. Then Seong-dong answered the question. Would you like to hear my opinion? A supreme being has to go to school. A bit of an old trope. But old tropes are very useful for new writers. This way you can create a surprise with an old trope. If you want the answer to appear, school is a quieter environment than you think. The members are like mice running on a wheel, always repeating the same sequence of actions. So focus on the students here, instead of the school itself. Yusung sat on the other side of the screen. Seeing the answer appear, he already replied. On the other side, Seong-dong smiled sinisterly. The first thing a supreme being must do when they go to school is... Yu Seong's eyes lit up as he read the comment. I get it, this is important. In another dimension, masked people were talking amongst themselves. The blue-haired one said, soon the parents with those traits will give birth to children with awakened powers. The yellow-haired one heard that and approached. That's good news. So Phase 2 is about to begin. Also, something strange is happening in a small East Asian country. Hearing the blue-haired one say that, the yellow-haired one asked further, you're talking about South Korea, right? That country is also lucky to be the best at adapting to the system. A gate opened there, without any warning. At that time, the boss monster was also about to awaken. At this moment, the red-haired one, also wearing a mask, he approached and added, I heard you say, the boss monster. Sounds like you're listening to a human talk. While working with the SG, I learned a few terms that humans often use. I'll take care of everything. Back to the selected monster. Blue Hair spoke up. That selected monster is an immortal hero who emerged from the Nuka tribe after 500 years. Red Hair heard that and said, I remember him. His name is Toad Spirit. Yellow Hair continued. Did the system choose to cause chaos? Because the selected monster is trying to awaken, then there must be a dungeon break. Blue hair, hearing the two of them talk, replied, "No. That gate has already been cleared." Yellow hair and red hair were shocked. "Cleared already? Are there many awakened Koreans around here?" Blue hair replied, "Not that many. Because both the SG and the South Korean government couldn't identify who awakened. It's true that the incident is related to an awakened person, a human, but he left no traces whatsoever, and there's no sign of leveling up either." Red hair heard that and asked, "Do we really need to care about such trivial matters? At the end of the day, he's just an ordinary human." Blue hair, hearing that, replied, "Better safe than sorry. Have you forgotten the existence of a supreme being in the Central Plains? He's human too." Red hair heard that and said, "Well, we were human at first too." Yellow hair also added, "If the gate has been cleared, then the selected monster is probably still alive, right? Or should we just eliminate the Toad Spirit's family?" Red hair wondered. "Isn't that part of the plan for Phase 2? Yellow hair continued, "It's also time to cause a big shock in Phase 1, because there are many strong awakened beings in South Korea." Red hair heard that and said, "Well, we have to eliminate the Toad Spirit's family anyway." "I agree." Blue hair added at this point, "If you two agree, then so do I. I'll take care of the South Korea region." The other person replied, "Then I'll take care of the Toad Spirit's family. Let me know when you need me for the selection process, so I can prepare. It's been a long time since I've had a proper meal. Here's to the rich spiritual life of the Korean people. May it continue to grow. For the divine." And then the three of them disappeared into the darkness. Back to the main character. At this time in the vice principal's office, Sun Green's wife had brought Yu Seong here to enroll. Aaron spoke up. "Oh, that's right, Mr. Vice Principal. I think it would be better if the fact that So-yoon and Yu Seong are cousins is kept secret." The vice principal, hearing that, asked, "Why is there a problem with that?" Aaron said, "There won't be any problem. I think she's just going through puberty. So it seems she doesn't want others to know about it. My husband and I have been best friends with his parents since we were kids. So our two families are very close." The vice principal, hearing that, thought, "It's not necessary to announce it to the whole school. But at the same time, keeping it a secret is also quite complicated. However, the principal of the teachers at Daejeong High is to treat the words of wealthy families as gold and jade. The person right in front of him is also the wife of the chairman of a construction law firm. The construction law group is a pioneer, paving the way for post-catastrophe recovery projects. Even though they have no involvement in politics, which might mean they have no say in this field. But where there's a will, there's a way. I guess I'll try to make a good impression on them." Then he said enthusiastically, "So, should I put the two of them in separate classes?" Sun Cream's wife heard this and immediately objected. "No, I think it would be better for the two kids to be in the same class." The vice principal, hearing that, rubbed his hands and replied, "I understand, you have a point." Then Arin turned to Yu Seong and said, "From now on, you're not allowed to hit your comrade, just because they don't like something anymore. Do you understand?" Yu Seong found the word comrade strange. Arin smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah no, I meant friend," in a classroom, while the other students were chatting lively. So Yoon yawned and complained, "I had to come early because of Yu Seong, when there was no reason to." At this moment, the teacher entered the classroom. "Good morning, class." So Yoon, not seeing any sign of the other person, wondered, "Where's Yu Seong? My mom said we'd definitely be in the same class. Should I text and ask her?" Just then a figure entered the classroom. The students wondered, "Who are you?" Suddenly the person standing outside the classroom door shouted, "For real! This class is amazing." So Yoon saw Yu Seong acting so strangely and immediately shouted, "Are you crazy?" Yu Seong muttered something, "Ninja!" which made So-yoon scream, "What are you talking about, you idiot?" The teacher, seeing his student overreacting, asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing that she had overreacted a bit, she immediately explained, "Oh no, nothing's wrong with me. It's just that I made a bet with him yesterday and I won, so I joked with him that he should do this. But I didn't think he would actually do it." Then she laughed awkwardly. The teacher, hearing that, said, "So you already knew the student, who just transferred to our school? How interesting. So you never jokes, right?" The classmates turned to the girl and smiled cheerfully. Then So-yoon stood there stunned and thought, "They actually believe this. That's right. This school is only for the kids of the rich and powerful." What a relief. A class had passed and it was now break time. So-yoon had pulled Yu Seong outside to ask, "Did you just follow what it said online? Do you believe in articles that are intentionally trying to troll the reader like that for real?" Yu Seong wondered, what's wrong? Even animals rearrange their pecking order when a new one joins the pack. But So-yoon immediately retorted, "Are humans animals? If you were going to do that, you should have at least waited until the teacher wasn't in the classroom. You dumbass!" "Yes." Then she swung her arm, intending to punch him, but Yu Seong quickly dodged to the side. "All right, I won't do it again." So-yoon felt tired. I knew it. He watched that stupid drama and did the same thing. Or maybe it's because that's normal in North Korea. Yu Seong saw the girl standing there holding her head and thought, "I can't hit." Soyun, so I guess I'll just have to give up. Putting that aside, why? Is she nothing like her father? In the first battle, to select the strongest to lead. The Annihilation Army, which consisted entirely of orphans and slaves, Sun Cream was the strongest at that time. I think I was the 10th strongest. At this moment, a strong wind began to blow. The main character felt something was wrong with this feeling. I can feel a strange aura. It's like the first day I came to Earth. It feels just like when I encountered the gate in Gassen. The location is also in the same direction as Gassen. No matter how good my talent is, I can't just stand here and know what's happening in Seoul. However, before, Sun Cream also mentioned that a gate won't open twice in the same place. So that means the gate that's currently open isn't in Gasan. And it's very strong. So Yoon looked up at the black sky and wondered, is it going to rain? Hey, let's go get lunch together. If we don't go now, we won't be able to go later if it rains. But the person next to her was already gone. Not a trace of him. So Yoon was surprised. Where did he suddenly disappear to? On another side, Sun Cream sat in his office, holding his head in thought. Today is the first day. I wonder if the cult leader is okay. At this moment, a text message appeared on his phone. I think I'm about to enter a gate. Sangrim was surprised when he read the message. What gate? Why did it suddenly open? Yusong replied immediately. A gate opened on the first day I transmigrated. Sangrim, hearing that, was surprised. Where Daejeong High School, it's Gassen, Yusong replied. Sangrim saw this and immediately tried to stop him. No, don't. Do you really have to go, sir? It's not like there are no other awakeners in Korea. If the gate involves a survival mission, or a fortress assault, it could take you 7 days to get out. You just transferred today. Taking a whole week off would look weird. Hearing Sangrim say that, Yusong thought it made sense. But that reason wasn't enough for him, to just blink and watch others die. Not even those underworld thugs. Even if it was careless, kidnapping is a serious crime. Yusong recalled something from his past. He had rescued innocent people. A frail woman bowed her head. Thank you, sir. We don't know how to repay you. Yu Seong said coldly, I ask for nothing in return. Don't worry. The person next to the cult leader asked, the day before yesterday you fought a tiger to save a doctor. Now you're dealing with underworld thugs. And who were kidnapping people from the rice fields here. Why do you help people who have nothing to do with us? If you leave any traces, the Murim Alliance will hunt you down. Hearing that, Yu Seong replied, because I can handle things like this. I don't want to close my eyes and ignore people suffering like this. In South Korea, some kind of festival was happening. Groups of people were continuously parading in the streets. A police officer shouted, attention, aim fire! A volley of fireworks was fired, lighting up a corner of the sky. The people standing around watched the spectacle, their eyes shining brightly. Major General Han Ji-hoo was also attending this ceremony, but he wasn't very happy about it. What the hell is this? This had become a gathering place for the pro-SG and pro-South Korea factions. The pro-SG faction prioritizes world peace above all else, while the pro-South Korea faction considers South Korea's peace the #1 priority. In reality, most Awakeners don't care much about this difference. Due to the power, struggles of political parties, but because of that childish competition, as many as 90 high-ranking Awakeners, a valuable human resource, were gathered in Seoul. The pro-South Korea faction organized a protest, under the guise of a funeral, claiming that the leader of the SG's United Nations branch had arrived, and the SG faction summoned their best people to demonstrate their overwhelming military potential to the pro-South Korea faction. What a pathetic display. The Awakeners themselves must feel ashamed. The nation's #1 ranker, Munsuik, and high ranker Cha. Jongmyong felt bewildered. Why do we have to do this? Suddenly a tremor shook the ground. Suik's shield lit up. Jongmyong also drew his knife ready to defend. The Major General saw this and was shocked. They're drawing their weapons. Is this going to turn into an armed protest? The two high rankers shouted, all Awakeners assemble, get ready. A gate is opening. The people standing around heard this and were surprised. A gate. There's another gate in Gasun. The civilians were now running in panic. The selection has begun. The Awakeners were being pulled up into some kind of gate. Jongmyong, not being pulled into that space, was angry. I wasn't chosen. Then he ordered his guards do a head count. They reported back 47 people have been selected. All of them are Awakeners. Hearing this, Jongmyong was astonished. What in a crowd that large? They only took the Awakeners. Meanwhile, Yusong had run from his school to this location. He landed on the tallest building and looked at the surrounding scenery. Looks like I'm a little late. I came as soon as I heard, but even if I had arrived earlier, I probably wouldn't have been able to get in. Normally, energy is a crystallization of nature. It can be hot or cold, but it has no intention. However, the gate that just opened is radiating a sinister aura. It must have been created by someone with malicious intent. Looks like I'll have to use a sword this time. After that thought, the protagonist looked down and saw Jongmyong holding a long sword. Coincidentally, there's a good sword right here. Then he leaped down to where Jongmyong was. I'll just borrow this for a bit. I'll give it right back. However, Jungmyung sensed something behind him. He spun around instantly. Who are you? You seem quite strong for someone in this crowd. Trying to dodge my counterattack. The protagonist said excitedly. Jungmyung raised his sword to attack. But that won't work. Yusung already knew how to deal with it. He grabbed Jungmyung's sword, losing his weapon in an instant. Jungmyung was stunned. You stole the sword I was using. That speed, it's almost the speed of light. At that moment, the guards finally noticed. Isn't that Awakener Jungmyung? Someone is attacking Awakener Jungmyung. By now, the protagonist had already entered the mysterious gate. I could tell it was a good sword just by looking. But it's quite special. I think I can use this. Then he used the technique Nirvana Divine Art. First secret form, first life. After careful consideration by the Hainan sect's leader, Jin Yuseong went into seclusion on an unnamed island to recover. There he continued to encounter unexpected mysteries. The first was the ability to enter Nirvana, and the other was how to utilize it. Once he mastered the art of Nirvana, he would gain the ability to reincarnate through life and death, allowing him to dominate the Central Plains Murim. The first half of the Nirvana technique has 6 steps. Combined with the 6 steps of the second half, there are 12 steps in total. Life, death, entry, and void are the 4 profound forms that make up the Nirvana skill. The first form is life indestructible, but able to cut anything. So it has the ability to widen the opening of this gate. Yuseong used this technique to advance deeper into the gate. However, his sword broke. I thought this good sword could withstand it, but it seems I'll need a Nirvana sword. I feel bad for its original owner. Although, after that thought, he suddenly noticed something in front of him. The monster's over there. If this overwhelming aura is coming from a single monster, that's truly astounding. The monster had a terrifying face, its mouth full of fangs. In its hand, it held a massive blade. The people who were pulled up looked around. They cursed anxiously. Damn it, it's the Seoul Station gate again. You don't need to worry, Mr. Kim In Chang. Someone stepped forward to reassure him. Most of the Awakeners here are talented individuals, ranked in the top 20. We have Mr. Jungmyung and the S-Class Mr. Munsuik here. Conquering this place will be a piece of cake. In Chang replied, SG. They don't rank players to avoid internal conflict. The red-haired man heard this and said, that's what it looks like on the surface. We still have an unofficial ranking. Even though you're new, Mr. Kim In Chang, you still have potential. If you're lucky, you could become A-Class. I have high hopes for you. Hearing this, In Chang remained silent. He thought S-Class Awakener. Munsuik must be the strongest in the country. But for some reason, I feel like he would have a hard time defeating Wang Hu. At that moment, a giant figure appeared. Greetings, everyone. The people around were shocked. Is that an administrator? A mysterious figure in a cloak spoke loudly. I am the administrator in charge of this mission. This is an S-Class gate. Triple S, first congratulations on being selected for this gate. There are currently 48 people here. In Chang heard this and was surprised. An S-Class gate. In history, an S-Class gate has only opened 6 times. Is this the 7th S-Class gate? From what I know, the clear rate for an S-Class gate is 0%. Even though they were all veterans, they weren't panicked. But will we be able to leave this place alive? Elsewhere, Yuseong was standing in front of a large building. This building looks a lot like something I saw in a movie. Documentary. A notification board appeared. The conquest mission system has not yet begun. The protagonist approached the door and said, the door is probably locked, and it doesn't look like there are any other entrances. Suddenly, Yuseong punched the door to test it. It's strangely dense. It'll probably take a good while to open. I have to get back before lunch break is over. But first, let's break this door down. He immediately channeled his internal energy, but the system announced, before starting the mission, a password is required to enter the Garden of Eden. Would you like to enter the password? Hearing this, Yuseong wondered, what password? How am I supposed to know that? Just then, a memory surfaced in the protagonist's mind. This is the structure for transmitting magic according to the blueprint. What is this memory? It's not mine. That's right. This is the memory of the woman I met in Itaewon. Back then, I hadn't learned the new language yet. But I saw some strange blueprints. At first, I just thought they were related to language. Could this be the password? It looks exactly like the blueprint in my memory. Only one way to find out. Then Yuseong placed his hand on the door and a magic circle appeared. Opening the door required a lot of energy, so much that most ordinary people wouldn't dare to try. After a while, the door gradually opened. The system announced, the player has proven their capability. Energy will be refunded. Looking at the energy flowing into his hand, Yuseong mused, the energy I put into the door has returned. It seems there's only that one guy inside. Inside the building, a large monster was waiting. It carried a giant blade on its shoulder, looking menacing. Then it suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the protagonist. Linkok let out a disgusting roar and swung its blade down. Yuseong immediately leaped high into the air, dodging the attack. He retaliated with a direct kick to its stomach. However, he was surprised. Even though I keep landing hits, it's still staring right at me. Hit by his kick, the monster flew far away. Yusheng landed on the ground, his face full of confidence, and said, "Today is full of surprises. I'd like to fight you for a little longer. What is your name?" At that moment, the system announced, "This is the hero of the Nuka tribe, Linkok. So you're from the Nuka tribe. Have you heard about the monsters we encountered at the Gasun Gate? Come to think of it, they were much bigger, but their appearance was similar. It seems you're more stoic, though. Back then, if I didn't eliminate them, the humans would have died. But I respect your desire for revenge." Then he said coldly, "Come on. From now on, I'll fight you properly." Hearing this, Linkok's eyes gleamed. It extended its sharp claws. A battle with no quarter was about to begin. Linkok swung its hand with sharp claws towards Yuseong. The force from the blow was so strong, it created a whirlwind inside the hall. Yuseong wasn't careless or complacent. In his heart, there was even a bit of admiration. Linkok's strength is truly astonishing. Its posture is nearly perfect, and it moves at the speed of light. The beast continued to pour all its strength into the force of its palm. Together with the massive blade in its left hand, it formed an incredibly dangerous pincer attack. Yuseong calculated. If I use footwork to dodge, my shoulder will be injured. But if I use body techniques with the sword's momentum, it will fly straight at me. In this situation, even the other sect leaders would have to be prepared and to lose an arm. However, if Linkok was a being who had reached a near-perfect state, then Yuseong was the very definition of true perfection. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuseong charged forward for a direct confrontation. In the eyes of the world, he was an existence greater than the gods. Encountering such a powerful foe, it was just Linkok's bad luck today. Yuseong's attack speed was both swift and fluid, like a python, preparing to launch a fatal strike on its prey. In just a flash, he was able to completely lock down his opponent's movements. The two sides were locked in a fierce struggle, until Yuseong finished Linkok with a single hand. The beast coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed to the floor. System notification selection monster has been eliminated. Yuseong had to admit that the previous blow from Linkok was truly top-notch. Just bad luck, I guess. Sucks to be you. The current selection progress displayed by the system was 33%. Master player is in the process of absorbing pure energy. After defeating the beast, Yuseong absorbed the enemy's abundant life force. He could feel an unimaginable energy surging through his veins. It was incredibly pure and concentrated. Even the energy from the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng he once ate could hardly compare. Yuseong immediately sat down cross-legged to concentrate, placing his hands on his abdomen to examine his spiritual power. After absorbing the new energy source, and within his body, now held a massive source of internal energy. Because the energy was so immense, if it were anyone else, their blood vessels would have exploded. Yuseong's internal energy has now recovered to about 30% of what it was in the Central Plains. Suddenly, his sharp intuition made him sense danger. The awakeners that Yuseong met in Gasun had arrived, but because he was too focused on absorbing energy, he noticed them a little late. First, I have to hide this uniform I'm wearing. As for the awakeners 1 hour ago, the administrator had laid out the rules. From now on, they all had to work together to fight the monsters within 12 hours. That time limit made the awakeners freak out. Not a week, but only 12 hours. Perhaps because it was an S-class gate, the time was also greatly reduced. The lower-level awakeners got cold feet just thinking about it, not daring to think they could make it back in one piece. Just then a voice rang out. "We must attack immediately." Kim In Chang stood up and declared heroically to the crowd, "Courage also has an expiration date. Right now is when we are at our bravest." But this idea quickly met with resistance from others. "But Mr. Kim, we can't—" "Only think about whether we can conquer the gate or not. If we all die, the gate will explode. We have to give people time to evacuate," Kim In Chang replied. "The blast radius of an S-class gate extends beyond Gasun. So instead of waiting, shouldn't we act to reduce the affected area?" Awakener Mun Suik saw that everyone was already in conflict before the fight, and chuckled. "Whether you want to continue or give up, well, what Mr. Kim In Chang said is not wrong. We must act while we still have courage." With that, they all turned towards the ancient palace ahead. In Chang asked, "How strong is the monster this time?" Suik asked back, "Is this your first time fighting a monster?" "They're different every time. Some fight head-on like warriors, some hide in the shadows like assassins. There are also witches and mages." Then, Suik held out his arm to show everyone a deep scar, and said, "Do you see this scar on my arm? It's so deep I'm surprised I still have this arm. This is an injury from the AA-class monster extermination on Jeju Island 6 years ago. A total of 70 people participated, but only 6 survived. I still can't forget that nightmare." After an uneven struggle, he and the other awakeners finally succeeded in taking down the monster. After waiting a long time and seeing the corpse didn't move, everyone thought it was really dead and breathed a sigh of relief. Suik himself believed he had cleared the gate and said, "Thank God, I was worried since this is an AA class monster." But luckily it's been eliminated. But he also realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. The boss is dead, so why hasn't the gate opened yet? Someone else guessed. Maybe the gate will only reopen when the time is up. Everyone should rest first. Suik still felt something was off. Sure enough, right after that, a teammate's panicked voice reported that 10 Awakeners had been killed. The shocking news left everyone bewildered. Terrified. Impossible. It's only us here. That's right, I don't see any monsters. Suik himself was suddenly attacked and nearly lost his life. He quickly shouted a warning to everyone. That's it. Something has been strange from the beginning. The monster's corpse is a fake. As soon as he said that, another one of them was attacked. The crowd became even more chaotic. Someone else got stabbed. This further confirmed Suik's suspicion that the real monster was still hiding among them. Just thinking about that horrific scene made his body tremble in terror. Apprehend any Awakener acting suspiciously. Otherwise, everyone will die. Even now, recounting the story to Kim, and Chang Suik was still shaken. I'm just pretending to be calm. But ironically, this is the place I fear the most. Kim and Chang lowered his head deep in thought. A high-level monster can be more cunning and intelligent than ordinary monsters. It has the ability to use illusions and tricks to disguise itself as a human. So what should we do? Suik then raised the glittering gold and jewel-encrusted shield in his hand and said, "Trust in this shield, just like the magic sword that Cha Jong-myung has. This is one of South Korea's only 2 SS-class items. The Aegis shield. It can protect our entire bodies. If I had the Aegis shield at that AA-class gate, I wouldn't have been so easily deceived. When I give the signal, you must attack without hesitation, even if the target looks like a colleague, a relative, or a friend." The door began to open to everyone's anxious anticipation. But what greeted them wasn't a powerful enemy, but the corpse of the boss. Suik was completely stunned. This scene is just like that nightmare day. The only difference is that this person is waiting for us. Next to the corpse was a figure completely covered in black. The mysterious figure said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Remembering, previously Sangrim had told Yu Song, "Cult leader! When you need to go incognito, you have to change your tone of voice. The way you talk sounds strange." Yu Song was busy eating ice cream, so he didn't pay any mind to those words. "Nah, no way!" Sangrim could only shake his head in exasperation. "You're mistaken, sir. In South Korea, probably no one talks like you. So in the future, when you need to hide your identity, try imitating how someone else talks. Someone you've seen on TV or online, for example. Come on, cult leader, you know better than I do." Yu Sung just said he'd try. He never expected to have a chance to apply it right now. He was dressed head to toe in black, looking like a ninja. And he was using a mysterious tone with the Awakeners. "I've been waiting for you for a very long time." Is it because of his laugh? It was too suspicious, so the warriors were all on high alert and got into a combat stance. Could the one talking to us be the boss? Moon Soo-ik, after so many years, was facing a situation, just like that fateful night from long ago. He had to try to calm himself down, not to be easily panicked. Calm down. I'm not the weak person I used to be. I definitely won't be swayed by any temptation or illusion. However, contrary to their expectations, this Yusong guy laughed like a doofus and acted cluelessly. "So why'd you guys come here?" "Oh, right. Just gonna flex a little, but I'm the one who took care of this boss." The Awakeners watched completely speechless and cringing. In their eyes, Yusong was the boss, the slimiest and biggest troll they had ever met. After Suik's shout to attack, everyone simultaneously rushed in to gang up on the stranger. This startled Yusong, and his feelings were a little hurt. "I thought that was a pretty brilliant line. But why are they reacting like this?" At this point, Suik was convinced Yusong was the boss, in disguise. Without another word, he charged in to throw down. "You go meet your maker, Yusong." Being dissed like that by an opponent was beyond salty. "What, go meet your maker? Am I really that lame? You're the one who's gonna die." With that, Yusong leaped into the air, ready to take on this whole crew of Awakeners. Surprisingly, Suik raised the Aegis shield. A blinding aura radiated from the shield, condensing into a fierce bolt of light that shot straight towards Yusong. Spellbreak, Yusong quickly raised his hand to block. But the light, which seemed to have high attack power, didn't affect him at all. While he was still confused, wondering why he was unharmed, the system issued a warning. The spellbreak effect has nullified all shields, ancient runes, psychic abilities, and equipment effects. It seemed the other Awakeners also understood this mechanism of the Aegis shield, so they took the opportunity to rush in and fight Yusong. Now's our chance. This boss can't use his skills anymore. However, they had no idea what they were up against. Yusong didn't even need to use skills. He was able to grab hair and slap faces, taking down the whole crowd. Suik watched wary. "He's too strong. Yusung was always ready for a fight, living by the motto, bring it on. After giving the whole group a beatdown, he even struck a trolling pose to provoke them. To him, defeating all of them was just a matter of time. But unexpectedly, all the Awakeners fell after just one blow. Suik gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell kind of skill is that? Why didn't my spell break work on it? Yuseong took down another Awakener with a weapon, with just one hand. Now bodies were scattered on the ground around him. Thought you were all talk at first. Turns out one hit and the whole lot of you are goners. Yusong was still goofing around, melodramatically acting for Suik. Destruction and salvation. Mystical energy. Behold. But his acting must have been too cringe, because Suik's expression was as sour as it could get. Suik slammed his shield on the ground and said, I was once helpless because of my own weakness on Jeju Island. So for the past 6 years, I have trained non-stop to overcome my weaknesses. He had to resort to his ultimate move. Behold my ultimate skill that attacks and defends at the same time. Then a blinding light shone forth, making Yusong go, ooh. A giant golden aura in the shape of the Tathagata Buddha appeared before them. Kim and Chang watched, astonished. The wisdom and virtue of the Tathagata Buddha, and this is a technique that can block any attack in the world. Suik, while casting the skill, secretly assessed the situation. An S-class boss won't die instantly, but it will suffer a fatal wound that's hard to recover from. At that moment, Awakener. Kim and Chang will finish it off. But no matter how much he calculated, he could not have anticipated that his opponent today was Yusong. He only heard him say one thing, playtime's over. Then he charged forward, channeling Palm Force for a direct attack. In a moment of disbelief, Suik vaguely sensed he was facing a being even more terrifying than all the bosses he had ever encountered. The Tathagata Buddha was utterly shattered before him. The spell considered the strongest in the world. Shattered after just one of Yuseong's techniques. If he really is the boss, then the entire group of Awakeners present are all getting a one-way ticket to the afterlife. His blood ran cold. The aftershock of the impact was so great that the entire palace shook as if it were about to collapse. Dust flew everywhere. Kim and Chang coughed violently from the dust, still anxiously calling Munsuik's name. As the dust settled, Yusong was standing imposingly in front of In Chang and said menacingly, only one left. He acted all mysterious on the outside, but inside Yusong was laughing his head off. Kim and Chang, you're a guy who knows how to fake a smile. You always smile even in difficult situations. I'm sure you'll get my joke. Come on, smile. He continued to troll. Awesome, are you flexing with those other Awakeners? Kim and Chang still desperately charged at Yusong with his sword. It was resistance, but it was insignificant. Yusong could take him down with just one bare hand. System notification, boss monster has been eliminated. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the stage. Mana stones will be automatically distributed, according to your contribution in the raid. Yusong had just finished off the monster, and while he was at it, he also took care of the whole batch of Awakeners here. After all the fighting was done, he started to feel hungry. He told himself time to hurry back for lunch. Notification exiting the gate. Yuseong and the other Awakeners were all brought out by the system. Except for him, everyone else was unconscious. Just before leaving the gate, he heard someone shout, "No way! How could the essence of the Holy Soul just disappear?" Before Yuseong could see who it was, he was taken out of the gate and returned to school. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Soyeon was looking all over for Yusong. She only saw her classmates checking out some news online. The news reports that 47 Awakeners were found outside the gate. At the same time, it was destroyed. They were all found unconscious. The students discussed it, annoyed. Come on? We've only got 1 week off. Can't we have some peace and quiet? If you're going to deal with it, just get it over with. Soyeon, unable to find him, stood frustrated with her hands on her hips, muttering, "Geez, I'm starving." Where could he have gone? Don't tell me he's eating alone in the bathroom. Just as she thought that Yusong appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Who's eating in the bathroom?" Soyeon turned to look at him and asked, "Where have you been? Because of you, we only have 15 minutes left for lunch." For some reason, Yuseong was in the mood to roleplay and tease her. "Do you think 15 minutes is enough?" Soyeon snapped back irritably. "What movie is that line from now? Have you been binging movies lately?" He just shrugged and replied, "Figure it out for yourself." Soyeon looked at her phone, surprised by something. Just then, the sight of the two walking together was spotted by 2 other male students in the class, causing them to whisper and gossip. Are Soyeon and the new transfer student dating? I had a feeling. I heard they've been close since they were kids. Just then, another mysterious figure appeared, who seemed jealous of Yuseong. It was Ji Jongsu, a sophomore at Daejeong High School. He watched Yuseong with an angry expression. That transfer? Student seems shady no matter how you look at him. Not long after, at a large hospital in the city, Munsuok woke with a start from a nightmare. He thought he was a goner, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital. The stress had him drenched in sweat. his chest heaving with every breath. In the next bed was Kim, in Chang. I was discharged a while ago, but now I'm back in the hospital. All 47 awakeners were alive and receiving excellent care from the doctors. What a relief. However, Suok felt this wasn't so simple. This isn't luck, it was that boss's attack. It unleashed the wisdom and virtue of Varakana from Aegis. A single attack from the boss shattered it. Truly astonishing. And yet I didn't take any fatal damage. Suok looked at his palm and said to himself, "The Aegis shield is gone. I won't be able to hold on to my top rank anymore." But Cha Jambian still has his demonic sword, so, suddenly realizing this, he laughed. How ridiculous of me. To think I'm still worried about rankings at a time like this. Meanwhile, at school, Soyun was sipping milk and checking out the new transfer student, Yu Seong. On his 4th day of school, he still hadn't fully adjusted, but he was getting used to school life. He still mimicked lines from the TV shows at home, spouting nonsense whenever he got the chance. And for some reason, the girls still gathered around to listen to his ramblings, even calling him hilarious. Wait, I mean funny. Soyun thought irritably. I guess I can see why the girls like him. At our age, looks are very important, but he's really not my type. Even though Yu Seong was tall and handsome, spoke naturally and had the solid physique of a secret agent, he was definitely the ideal type for many girls. Plus, being good at sports is a bonus. Most of the students here are well off, so academics aren't the main focus. They also care about looks in sports. These innocent, young ladies are totally swooning over Yu Seong, blushing up a storm. I wonder if he knows he has those advantages. Soyun didn't notice that from a corner a strong scent of sour grapes was wafting over. That guy, Ji Jongsu, was peeking and listening and absolutely seething. He immediately started bad-mouthing Yu Seong to his friends. I bet Soyun and Jin, Yu Seong are living together. You guys have seen this plot in movies, right? But to his friends, this Ji Jongsu guy was nothing more than a troublemaker, obsessed with cheesy romance dramas. Are you still thinking about that? I told you to give up already. But Jongsu stubbornly yelled, "No way with my 2 years of unrequited love for Soyun." I have a very clear feeling that this is a message from the universe. It's unclear if unrequited love is a math equation or something, for him to make such a bold declaration. His friends were exasperated. The number of people with a crush on her could form a whole soccer team. Besides, it was Soyun's mom who brought him home. They said they used to live in Sokcho together. Yongsu was stunned by those words and started imagining things. Could it be just the two of them walking on the beach, draping a jacket over her shoulders, sharing their feelings? His friends awkwardly replied, "Well, it's possible." For the son of a construction company, he's pretty sensitive, huh? Jongsu was so jealous his eyes were practically shooting sparks. But I was here first. How could this happen? Despite his friend's advice that it was a long shot, he was completely blinded by jealousy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Jin Yusheng, you'll see what I'm made of." This is already sounding ominous. Who knows what kind of stupid stunt this guy will pull next? That very day, Jongsu went to Yu Seong and challenged him to a bet. "Coincidentally, my soccer team is short a player." Yu Seong, intrigued, replied, "Soccer. I'd like to give it a try." On the outside, Jongsu acted like a friendly, likable guy, luring him in with phrases like, "Soccer is a really fun game, you know." But inside he was grinning from ear to ear, having lured his prey into the trap. What an idiot. This is his first time playing soccer. Every week I play with reserve players for the Major League. On my days off, I even participate in the English Premier League summer camp for training. When it comes to skill, no ordinary person would dare challenge me. I'll crush him in front of Soyun. While he was all fired up, ready to show off for the girls, Soyun, standing far away, wasn't paying any attention. The match began with enthusiastic cheers from the girls in the stands. Yu Seong's team won by a landslide, 12 goals. Jongsu, who had been so loud at the beginning, was now a complete coward. He was just flabbergasted, completely owned and wrecked. Meanwhile, Yu Seong was still cluelessly thinking, "This soccer game isn't as fun as I thought." It wasn't until a friend happily ran up with an envelope in hand and said it was Yu Seong's winnings from the bet that he realized this game wasn't so boring after all. Since the high school he attended was for the rich, the students reeked of money, so they always made big bets. Seeing this, Yu Seong's eyes lit up. "Next time there's a game, be sure to call me." Hearing this, Jongsu took it as a challenge for a rematch. His anger flared and he demanded a life-or-death battle. Next time. Revenge is a dish best served cold, as they say. After this humiliating defeat, what else could he be planning? The next day, sure enough, Jongsu was back and worse than ever. The Daejeong High School soccer team teamed up with a key member of the U18 national team. Relying on his talented teammates, Jongsu was arrogant, determined to teach Yu Seong a lesson today. "Coach William, I'll show you what you taught me." The coach had said Jongsu's reflexes were great, but his strategic thinking wasn't his strong suit. So he had to do his best to block the ball and set up plays for his teammates. However, when the match started, things weren't that simple. Once the game began, Yu Seong, under the glow of a protagonist's halo, was like a god of war on the field. His speed and reflexes were on another level, completely outclassing everyone. Jongsu watched his jaw dropped in amazement. Is this a counter-attack defense? The defensive wall was breached way too easily. Yu Seong effortlessly cornered the opposing team into a dangerous situation, pressing close to the goal. Then he made a spectacular assist. He could have easily faked out the goalie to score himself, but winning so easily bored him. The goalie's movements are too obvious. Ji Hongsu gave up after losing by 30 goals. A moment later, fans were surrounding, Yu Seong praising him to the skies, but he just stared blankly at the sky, thinking my skills were sealed, but I could still easily jump and score a header like that. Meanwhile, So-yoon sidled up to him and asked, "Have you gotten close with Ji Jong-soo lately?" Yu Seong asked blankly, "Which Ji Jong-soo?" "The guy you were just playing soccer with." It wasn't just the two of us playing. Meanwhile, Jong-soo was completely devastated from the crushing defeat. He'd forgotten everything his teacher had taught him. His friends couldn't console him, only wondering what love had to do with soccer. Meanwhile, from a distance, a strange man had been watching this incredible match and was shocked by Yu Seong's talent. He's appeared, a soccer prodigy has appeared. At a gloomy school, crows covered the entire roof. Yu Seong sat imagining what would happen at school. With the disappearance of the class funds, someone framed me. Everyone turned to look at him with accusing eyes. At that, Yu Seong could only tremble and deny it. "No, it wasn't me. Violence between friends, a visit from a shady upperclassman, a place where parents are always present. I thought school would be like that, but reality is so boring. It's completely different from the movies. It's a shame, but I actually quite like going to school. It's a life I would never have been able to have if I became the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. Sports are especially fun. An interesting source of income for me." To his credit, Jin Yu Seong did have a conscience, so he didn't use internal energy or martial arts to play soccer. By limiting both sources of power within his body, it helped him understand his body better. Because of the overwhelming internal energy and willpower I possess, until now, I've never used my physical strength at all. Yu Seong sat in the living room, practicing his internal energy while contemplating. Even though I haven't completely optimized my physical abilities yet, even with just a small amount of mastery, I've definitely become stronger. There's still room for improvement physically. It makes the potential of martial arts limitless. "Hey," So-yoon called out. "If you're ready for school, get in the car." As soon as she saw him, she cheerfully asked, "How do I look today?" Yu Seong didn't hesitate to say bluntly, "You're still ugly even today." Despite being insulted to her face, So-yoon broke into a happy smile. "Lately, if I don't hear you say that, something feels missing." Daejeong High. School is a prestigious institution for the elite, recognized by South Korea. The first step into the wider world of Daejeong. Accordingly, a project was launched at Daejeong High to select sports prodigies. One coach once said confidently, "Are they trying to bribe me? I'm the coach of this national team." It wasn't just money and power. They also put in a lot of effort. As a result, Daejeong High School came to dominate the international sports scene. Many contracts were signed. Starting tomorrow, I'll be coaching at Daejeong High. Naturally, many talented sports coaches, like national team managers, and coaches gathered at the school. A soccer coach shot up and slammed his hand on the table. It's obvious that a student like Jin Yu Seong should play soccer. "Do you all know what the greatest talent of a soccer player is?" The baseball coach bluntly replied, "Tax evasion." Seeing him slander his profession, the soccer coach angrily retorted with a sarcastic tone, "You this guy? How can a lowly baseball coach say something like that?" That coach flew into a rage at being belittled. "Lowly, you called me lowly." And so the two got into a heated argument. How many professional baseball leagues are there in the world? The baseball coach immediately shot back. "In baseball, the Korean Professional League is internationally recognized. What about soccer? We can't even play, as well as the kids in the alleys of Brazil." Another coach interjected, asking, "So what is Yu Seong's greatest talent in soccer?" The soccer coach listed the young man's strengths. Of the young man, "He shoots the ball like it's nothing. It's incredibly easy. He shoots, he scores. You know why? Because his balance is fantastic. Even shoulder-checking him to make him fall is useless. He weaves and dodges, easily escaping foul play." A hefty coach stood up to voice his opinion. "That talent is precisely what's most essential in wrestling." The soccer coach replied contemptuously, "Why is a game of chance sport like that butting in?" He quickly retorted, "Really? Wrestling has always been the spiritual symbol and soul of the Korean people since ancient times." The soccer coach, ignoring everyone's explanations, stubbornly said, "I don't care. Instead, I'm going to ask him to join the soccer team." Another voice spoke up. "Isn't that going too far?" As soon as he finished, that coach struck the arrogant one right on the head. Everyone was stunned by this action. "He's holding a golf club." Yet another person joined the battle for Yu Seong. "That kid is destined to become a golf prodigy." No. And so the argument continued without end. "No. He will open up a new future for basketball." track and field, swimming, tennis, archery. While everyone was arguing loudly, one person sitting off to the side raised his hand and asked, "Excuse me, can a regular student join a sports team?" Yuseong didn't enroll through a special sports program. He was admitted. I hear his family is quite wealthy. He'll probably take over the family business after graduation. Haven't you all rushed to assume student Jin? Yuseong's intentions without even asking him. This was the esports manager. The soccer coach, despite being hit so hard he was bleeding, still spoke up. "Manager, Jin Yuseong's family doesn't own a business. After investigating, it seems his parents left him a hefty inheritance before they passed away." After hearing this, everyone slowly began to realize. "So," he continued, "since he doesn't seem interested in anything specific, or his studies, wouldn't sports be an attractive option? Let's just put this meaningless debate aside and ask him directly. Let's see which sport he's most interested in." The very next morning, that group of coaches went to find Yuseong. After hearing the whole story, he understood why they had come to see him. "So, you're asking me to join a sports team and train together?" Soyeon glanced away, thinking even if Yuseong is good at sports, did it really have to attract this much attention? The soccer coach went up and shook Yuseong, trying to persuade him. "Yes, you have a God-given physique that's being wasted. It would be a national loss." Yuseong's face remained blank without a hint of expression. "This manager reminds me of the old days. There was a time like this back in the Ming dynasty. The elders of the 9 great sects taught me swordsmanship, spearmanship, archery, and assassination techniques. On the day of the martial arts tournament, while everyone was choosing a martial art, as their foundation, 8 individuals came to my residence and advised me to join their martial art. Seeing him standing still as a statue, the soccer coach asked him loudly one more time, "Student Jin Yuseong, are you interested in any sport? Is it soccer?" Even though the coach begged until he was hoarse, the answer he received was a single blunt no. The soccer coach's chance was gone. The baseball coach stepped forward and said to him, "Then how about baseball? I saw you during lunch the other day. You threw a fastball at 170 kilometers per hour." But Yuseong still had only one answer, no. The wrestling coach quickly jumped in, asking excitedly, "So it's wrestling, right?" Suddenly a phrase struck the coach like lightning, "weightlifting." Yuseong said assertively, "I like weightlifting." Everyone froze solid. Soyeon curiously wondered, why weightlifting? "You've never even lifted weights before." From a distance, someone ran towards him at the speed of light. Student Yuseong. "Yuseong, you've made the right choice." This was the actual weightlifting coach. He hadn't come earlier because he wasn't confident. He could persuade him. He ran over joyfully and put Soyeon and Yuseong on his shoulders, as if to show his gratitude. "Let's lift the world together. Let's make history." Soyeon sat on one shoulder, helpless. "Why me too?" After securing the talented athlete for his team, the coach took off running with all his might. "What's your specialty?" Impressive posing. The other coaches were frozen stiff, having poured their hearts into convincing him, only to lose to a latecomer. A few days earlier, Soyeon was in Yuseong's room showing him a few things. "Here, if you do this, I've already created an account for you. If you say you don't know me at school, you'll be treated like a spy. Follow my account." He obediently did as he was told. Follow. Suddenly he noticed something. "Friend suggestions." Yuseong's eyes lit up. "This girl, I finally found her." It was her. Cho Yuri, representative athlete for the 53kg weightlifting team, a sophomore at Daejeong High School. "The love I met on my first day of school." Yuseong smiled, looking like he was lovesick over her. The sight of her lifting weights, her face full of determination, was truly beautiful. Even with all the wrinkles on her forehead, he recalled what Sangram had once said. "It seems young people these days express their feelings on social media." He said, "This is how you approach girls nowadays. Isn't that right?" He immediately composed a long message. "You emit such a frank and clear energy. Let's share more stories together. I will await your contact." After sending the message, he sat humming happily. That should be enough. After reading that message, Cho Yuri thought that Jin Yuseong's account belonged to a scammer. On the street, people from a religious group were proselytizing together, trying to get people to join them. "Do you believe in something called fate?" Your face is full of anxiety. "If you follow the ritual sent down by your ancestors and perform the ceremony with me, everything will become clear." Passers-by were extremely annoyed by someone tailing them and constantly rambling in their ear. "Miss, you look so kind. I can tell this just by looking into your eyes." Seeing them, the girl panicked and moved away, not wanting to get involved. Upon hearing those words, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. "If you follow the cult of supreme truth, you can live a healthy life, just like me." Suddenly, someone mimicked the three of them, speaking in a loud, clear voice. "You are a person with incredibly strong internal energy and a pure soul. Along with that, I see you live a good life, well disciplined. The moment I sensed your strong internal energy and spirit, I became even more curious about you. The strength of your internal energy as well as your soul can be formed from the breath of life. This directly indicates that all things are reborn. From the moment a person is born, Yu Seong only needed to say a few sentences like that, and those scammers ran for the hills. This guy is a real preacher. Run after dealing with that group. Yu Seong stared intently at his phone again, as if waiting for something. It's strange. Even though I've commented and sent her messages, every day there's still no reply. Why? Could it be because I complimented her too much, making her uncomfortable? But the fact that she has a wonderful soul and eyes isn't a lie, is it? Her soul and eyes are as pure as snow. They're so pure that even in the martial world before, I've never seen anything like it. Seeing him standing stock still like a statue, Sangrim came over and asked curiously, "Cult leader, what are you thinking about?" Yu Seong told him honestly. She feels uncomfortable because of the excessive compliments I gave her before. Sangrim suggested another method. What about giving her a gift? When people receive a gift, they usually feel more at ease and comfortable. A gift on the first meeting is a bit much, isn't it? How about giving her food? And Yu Seong immediately thought of the luxurious dishes from his previous era. Reading his thoughts, Sangrim said, "Not that stuff." After school, Yu Seong returned home. As soon as Aunt Hain saw him, she called out, "Yu Seong." He hurried over and replied, "Yes." Hain took out her phone to show him. "I have a funny picture Soyeon sent me. She said your Instagram account got hacked. Someone is using your account to send weird messages on other people's posts." Yu Seong looked at the phone curiously to see. He asked blankly, "Why is something like this considered hacking?" He also admitted honestly, "I wrote that." Hain's face darkened, unable to believe what she had just heard. "You wrote this. Why? Why would you write something like this?" Yu Seong took the opportunity to ask for Hain's opinion. "In your opinion, Aunt, is complimenting someone like this a bit much?" His aunt's eyes widened in shock. She thought, the boy is interested in this girl. Is this his idea of a proper compliment? Even so, if you do this, it's a major turnoff. After the conversation, Yu Seong turned and left, dejected. "I guess I'll have to buy her some food." Daejeong High School weightlifting club. Cho Yuri was still training hard, her face drenched in sweat. She sat down to rest, muttering, "This is so heavy." But other people also wake up early to train or study, and do heavy exercises with equipment like this. I need to work harder than everyone else. After motivating herself, Cho Yuri used all her strength to lift the weight. The coach stood outside watching her every move. I was a little worried because Yuri changed her weight class due to her weight gain, but she seems to be adjusting well. The coach had great faith. About this student Choi Yuri, she's got what it takes. Yuri is a shoo-in for the gold medal at the next Olympics. While everyone was training hard, the coach made an announcement. "After this set, the morning session is over. Let's go get some breakfast." "Great job, everyone." Getting a lunch break made everyone extremely cheerful. Yuri picked up her phone and was completely surprised. He sent another message. "That guy, huh? It's been a few days, but why does he keep trying to get close to me like this? Still, he's really handsome. That's why those catfishers always use pictures of attractive people to trick others." The afternoon class had begun. The teacher stood before the students and asked, "Did everyone enjoy their lunch?" They all answered in unison, yes. He strictly reminded them, the competition is getting close. We need to give it our all. If any of you have difficulties or problems, don't hesitate to speak up. And one more thing, starting today, we have a new member who will be joining our afternoon class. He's not a special admission student or anything. You all pretty much understand the situation, so there's no need to be too surprised. Choi Yuri's friend muttered under her breath. He's got some unique tastes. A regular student taking up weightlifting. She glanced at her friend and said, "Don't say that." The teacher was still introducing the new student. "You've probably all heard his name around school. If you would please say hello to each other." Yuri's eyes went wide with shock when she saw the new student. It was Yu Seong who stood at the front and waved. "Nice to meet you all. I'm Jin Yu Seong. I joined because I have an interest in weightlifting. Please take care of me." A guy in the back muttered, "This is nuts. Thanks for being interested in weightlifting, I guess." Yuri was still stunned. "So, he's a student at our school. A face as bright and handsome as Yu Seong's must have made so many girls swoon." He walked up to Yuri and handed her a bag. "I picked this out for you." She went from one surprise to another. "What for me?" Her two friends behind her wouldn't stop teasing. "What is this? Do you two know each other?" After giving the gift to Yuri, Yu Seong turned to leave. "It's nothing much, so don't feel pressured." Everyone was a little disappointed to see that the gift he brought was grilled chicken skewers. From that day on, Yu Seong's string of gifts began. At first, the coach tried to stop him, but Yu Seong even waited outside the gym to give her gifts. He smiled and told Yuri, "I bought this for you." She hesitated and declined. "Thanks, but I just had dinner not too long ago." So a handsome boy put on a regretful face and asked, "You can't eat it then?" But in the end, Yuri still sat and ate the food that Yu Seong had bought. "This is delicious. Where did you get it?" He smiled and replied, from a stall in Cheongdam-dong. As she ate, she thought to herself, this hamburger must be expensive. Suddenly, they both turned their heads as if they saw something. A few seconds later, he turned and stared intently at Yuri, answering very seriously, I went there and bought it for you. Yuri could only say, got it. In the living room at home, Yuseong was sprawled on the sofa thinking, I feel like recently, I've gotten a little closer to her. Suddenly, Soyun charged out of nowhere, aiming a punch straight at his face. Yuseong instantly recoiled like a shrimp and shot up. Your rude actions match your looks. She was furious. You crafty pig, why? Are you teasing Choi Yuri? He asked annoyedly, teasing, when did I ever tease her? Soyun told him straight to his face, giving her food is just a form of teasing. Don't you know that she has to control her diet for training? Yuseong said honestly. Well, she didn't seem to hate it, but Soyun's answer was a wake-up call. That's because she doesn't want to see you upset. The training fees for special admission students come from the tuition of regular students. The two sides need to be balanced, so she's probably just being careful, not wanting to get on your bad side. A few years ago, there was a conflict between a regular and a special admission student, and after that the school had to intervene, which made the relationship even more tense. Didn't you know that's how the tuition for students at our school works for training? So why are you bringing food to Choi Yuri? He answered from the bottom of his heart. I'm doing it to win her over. Soyun asked curiously, to make a good impression why? Without much thought, he gave his answer. Because that girl is incredibly pure and kind-hearted, and she's beautiful too. Anyway, thanks for letting me know. Soyun froze for a few seconds, then hesitantly said, wait a minute. She watched Yuseong's retreating back, unable to say a word. Yuseong likes Choi Yuri. During class, the teacher lectured enthusiastically from the front. The history of human philosophy, the concept of beauty. Soyun sat staring intently at the board, but her mind was drifting with the clouds. She remembered what Yuseong had said yesterday. Because of her purity and nobility, and her beautiful, approachable appearance, in her heart, Soyun couldn't stop wondering. He likes Choi Yuri. It's certainly possible. Yuri doesn't need makeup. She's beautiful and has thick eyebrows. Didn't she say she weighed 53 kilos recently? The teacher continued to lecture diligently. The standards of beauty for both men and women have continuously changed over time. Idol groups are very popular these days, right? If our friends with today's looks were born in ancient times, would they be considered attractive? A cheerful student stood up and added, even in another dimension, my oppas would still be super handsome. The teacher laughed and continued, I don't know about other dimensions, but if it were ancient times, they probably wouldn't be called handsome. Back then, being able to survive against dinosaurs and predators was considered handsome. Scholarly men, slender women, pretty boys and pretty girls, right? The four great beauties of China, Shi Shuang, Chaojun Diaochan, and Yang Guifei. Their appearances were far different from today's standards. Actually, the paintings from that era have been restored by modern people and may have been altered to fit the beauty standards of our current era. Soyun was startled and realized she looks just like her. She looks a lot like Yuri. He continued explaining to everyone, even now, there are still beauty standards that exist, and you might be very close to that standard. Where could that be? Soyun immediately thought of North Korea. The teacher smiled and said, that's right. While our studies of North Korea don't give us a complete understanding of them, they seem to have slightly different beauty standards than us. Their women appear tougher and taller than modern women. At lunchtime, Soyun's tray was piled high with food and lots of rice. She tried to eat all the food on the table, so much so that her friends couldn't believe their eyes. Soyun, what's gotten into you? You're eating a ton, she replied while stuffing her face. Nothing, I'm really hungry today. At the training facility, Yuri's beauty shone like the sun. The noise echoed throughout the room. The coach's jaw dropped in astonishment. Coach Kim, how much does that barbell weigh? 130 kg? Everyone was stunned by the weight of the barbell. 30? But Yuseong lifted it up with complete ease. Yuri, watching from the side, had to exclaim, amazing! The coach stood thoughtfully observing him. A normal person without proper training can lift 130 kg so simply and casually. This is truly unbelievable for his weight class. He turned to his colleague and said, let's increase the weight for him and see what happens. He became bewildered. More weight? But that's too risky, the coach said seriously. It's fine. You can tell by his expression. He lifted that with ease. That's not his full strength. The coach was also racking his brain. How many more kilos should we add now? He said decisively, another 20 kg. Is Yuseong an awakened one? Nowadays, the dream of every high school student is to become an awakened. If he were one of them, he would have told everyone around him. Yuri became a national athlete at 53 kg, and Yuseong also became an athlete at 77 kg. I'm witnessing a weightlifting legend. He was just imagining it, but tears of pride were already rolling down his cheeks. Yuseong sat in a corner contemplating. Weightlifting is a good exercise. It's useful for controlling and focusing power, even when I'm not using my internal energy. That kid has been training for 2 hours longer than the others. She has great willpower, befitting her abilities. Hearing a sound from behind him, Yuri turned her head to look. It turned out to be Yu-seong, who had come over to talk to her. I've also been practicing weightlifting, and I wanted to share a few things with you. Yuri asked curiously, what is it? He revealed a secret to her. When you lift, your breath is always with you. The breath contains internal energy. In martial arts, internal energy means focusing on the breath. Those grandmasters of external qigong don't just train their health to the extreme. They know how to use less internal energy when using their bodies. They can strike with the weight of 1,000 pounds with just one action. Breath training. My internal qigong is aimed at training strength over time. On the other hand, external qigong uses strength in a single moment. Try inhaling only half a breath. Yuri asked blankly, what do you mean? He explained kindly, try reducing the amount of air you inhale at one time. Yuri immediately tried it. She lowered herself and gripped the barbell tightly with both hands. Yu-seong guided her step by step. You're not holding your breath. Try breathing deeply, but with only half your breath. He said silently to himself, I can see that. She doesn't completely understand what I'm saying. It's hopeless. I need to use acupressure and pressure points to regulate her breathing. Yuri used all her strength to lift the barbell. Looking at her pained expression, you could guess how heavy it was. Suddenly, she was able to lift it with ease, as if lifting a piece of paper. Then Yu-seong smiled and asked, how was it? Was it too hard? Yuri immediately replied, no, it was the same. He decided to increase the difficulty. Then let's add 20 kilos. Yuri was a little hesitant. 20 kilos. Yu-seong kindly instructed again, close your eyes before you lift. You could easily lift 200 kilos in a single breath. It's just that you haven't used your breath correctly. While she had her eyes closed, Yu-seong gently placed his hand on her shoulder and transferred a surge of power. Now take a deep breath in and exhale everything. Not through your nose or mouth, but through your arms, shoulders, and back. Let's go. As soon as she lifted it to her neck, Yuri's face turned bright red, but in the end, she was still able to easily overcome this heavy weight. 100 kilos. Is this light? Yu-seong smiled and said, actually, it's 115 kilos. Yuri gritted her teeth and asked, did you add more weight? So I broke my personal record of 105 kilos. He replied, that's right. And so the distance between the two had shortened. They had some happy moments together. In the distance, a mysterious person was hiding behind a pillar spying on them. It turned out that person was Jong-soo. He cried in frustration, whispering, Jin Yu-seong, unable to control his emotions. Jong-soo slammed his fist hard against the wall. Jin Yu-seong! Why did you quit soccer to come to weightlifting? Skillful dribbling, decisive finishing? No, was it all a joke? As he spoke, he banged his head against the wall. The other students watched in confusion. What's wrong with him? Looks like he lost something. Jong-soo still wasn't over his bitterness. I tried to focus on sports. I focused on playing games. And I even drank wine from my father's cellar. Is that what he's been doing? But the soccer memories with Yu-seong still couldn't be forgotten. Even if he cried and begged, he couldn't hold on to these distorted memories. Seeing Jong-soo struggling in pain, his friends came up with an idea. I've got an idea. His friend next to him asked curiously, what is it? He said excitedly, when I heard him say that, I think I can make some money by short-selling stock. When Jong-soo inherits his dad's company, his friend immediately stopped this crazy idea. Stop it, you weirdo. Jin Yu-seong placed Yuri's small hand on his heart and confessed his feelings. You are my present. It's a perfect plan. Turns out this was all Yu-seong's imagination. He had a secret crush on her, but had only gotten a little closer. He hadn't even gotten Yuri's number and was already fantasizing. At that moment, the noisy crowd in front caught Yu-seong's attention. Congratulations, Yuri. You have to go to the National Training Center so soon. What about school? Yuri was standing with her classmates, a bright smile on her face as she looked at her friends. Yuri's expression suddenly changed. She hesitated and said to her friends, what am I supposed to say to Yu-seong now? Hearing those words from her mouth, the bright blue sky around Yu-seong suddenly collapsed. His mood sank into despair. The fact that he liked Yuri was so obvious that even Yuri herself could feel it. Yuri hid in a dark corner sitting listlessly. It was thanks to Yu-seong that Yuri was able to have some fun, instead of just burying herself in training all day. It was also thanks to him that she got the chance to be selected for the Olympic team, to go to the National Training Center, a place Yuri had always dreamed of. But now she felt so strange. This feeling was so uncomfortable. Yuri buried her head tiredly in her arms. Yu-seong opened the door and stepped in, saying, I was wondering where you disappeared to. Turns out you were in the storage room. Before Yuri could even answer, Yu-seong coldly reprimanded her. So boring. I'm telling you, you're boring, and so is weightlifting. It's true. For a while, I enjoyed playing with normal people, but I think I got too invested. I don't want to bring this up again. From now on, stay out of my sight. With that, Yu-seong tossed a bag to Yuri and left silently. Yuri watched his retreating figure, her voice beginning to tremble. Tears slowly fell down her cheeks. Yuseong, thank you for everything. I'll work really hard. Thank you. On the other side, 2 streams of tears had been falling from Yuseong's eyes for some time. This was perhaps the most unforgettable moment in his heart until now. A scene changed to the classroom. While the classmates were focused on the lecture, down below Soyun was scrolling through Yuseong's Instagram. His personal page was filled with nothing but pictures of Yuri, prompting her to complain. You said you'd try to be a good student, but instead of studying, you're diving headfirst into romance. Then Soyun started to get annoyed, probably because she's never dated before, and Yuseong was dating before her. Soyun went online to find a date. A second later, she discovered Yuseong posted a new picture with 2 streams of tears welling in his eyes. Not only that, but he also deleted all of Yuri's photos. With a girl's intuition, Soyun quickly knew what had happened to Yuseong, so she sat there giggling. So she decided to cancel her date, to go console her best friend, causing the other person to curse her out. During the usual family dinner, Yuseong and Soyun were arguing up a storm again, despite their parents sitting there. Why would you do that at school? You're bringing it up again. Then stop doing such stupid things. Don't you know the saying, a slip of the tongue is worse than a fall? The two kept pulling each other's hair and bickering like children, until their mother asked Soyun a question. Only then did they quiet down a bit. Don't be complacent about the next test, dear. It'll be tiring if you're at the bottom again. Yuseong covered his mouth to laugh, causing Soyun to scream. Yuseong put on a serious face again. They say beauty only lasts for 50 years, but knowledge is for a century. Being teased. Soyun could only manage a wry smile and bet that her next test score would be higher than his. Soyun's father chewed his food while thinking about his precious daughter. My daughter has been a bit down lately. Good thing she's back to her usual self. The appearance of this cult leader has really made the atmosphere in the house more cheerful. Everyone is full of life now. Soyun frowned and teased him sarcastically. Those sappy love quotes on your personal page? Contrary to her expectations, Yuseong's attitude was indifferent, as if nothing had happened, which made her furious. On top of that, her mother brought up her being at the bottom of the class, which left Soyun speechless, unable to defend herself. Yuseong was smiling smugly because he was being defended. At that moment, he sensed someone was nearby. He cautiously looked around the house. Suddenly, he felt an uncomfortable sensation. Yuseong sensed the power of a martial arts master who had reached a high realm. Their senses were able to open to their limits. This person could even detect the smallest sounds, like the sound of an insect crawling on the ground, the sound of a falling leaf, and gather information from them. These are exceptional individuals. They can also conceal themselves, remaining silent amidst the disturbances of nature, until the opportune moment to strike through the heart of their prey. Yuseong went on high alert. The opponent is an exceptional person, completely blended into the surroundings. This person's skill made even martial arts masters wary. This person has a murderous aura, and power equivalent to the heavenly annihilation cult's leader. Yuseong began to circulate his internal energy to find the person. Foolish, you think you can get past me? The heavenly annihilation cult's leader died by my hand. I'll find you in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, celebratory fireworks exploded with a boom! A large banner with the words, "Congratulations to the family," on its 5th member appeared. Soyun's father froze for a few seconds. Soyun asked in surprise, I have a younger sibling now, you don't like it. What's not to like? I'm just a little surprised. Her father was trembling, unable to speak. No doubt, the feeling of becoming a father again moved him so much that he couldn't form words. Yuseong looked at the mother's belly and thought, could it have been the baby in the womb? Then he turned to tease Soyun. Don't worry, you'll be a good big brother. Soyun gritted her teeth in annoyance. Do you want to die? What do you mean, brother? Soyun's father rushed in, sobbing like a child at the thought of the baby in his wife's womb. His wife had to console her husband. We don't even know the baby's gender yet, Soyun piped in from the side. But Mom knows my gender right. Then she turned to ask Yuseong, so are you over your heartbreak? Yuseong smirked. I'm not one to dwell on the past. So Soyun asked him in a suggestive tone, while pulling down one side of her shirt. Hey, how do I look today? Yuseong replied sweetly. You look a lot less ugly. Really, why? Yuseong stood with his hands on his hips and answered calmly. Today you found out you have a little brother, so I'm giving you a few bonus points. I thought they were putting on a show, but it turns out they were just teasing each other. Soyun's face darkened as she flipped him the middle finger and cursed, Thanks, you jerk. Her mother had to intervene. Oh my God, Soyun. Talking like that isn't good for the baby in my belly. Early in the morning at school, the homeroom teacher announced a few things to his students. You all know that the final exams are in 2 weeks. Right. This time, according to the principal's directive, your grades will be sent directly to your parents' phones. You guys, because last time many of you used tricks to get past your parents. Forging report cards won't work anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale. Only Yusheng was as calm as ever. An exam? I'm only interested in the natural sciences. After performing rituals on behalf of the people, and realizing that performing rituals, to pray, after earthquakes or tsunamis is meaningless, I find the natural sciences to be very useful. But I think the other subjects, I can handle them too. Next to him, a group of students were discussing their studies. Yongsu was also in the group. This young man was furious because of his crush Soyun, who came to school with Yusheng every single day without fail. Because of that, he wasn't paying much attention to what his friends were saying. Only when Yuseong was mentioned did he speak up. All right, let's go to Hongdae. With Jin Yusheng. They say that when you're having fun, you let your guard down. And at that time, we'll find out what's going on between him and Soyun. Yongsu's wicked expression made his friends not believe that their best friend was really going to do that. And just as Jongsu said, Yuseong actually went. The two best friends were busy talking to each other. On the other side, their friend didn't know what to say to Yusheng either, so the walk was a bit awkward. Finally, he spoke up first. Hey, Yusheng, what's up? What do your parents do? Yuseong answered honestly. My parents, they passed away not too long ago. Oh, really? He was a bit surprised. So that wealthy appearance is because of an inheritance. Passing by the familiar punching machine, Jongsu invited everyone to play because this machine was famous for being only for the best punchers. It was extremely hard for anyone to punch over 900 points. But last time Jongsu punched 950 points, so he was very confident he would win. I'll use this to defeat you, and then capture Soyun's heart. While lost in thought, Yuseong had already taken his turn. He had to carefully remind himself to punch lightly so it wouldn't break. Unexpectedly, that light punch scored a whole 979 points, making the two friends with him gasp in admiration. It far surpassed Jongsu's highest score. Jongsu stood to the side, completely stunned. One friend excitedly ran to inform the building owner, because if you got over 950 points, you would get a prize. Meanwhile, Jongsu furiously punched the machine with all his might. The other guy returned with the building owner. He didn't believe someone could punch over 970 points. They must be a professional boxer. The building owner had just stepped out when he was met with Jongsu's pitiful state, as the young man had only scored 899 points. The owner's face went blank. He remembered being threatened by some big shots. You're saying my nephew caused trouble? If this news gets out to the press or other sources, the building owner will become our target. Understand? Yusheng asked gently. So what's the prize? A seemingly normal question, but it put pressure on the other person's heart. He tremblingly handed over the notebook listing the prizes. He took the prize and cautiously said two words, young master. Yuseong glanced through them for a moment, but didn't see anything he liked. Reluctantly, the owner had to take out the brand new headphones from his bag and hand them over to him. Originally, this was a gift he intended for his son, but oh well. Protecting his own life was the top priority, so he just handed it over. Seeing the expensive headphones, the friends standing outside were amazed. This is the latest model. You got this just from a punching machine. Yuseong was also satisfied with the prize he received, so he left with his friends. They continued on to play somewhere else. This time it was an escape room. With his quick wit, Yuseong swiftly won and left the place. His friend who went with him was full of praise. After taking a few steps, the two met the owner of the game room who was greeting them subserviently. He came here to refund their game fee, looking extremely worried. The friend was surprised, not understanding what strange thing was happening. Then Jongsu dashed out from the opposite side. His first question was, Yusheng, you're not out yet. The four of them went on to play a shooting game. Yuseong continuously hit the bullseye without a single miss. The owner there also trembled in fear at this amazing skill. Afterward, he had his staff bring out a mountain of gifts. The three friends were loaded down with prizes. Have you guys noticed anything strange? Yeah. Everywhere we go, they're scarily enthusiastic. It feels like they've only been this way since you showed up. Actually, most of the places in Hongdae are owned by Yuseong, which is why all these strange things have been happening. Jongsu, hugging a huge teddy bear, had a dejected look on his face. He lamented as he walked. Speed, balance, destructive power, mental strength, focus plus a massive fortune. It's a total loss for me. Night had already fallen. They headed to a karaoke bar to sing a few songs. Yuseong just sat with his arms crossed watching them, completely emotionless. His strange taste in music didn't fit in with theirs. Jongsu smirked and teased, "You don't like any of the songs." Yuseong shared honestly, "It's not really that. But Seon Soyun told me not to sing anywhere." This sentence hit Jongsu like a ton of bricks. The young man imagined the two of them sweetly sharing a special song. So he insisted on giving the mic to Yuseong, kneeling down and begging him to sing. Seeing his friend's earnest heart, Yuseong had no choice but to stand up and sing. Unexpectedly, the song he chose was classical music, even titled 500 Years. His two other friends now understood why Yuseong didn't like to sing here. Only Jongsu's heart was pounding, about to jump out of his chest. because he was thinking this was the song So Yoon loved, so he decided to use it to confess his feelings not long after. The result, he was rejected flat out. It's really strange. Who killed the spirit toad and took its soul? Don't tell me it was Jin Yusong. At the LF headquarters, an emergency meeting was held. The reason was the opening of 2 unusual gates. It was unknown if they had the risk of exploding like the one at Seoul Station. Highly likely. The key project will be restoring the railway line. The man with glasses turned to ask for Director Seon's opinion. He replied calmly, "We should focus on the more remote areas first." At the same time, he used the businessman's intuition that had led the corporation to this day to ensure he could reassure everyone. Because Director Seon thought that no matter how many troubles arose with the gates, leader Yu Seong would take care of it all, so there was no need to worry. With that, he concluded the meeting. Outside, the bald man asked Director Seon, "Are you flying to China tomorrow, sir?" Director Seon replied, "My nephew grew up in an orphanage. I heard his birth parents are in China, but it seems they don't plan on returning to Korea, so I have to go there myself." That's what he said, but his main purpose was to sell the items and mana stones from the leader on the black market. The day Master Choi's value explodes is coming soon. Just thinking about it made Director Seon ecstatic. In a hidden corner of some third dimension, 3 masked figures were conspiring. "We found nothing, no signs of leveling up, no signs of skill usage either, or any items. Could he have avoided confronting the powerful monster that we released? Fighting without leaving a trace is impossible." After being supplied with 10,000 lights, they were finally identified. A group of 3 from left to right, blonde hair, red hair, and blue hair. The blue-haired one in the mask said gloomily, "But we learned nothing." The blonde-haired one, who was always smiling, spoke up. "How the hell that monster we controlled got much stronger after connecting to the gate. Even for us, it would be hard to clean up the scene that perfectly." The blue-haired one announced some shocking news. More importantly, someone stole the spirit elixir. Hearing this shocking news, the other 2 were in disbelief. The blue-haired one mentioned someone's identity. The supreme ruler of the Middle Realm. The 3 of them thought it made sense. But with their current combat power, they couldn't win unless they worked together. So they split up. The blue-haired one would investigate, while the other 2 would prepare for Phase 2. What that is, we'll find out as the story continues. At the SG Seoul Branch building, the 2 strongest people in Korea were sitting together. One was the #1 ranker Cha Jung-myung. The other was the former #1 Moon Soo-yuk. The director of the SG Seoul Branch, Han Ji-hoo, entered apologizing for being late. Jung-myung spoke first. "So Director Han Ji-hoo, you called us here. What's this about?" Ji-hoo, with a serious expression, asked directly, "Lately, has anyone felt like they're being tailed or followed, including forms of surveillance like wiretapping, whether with professional equipment or covert tracking?" Jung-myung felt looked down upon and immediately reminded him, "Even though we failed at the station, we're still S-rank awakened, you know," Soo-yuk replied calmly. "I haven't noticed anyone following or spying on me. As for recording or listening devices, I'm not sure. Overall, everything seems normal." Ji-hoo asked another question. "So have you ever been approached by people from the anti-SG organization?" Jung-myung thought, "Anti-SG? Is that the Chinese SG?" Ji-hoo immediately denied it. "No, the Chinese SG is an independent group of awakened in China. They're not hostile towards the SG. After Representative Director Lim Hyun-sang, you 2 are the first to see this document. Besides, I can't trust anyone else. So you trust us." Ji-hoo replied meaningfully, "About 80%. And I hope that you 2 are truly trustworthy. If you both side with the Chinese SG, everything will be ruined." Jung-myung frowned and asked for details. The reason they got rid of the Aegis Shield and the Annihilation Demon Sword was to stir up conflict between the Skiam faction and the Korean government. Right, Ji-hoo didn't deny it. Yes, the anti-SG organization is after all just a small elite group. Even if they could win, they would still have a hard time controlling the 2 of you. So they conspired to create internal division, to lower both of your guards. Ji-hoo approached the 2, clasped their hands, and pleaded urgently, "I hope we can cooperate to protect SG Korea from those mysterious forces. If you 2 don't agree, then please level up to SS rank. Become saints. Resolve the conflict between the factions with your combined strength." Jung-myung decisively pulled his hand back and replied hesitantly, as if getting to SS rank is that easy. "I understand, but if you 2 support each other, maybe it's possible." Soo-yuk gave Jung-myung an awkward look. He felt the same way. Then they both looked away. Jung-myung calculated, "But I need to get to SS rank one way or another. Even as Korea's #1, if I go to another country, I might not even make the top 3 to 5. But what if I share my experience with him and he levels up? But I don't. What would I do then?" In Jung-myung's imagination, he was being mocked by Soo-yuk for being stuck at S rank. Soo-yuk cut through his rival's train of thought and spoke up. "While holding the Aegis Shield, I had an epiphany. Skills are nothing more than mathematical formulas. If we delve deep into them, and if we can prove the formula, we might be able to use skills in many different ways. For now, I can only use my right hand, but without even needing the Aegis shield, I was able to wield the Datwi Vira. Young Myung was surprised. This isn't just about expertise anymore. Why is he revealing this top-secret information to me? Suyuk continued. The monster I encountered in the gate was actually an awakened. If he wanted to level SG, with our strength, we would have been powerless to stop him. I believe that. Young Myung no longer hesitated. He directly shared his own experience. Have you acquired the 2 F-rank skills, Sensory Perception and Resistance? Next, buy the E-rank Fear-Spreading Art from the Awakened shop. Activate Sensory Perception and Resistance simultaneously. Then use Fear-Spreading Art on yourself. That way you can upgrade Sensory Perception infinitely. What? Suyuk interrupted and was immediately snapped at by Jung Myung. I'm not finished explaining, just listen. Jihu, standing aside, had achieved his goal. He put on his hat and smirked. Finally, I see it. The path to victory. In the early stages of the crisis, when the gates appeared, China faced a threat to its national survival. In the chaotic context of the disaster, the awakened gradually made up a percentage of the population. But the bigger problem was protecting its vast territory. To solve this, China sought national aid from the owner of the UNSG, and the UN accepted the request, providing relief to China. Because if China collapsed, it would deal a significant blow to the global real economy, at a time when the global economy was already very fragile due to the gate crisis. The potential collapse of China would complicate things further. This was unavoidable. However, what surprised everyone was that China managed to pull through, overcome the crisis, and withdraw from the SG not long after, with a thanks-on farewell. Immediately after, they established an organization called the CSG, applying SG's expertise to China. China saw it as a practical choice. When the crisis ended and the era of the awakened began, they were confident they could gain an advantage due to their population. However, even with the CSG, there were aspects they were still not satisfied with, such as the lack of markets for the awakened, to trade and sell stones, mana items, skills, and other things. This was a disadvantage, because the awakened market is managed by the UN's SG headquarters, which holds a large number of shares. This place is very reputable. There are no issues like counterfeit goods or fraud. The importance of the awakened market lies not in the goods, but in its ability to provide benefits, both economic and a sense of accomplishment to the awakened. You need the confidence that you can earn more money through force. The awakened can also show creativity and competence to increase their military value, because the word gets around that the more dangerous the mission, the bigger the reward. However, due to their withdrawal from the SG, the awakened inside cannot use the awakened market, leading to lower financial and economic satisfaction, which drags down their productivity. The CSG was very worried. At this rate, we can't guarantee national security for the next 15 years. Realizing the riskiness of the issue, the CSG set a new goal. They wanted to create a new market that surpasses the SG-managed awakened market. To achieve this, they mobilized 3-person teams to consume more awakened products. The reason the trio was indiscriminately buying up awakened-related products was for this very purpose. Yu Seong and Seon Grim, carefully concealing their faces, entered the black market district. Yu Seong asked quietly, "Shall we go sell some stuff now?" That day in Shanghai, in a brightly lit neighborhood, the leader looked around curiously as he walked with Seon Grim. He immediately reminded him, "Calm down, sir. Even though we're disguised, people will still notice." But he looked around and saw everyone wearing masks, covering half their faces. "Nah, the air is so dusty. So everyone looks the same?" Seon Grim observed and had to agree with him. "Well, you're right." Currently, they were standing quite far from the big city. Yu Seong recalled old memories. This is the outskirts of Nanjili to the east, so people call this place Shanghai. In terms of geography and history, this place is also called the Jiangnan region now, Jiangsu and Anhui provinces in China. Nanjing, once the capital of part of Jiangsu province, has now become Shanghai. He remembered when he used to live here. This place was a settlement for fishermen and villagers. In that old space, he once stood with his hands clasped, looking at the great river before him, just like now. One day, a man from a small sect came to meet with him. At that time, Yu Seong asked him, "Is that place called the Tangi sect? Even for someone like me who has traveled through the Central Plains, I have never heard of this martial arts sect." Yu Seong glanced at him. "And yet you suddenly come here and make a request to make a bet with me. I'm in no mood for such jokes, especially after my old friend just passed away." But the young man bowed his head seriously and said, "If I can strike a corner of your clothing, I hope to make a request." With no other choice, Yu Seong agreed with him. Fine. The young man drew the sword from his side. He attacked as fiercely as he could. He nearly put his entire being into every sword stroke. His expression was as serious as if this were his last martial arts duel. His technique caught Yu Seong's attention. He exclaimed in surprise, "This martial art, it's like a pure stream of yang energy. Indeed, although it's not yet perfected and is still rough, that's also what makes it so wonderful. Yu Seong thought to himself as he calmly dodged his attacks. How surprising. A martial artist from an unknown sect is stronger than the grandmasters of the 9 great sects. He smiled, suddenly realizing, now that I think about it, I still haven't asked what this man's request is. Some time had passed, but the young man was still just striking at the air. None of his techniques could reach Yu Seong, so the young man made an irreversible decision. He initiated, igniting his own dantian to unleash his power. Yu Seong witnessed this in astonishment. The young man recklessly poured all his body's internal energy. He let out a great shout. Yu Seong asked, "Why did you suddenly burn your own internal energy? Are you willing to risk your life for this bet?" He didn't answer and charged forward with his sword. An awe-inspiring sword strike carried all his internal energy as well as his life force. After flashing past Yu Seong, the young man stopped. The sound of lapping waves was clearer in the quiet space. At this moment, Yu Seong spoke up, "What is your request?" The young man could barely stand. Red blood trickled from his mouth. "Are you willing to listen? Even though I couldn't even touch the corner of the leader of the heavenly demon cults. Clothes, let alone cut it." He sighed and said, "That's true." But now Yu Seong was willing to listen to his wish. Currently, the eastern coastal region is constantly being invaded by ships from foreign lands, causing the people along the coast to suffer much torment and humiliation. His voice was sincere as he said, "I only hope that you can suppress these foreign people." Yu Seong frowned and asked, "How can we do that? Without approval from above?" "With my limited knowledge, this is the best way I could think of." He used what little time he had left to speak. Yu Seong knew he was avoiding the question, but basically the imperial court must have ignored him. The leader of the Tongyi sect was so determined, he couldn't bear to refuse. So Yu Seong told him, "I swear on my name and honor, I will personally quell the foreign invaders." The young man smiled knowing he had succeeded, but at the same time his life force had been completely burned away. His long black hair was now completely white. Before closing his eyes and falling, he managed to say, "Thank you." His sword fell to the ground, reflecting the sunlight. "From that moment on, I once swore to serve the people with all my heart. But when my closest friend passed away, that determination gradually faded. And then such a worthy warrior died because of me." Yu Seong held the body of the Tongyi sect leader in his arms. "Your sacrifice has awakened me. Hundreds of years have passed until today. The scenery remains, but the people are gone." Yu Seong wondered, "Is that person watching from heaven? Leader of the Tongyi sect. The history of this place is different from the world you and I once lived in." He looked at the prosperous scene of Shanghai with its high-rise buildings. But considering the cultural and geographical similarities, isn't it possible that village could also have grown to this scale? Just then, Sean Grimm called him. "We're here, sir." The trading post. In front of them was a dilapidated-looking 4-story building. Yu Seong said, "So run down. The houses in this deserted alley probably all look the same." When they entered the building, a bald man with a scarred face greeted them. He asked, "Who sent you?" Yu Seong replied, "Liu Zhen from Beijing sent me." The bald man recognized it immediately. "Oh, so you're the client from Korea." He directed the two downstairs and to the last room. Before following him, Yu Seong whispered to Seon Grimm, "Do you ever feel grateful to me?" He didn't understand and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Yu Seong spread his arms and said, "Lift your head and look." He pointed towards the bald man. "Witness the fate you narrowly avoided." Immediately, Seon Grimm had to cover his mouth to suppress his laughter. The two were quickly led to a room downstairs to begin the transaction. The buyer sent 2 representatives, including the bald man and a young man in a hood. "So you came here on Liu Zhen's recommendation?" "This is the direct sales broker." Jai, the bald one, spoke up and asked. Across from him, Seon Grimm was trembling continuously as if trying to hold something in and replied, "Yes." Jai introduced the hooded young man next to him. "This person will evaluate your products. You can call him the appraiser." Jai explained the method to them. "It's simple. If you share your item inventory list with the appraiser, we'll make an offer and trade the items." As he spoke, Yusheng and the appraiser shared their item inventory lists. He was surprised when he realized what Yusheng had brought here to trade. Jai exclaimed, 34 kilograms of mana stones." The bald man couldn't believe it and asked the appraiser again, "Are you sure?" He calculated the current market price for 1 mana stone is 140 out 80. Even if a direct sales group like theirs buys them back at 45% of the market price, which is 66.96, the whole lot would still be around 226 million, approximately 2.6 billion Korean won, right? Jai considered. It's not that important, because the buyback value of mana stones is quite high. He looked at Yusheng and thought, but if an awakened is carrying that many mana stones, how valuable must the other items be? At this moment, Seon Grimm, who was beside him, spoke up. "I also want to share my list." After seeing Seon Grimm's inventory list, Jai was even more astonished. A Genera shield. This type is very effective in battles against monsters. A vampiric dagger that helps absorb an opponent's life force and converts it into magical energy. A spear. An organic spear that can freely change its length up to 4 meters. The bald man was shocked into silence when he saw the number of weapon items. How can there be 9 rare shields like this? Items like this are hard to find on the market. And how do they have so many S-rank items? Jai wondered about their true identities. The appraiser beside him discussed with Jaya, if we buy all the mana and items from B rank up, the total will be at least $30 million. That's approximately 35 billion Korean won. At least $30 million. Jai touched his chin and calculated. Even though money is still coming in from the Chinese SG, but Ji's greedy eyes flashed. Wait a minute. These 2 guys' items will help me make a huge fortune. Across from him, Seongrim was still sitting and trembling. Jai noticed. That old man is trembling. Jai slowly stood up. Is he also an awakened? Just then, Seongrim suddenly made a strange noise that caught Jia's attention even more. Then he mysteriously told them, there are too many items, so I think we need to check the amount of money we can afford to pay. Seongrim's restrained voice replied, no problem. Jai and the appraiser left the room immediately after. When the door closed, Seongrim let out a deep breath. He angrily pulled down his mask. Why do you keep making me laugh? Sir, you keep making those weird sounds through telepathy. Seong didn't care. He rested his arm on the back of the chair and said, if it's funny, then laugh. He immediately asked, what do you gain from provoking the samhabo? Sir, you'll even cause the prices of the items to be bought low. Seong said nonchalantly. Then you just have to make up for it. Right. Seongrim was helpless with the leader. Geez, stop talking nonsense. But why were you trying to make me laugh? Seong answered truthfully, because I was bored. A few minutes ago, when the bald Jai was still in the trading room with them, Seong used telepathy to transmit to Seongrim a series of vivid descriptions. Lift your head and look. The fate you managed to escape. That fate you evaded is shining brilliantly. The future you ran away from is tilted 15 degrees to the left. Sweat is slowly forming on your old fate. Water is gushing from the barren land. Truly a miracle of nature? Seongrim weakly held back his laughter. He tried to resist Seong. That's enough, you crazy leader. Finally, when Ji stood up and accidentally blocked the light from the ceiling, then Seong transmitted to Seongrim the line, a total solar eclipse. It was this very sentence that made Seongrim unable to hold it in and spit out his drink and let out a strange noise from holding back his laughter too hard. He had to tense his body to answer Jai outside. After leaving the room, Ji reported to his higher-up. The leader and the appraiser stood in the hallway, discussing in low voices. He asked the appraiser, what do you think? I think only one of them is an awakened. The leader of the direct sales brokers was the direct sales team leader named Dong Du-pyeon. The appraiser nodded and said, I think so too. They don't seem to know the true value of the items. Even so, if we want to make a move, we have to assume both of them are awakened. The appraiser pondered and then said, probably S rank. An awakened, of rank as or higher, wouldn't need the black market, and the number of items they brought is too much. For an A ranker, Du-pyeon nodded. Let's assume both are S rank. At that time, the younger one didn't speak, but he still shared his list, so he must be the awakened. A mental type. Du-pyeon smiled slyly. And mental types are at a disadvantage when fighting against humans, so we'll have the advantage. Just remember one thing. They can't die because we can still extract information. You know that items can only be exchanged if the owner of the item agrees. Right. Du-pyeon rolled his wrist. Making them spit out the items with drugs or torture is easy. First, we just need to knock them out, he arranged. The first step of the plan is to bring them some food and send in the 2 prettiest girls to explain the market value of the items in detail. The appraiser asked, should we drug the food? But Du-pyeon shook his head. No, don't be hasty. We'll have the girls act professionally. After they're done, the wariness of Seong and Sangrim will be lowered. The moment the 2 girls open the door, Du-pyeon's men will rush into the room with weapons to subdue them. The leader will order his subordinates. Proceed with the second step of the plan. A grenade is thrown into the transaction room. The 2 of them will definitely be caught off guard. To make sure, Du-pyeon's men will throw in a few more. Throw in the tear gas grenades. An explosion rings out. After everything settles down, the group of robbers kicks down the door to the room. Go. Du-pyeon orders his men use rubber bullets to suppress them. He scoffs, these fools. Just 2 S-rankers. Think they can protect that pile of items? His men watch as the smoke in the room gradually clears. But Du-pyeon suddenly realizes something is a little off. Through the thick smoke, a figure stands asking, are you done yet? Seong performs a beautiful bipolar fist technique to disperse the smoke in the room. He smiles provocatively. Come on, come on. I'll show you kids the difference in power. Poor Sangrim next to him just got hit with smoke bombs and tear gas grenades. Why didn't you save me? It was the cult that unified, the Central Plains, the heavenly demon divine cult that collected the secret martial arts manuals of the 9 great ancient sects as tribute for itself. Because of that, Yusheng has mastered all the martial arts of each sect, such as Shaolin's 100 Steps Divine Fist, Wudong's Tai Chi Sword, and the Mount Hua sect's Plum Blossom Swordplay. Among them, he likes the Wudang sect's Tai Chi Sword the most. Yuseong's dangerous voice says, "Looks like I'll have to show you who's the boss here." He kicks the iron chair next to him with one foot into the air, then uses his hand to chop off one of the chair's legs. Yuseong uses this leg like a sword. He holds the chair leg and performs a super cool short sword form in front of Dupion's men. The reason he's interested in the Tai Chi sword is because true Tai Chi is not a single great flow, but consists of countless small flows that merge into a larger one. Only Yuseong realizes how cool this swordplay is. But the main reason he likes it is just because it looks cool when he performs it. Yuseong thinks to himself, "Man, I'm so fly." Dupion orders his men, "We have to stop him before he does something." Weird again, but it's too late. He raises his hand and uses the divine finger bullet to attack. Each man's head is pierced with a hole. The whole group falls in an instant. Yuseong dusts off his hands, satisfied, done. Only Sangrim asks, "Why did you switch from Tai Chi sword to the finger bullet?" Technique. He frankly admits, "Because I was done showing off." All the badass moves. In the transaction room, Dupion's entire group is forced to kneel in a corner. Yuseong, with his arms crossed, says, "These guys definitely need to be punished." He beckons to Dupion, "Hey Baldy, come here." He meekly approaches, "Yes, yes." Yuseong says grandly, "I'm very generous, so I'll let this slide. As we said, we'll trade the mana stones and items." Dupion asks, surprised, "Really?" His voice changes to a threatening tone. "But you have to show your sincerity by buying as much as possible." "Got it, how much money do you have?" Dupion whines, thinking, but he just said he'd let it slide. Dupion clasps his hands respectfully and says, "If we drain the entire organization, we'll have 17 million. Yuseong's face hardens. "Then I'll take twice that amount." Dupion wails internally. Is he really letting me off the hook? He pleads miserably, "We'll suffer a huge loss then." He puts an arm around his shoulder and asks, "So what loss?" "Don't tell me you don't realize I'm being very merciful," he asks with a fierce expression. "Or should I really put a hole in your forehead?" Dupion immediately begs for mercy. No, please don't." Then, he opens his item inventory again and says in a softer voice, "You just narrowly escaped a disaster. Instead, I'll let you choose an item from here as compensation." Tears of emotion stream down Dupion's face. "Really, I can choose one item?" Yuseong replies firmly, "That's right. I'm not a profiteer, you know." Sangrim watches silently from the side, not understanding what he's doing. Next, he takes out a spinning prize wheel. "All right, your life-changing lottery begins now." This thorough preparation makes him wonder, does your item storage always look like this? Yuseong says now the price is right. If the item you choose is a legendary grade item, it could cause me a heavy loss. His soldiers behind him also cheer him on. "Go for it, Captain. You're our only hope, Captain." Amidst the cheering, Dupion raises his hand with fiery determination, something like the shield of the war goddess, or the hammer of the thunder god. "We'll jack up the price later. I'm definitely going to pick the jackpot." He closes his eyes and points at the prize wheel. However, the item he chose with his life on the line was only worth $12 million. In the end, he couldn't make up for the $5 million loss. Inside the building, Dupion's voice constantly wails. "This is insane," he mutters while chugging a beer. "Where am I going to get $5 million to cover this now?" Dupion holds his bald head in regret. "If I knew things would turn out this way, I wouldn't have messed with that guy. I should have just traded with him, but I got too greedy." Suddenly, Dupion stands up and opens a secret mechanism in the transaction room. Luckily, a hidden safe door in the wall opens. Inside is full of cash. "I have a $2 million loan from this quick sell association." Dupion chuckles. "Should I just grab the money and run?" Suddenly, the back of his neck is struck hard. He falls face down on the floor, paralyzed. "Ah, my body!" A dark figure carrying a large bag approaches his safe. Dupion shouts angrily, "Who are you?" No, please don't touch that." Surprisingly, Dupion sees the person only takes half the money. This mysterious person is none other than Master Yusheng. "I'm only taking half your money." Dupion asks, "Why are you doing this to me?" He lies helplessly on the ground, cursing, "You bastard! Let me see your face." Back at the hotel, Sangrim recounts the total amount of money he brought back. "So this is the money he was hiding." He nods. "Yep, I knew it was there." He asks, "What's the grand total?" Sangrim says about 22.5 billion, maybe more. The master asks again, "Is that a lot?" Sangrim explains simply, "People wouldn't even dare to dream of having that much money." Suddenly, Yuseong exclaims, "Turns out you have a lot of money." He replies, "But as a company, I still have to pay my employees." Yuseong lies down on the bed to rest. Sangrim, "We can't deal with the quick sell association after this. Right, he nods, seems like it. But China is huge, so there are plenty of black markets out there. I'll go out and look for more. Yu Seong agrees with this idea. All right then. Before he closes his eyes to sleep, Sangrim calls out, "Master." He looks over and sees Sangrim's eyes sparkling as he signals to him. The young master waves his hand. "I get it, just take your 20% as promised." Sangrim is overjoyed then. Yu Seong reminds him, "But do you remember what you promised?" "To do first. How could Sangrim forget? I have to buy you a Ferrari. I still have over 4.5 billion left." Yu Seong holds up his phone screen for him to see. "I've already chosen my horse, so you don't need to waste time looking." He leans over to look. "Which one is it?" He declares it's the car, made to pay tribute to the founder of Ferrari. "I like it." Sangrim's eyes bulge. $44 million. The money he earned this time is 4.5 billion Korean won, while the car the master wants is 4.7 billion. Total loss. Sangrim is stunned, thinking, damn it. Then I have to cover the loss again. A peaceful morning in Shanghai, China. It's early, but Sangrim is already well-dressed, preparing to go out for some business. Before leaving, he reminds Yu Seong, who is at home, "Master, I'm stepping out for a bit." Yu Seong, who has just woken up with his hair in a mess, yawns and curtly asks where he's going. Sangrim replies, "Since we're in China, I have a meeting with a business partner. While I'm away, you absolutely cannot cause any trouble in a foreign country, all right?" Yu Seong with his lifetime of integrity guarantees, "'Cause trouble, I'm not a kid." However, these words for naught only made Sangrim more worried. In the Central Plains, there's a saying, "First cook for the master, then use the leftover ingredients to cook for the emperor." But that's not actually true. It's just a metaphor for the prestige of the heavenly demon divine cult. Anyway, the dishes that Yu Seong used to eat were all prepared by the best chefs in the imperial palace, meaning they were all exquisite delicacies. So even when he went out and tried a scorpion snack, he couldn't stop comparing. "The fried scorpions I used to eat before were always crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. But this is both dry and hard. Even though I've eaten at many places, I still haven't found a place as good as the Central Plains." Disappointed, he wandered the streets until his attention was caught by a seemingly reputable restaurant sign. It was named Imperial Kitchen. Yu Seong remembered that the Imperial Kitchen was the department in the palace responsible for the emperor's meals. And it wasn't just the name that was similar. The faint aroma was similar to the food at the Heavenly Demon Palace. His foodie soul urged him, and Yu Seong opened the door to try the restaurant. But he couldn't because the door was locked. He couldn't help but feel it was strange. There was clearly someone inside. That person was wearing a chef's uniform and tasting something. Then he became angry and threw the ladle on the ground, saying, "This isn't the right flavor. Damn it. This isn't authentic Sichuan cuisine, it's just garbage that tastes similar." This person is the chef of the Imperial Kitchen, named Wang Hoyon. His expression was not very good. "Our Imperial Kitchen was founded by my ancestor, who was a royal chef of the Ming Dynasty, so it has been passed down for over 500 years. But my father passed away suddenly, before he could pass on the secret recipes, so that secret was lost. I've tried my best to restore the secret, but there are still many shortcomings. So even the most loyal regular customers have gradually stopped coming." Wang Hoyon helplessly yelled, "What on earth is different? Isn't it because everyone has different tastes?" Seeing the other's distress, he told him the reason. "It's like that because you're doing it wrong. What else?" Yu Seong's sudden appearance, without a single sound, was like a wandering ghost, scaring the pants off the chef. He hurriedly grabbed a kitchen knife and pointed it at him, asking, "Who's there?" Yu Seong calmly approached the pot of food and evaluated it. "Speaking of which, did you know? Let's see. Are you making the 8 treasures of the divine Ming Emperor soup?" Wang Hoyon asked, astonished. "How do you know the name that no one uses anymore?" "Yes, I'm making 8 treasures soup." Yu Seong smelled it once and immediately recognized the problem. The order of adding vegetables and meat is wrong. The mushrooms aren't stir-fried, just soaked for the broth and then removed. "And you're salting the meat," the chef said blankly. "But the book says to salt the meat," Yu Seong explained. "It probably meant to put salt under the meat." The chef heard but couldn't help but be suspicious. "Who is this strange young man? Why does he know my family's heirloom cooking recipes?" "My family's heirloom recipes. And how did he break into a closed restaurant? Such a mysterious person suddenly appearing here." Seemingly understanding the young man's thoughts, Yu Seong, with his 10 out of 10 trustworthy appearance, assured him, "Just do as I say and you'll be fine." Just like that, Wang Hoyon recooked the Ming Emperor's soup, under the guidance of the mysterious person. Perhaps the appearance of Yu Seong was no different from a divine intervention. He cooked out of habit, and when it came to stir-frying the mushrooms, Yu Seong's shout startled him. "Didn't I tell you not to stir-fry the mushrooms?" Hoyon, startled, explained that he was just acting out of habit. Yu Seong wished he could smack some sense into him. "Why do you keep torturing the mushrooms? Even a bonehead wouldn't tire me out this much." Yu Seong, despite having enjoyed all the delicacies of the world for years, the world's delicacies, was therefore a renowned gourmet. Although he didn't cook himself, he could still instruct the new chef in great detail. Hoyan asked again, "What do you mean by putting salt under the meat?" Yu Seong calmly put his hands behind his head and replied, "I don't know either. Maybe salt roasting it or something." There were also times Yu Seong wasn't sure about his own recipes, but as the dish neared completion, the aroma became richer and richer. When the second Ming Emperor's soup was presented even, Hoyan himself was moved. He couldn't believe he could cook such a masterpiece. He immediately took a spoonful to taste it. After tasting it, he suddenly froze solid, showing no reaction. Yu Seong asked, "Is it good?" but he didn't budge. He asked again if he wanted to taste it too. Without saying much, Yu Seong grabbed a bowl and spoon and approached. "Of course, I showed you how for a reason." Yu Seong took a bite and silently judged, "Not bad at all. This is the 8 treasures of the divine Ming Emperor soup." Meanwhile, Hoyan was so happy he shed tears. "That's right. This is the flavor I've been searching for. The flavor my father used to make. The flavor of the imperial kitchen." Yu Seong paid no attention to the young man who was moved to tears, crying a river. He just moved on to the new dish, the 12, smiling great Ming shrimp. Just as he had guessed, the chef again stir-fried arbitrarily, cooking as he pleased, so the food was always missing something. Hoyan explained that because his father died in an accident before he could pass on the secret recipes, as a result, he ended up creating his own weird and wacky dishes. Yu Seong let out a long sigh. "All right, I'll teach you and you try to make it." Hearing this, Hoyan's eyes lit up. He pledged to take Yu Seong as his master, obedient as a puppy. This time, under the guidance of a foodie soul, the once exclusive dishes of the imperial kitchen were all recreated. Yu Seong tasted them and had to admire his own teaching abilities. "You're doing much better." Hoyan then brought out a small bottle of wine to offer him. Yu Seong knew from the smell that it was Guirong wine. Hoyan introduced Guirong wine, Songling Taiping spring wine. "These are all gifts for my benefactor." "You know this wine, too." Yu Seong, while hastily swallowing a mouthful of rice, said, "Of course, why wouldn't I? Guirong wine is aged in earthenware jars, while Songling Taiping spring wine is aged under a pine tree. Do you need me to teach you how to brew it?" Unexpectedly, the chef knelt down and performed a grand bow to Yu Seong. "No, thank you. From now on, I will make up for my shortcomings myself. The favor my ancestor bestowed today, I will forever remember." Yu Seong was startled and froze. He didn't understand how after just a few bites, he was being put on a pedestal. "What's this about ancestor?" Hoyan reasoned. "Is that not the case? You appeared mysteriously, and you ate nearly 10 servings without seeming full at all. I will inherit the tradition and not bring shame to my family. Becoming a worthy royal chef, thank you." He only heard Yu Seong reply with a single sentence. "Then good luck to you." When Hoyan looked up, Yu Seong had already vanished, leaving behind a pile of bowls and plates that had been licked clean. Anyway, since he got a free meal, it was time to dip. Yu Seong wandered the street, chugging the bottle of wine he had just received. He thought to himself, free food is pretty great, but it was also nice to taste the flavor of memories again. After tasting the wine, he silently judged, "But soju is still better, isn't it, no? It probably tastes good because it's been sterilized, not because it's actually good." Meanwhile, Sangrim had returned and was waving him over. "Yu Seong, master, where did you go?" Yu Seong honestly replied that he had just come back from eating. Sangrim expressed regret. "So soon?" "Then the lunchbox I bought on the way. Back isn't needed anymore." With that, they both went into the apartment building. "You know I can eat forever thanks to my internal energy." "That's not what I meant." "Why? Do you keep wasting your internal energy on such things?" A morning like any other. Sangrim sat cross-legged practicing his cultivation. Yu Seong sat in the chair opposite him, gazing at him with adoring eyes. Yu Seong could feel that Sangrim's martial arts were much stronger than before. This is a state of mind he's entered before, so it should be over soon. Sangrim was trying to practice, but having someone stare at him so intently was killing the mood. He cracked open an eye and said, "Why do you keep staring at me, master?" Yu Seong remembered something he encountered, and recounted it to Sangrim. "I just met an awakened in Gassen. I was trying to see if he's stronger than you. It's very difficult to gauge a person's strength with just a few glances." "That's right. They have hidden skills items and their own talents. So it's hard to say. You might lose to him." This statement seemed to wound Sangrim's pride. He burst out laughing. "You think I would lose? I am Sangrim, one of the 3 genius commanders of the heavenly demon cult." Even so, Yu Seong didn't hesitate to pour cold water on him. "If we only count martial strength, you wouldn't even make it into the top 20. In the Central Plains." Sangrim suffered a deep blow when the master denied his abilities. "Master, I've defeated and awakened before, without even using martial arts." Yu Seong begged to differ. "With that meager internal energy of yours, that guy could be one of the top 10 ranked people in the Central Plains." Sangrim, with tears in his eyes, stubbornly asked again, "What if it were me back in the Central Plains?" Yu Seong let out a small sigh. That would need to be reconsidered. Sangrim, despite his large frame, still had the soul of a child. Hearing that, he grinned from ear to ear with pride. That's right. If it were me at my peak, that guy would be a piece of cake. However, if Yu Seong reconsidered, Sangrim could be ranked 12th or so, but it didn't really matter. If forced into a life-or-death battle, one-on-one in the Central Plains, there would be no more than 5 people who could defeat him. He remembered many years ago, after learning the ultimate secret technique in Hunan, Yu Seong returned to the Central Plains for revenge. His targets for revenge were the 9 great sects and 5 great families. Although he had inherited the power of the demonic cult, he still felt his strength was too lacking to fight against the top martial artists. So he infiltrated alone with the intention of killing the martial arts, masters of the 9 great sects, by surprise, always wanting to take revenge on the 9 great sects, spreading a fear worse than death throughout the martial world of the Central Plains, taking away something more important than a martial artist's life, their right arm, and destroying their dantian. A martial artist who loses their arm and has their dantian crushed is no different from a walking corpse. Hearing that, they had become the target of a terrifying, blood-crazed madman. The 9 great sects strengthened their defenses to the maximum. But in the end, they were still defeated by Jin Yu Seong, with many sects suffering heavy losses. The remaining ones were the elders of the Martial Alliance, protected by hundreds of disciples and the 18 Arhats of Shaolin. This was a difficult challenge he had to overcome. Before that, Yu Seong had a secret meeting with the abbot of Shaolin. After an intense battle, the abbot was no longer a match for Yu Seong. He looked at him with hateful eyes and said, "Heavenly demon, what dark magic did you use to get past the ranks of Shaolin disciples and the impenetrable demon-subduing formation?" But Yu Seong didn't hesitate to reveal it was, thanks to you hunting me down, forcing me into a corner, that I encountered this heaven-sent opportunity. I can manipulate the life and death of every human. From what I learned, I created a new martial art. It's called the Heavenly Demon's Stealth Art. The Heavenly Demon's Stealth Art is a martial art that allows the user to hide in the shadows, exploiting the target's blind spots to kill them. Even if you don't take your eyes off me, you still won't know where I am. And to prove that what he said wasn't just bull, Yu Seong immediately used the stealth art to vanish right before the abbot's eyes. If it were a real fight, who knows how many lives he would have lost. Wasn't just bull. Yu Seong immediately used the stealth art to vanish right before the abbot's eyes. If it were a real fight, who knows how many lives he would have lost. He knew he couldn't win, so he burst out laughing. This is unprecedented in history. All by himself. He managed to push me into this corner. You win. I surrender. I will destroy my own dantian. With that, the abbot channeled his palm energy, then struck himself. After that, Yu Seong defeated the forces of the Martial Alliance and unified the Central Plains. The Heavenly Demon. Divine Cult unified the martial world for a long time, without any rivals. The only thing is that this master was such a troublemaker. Even when things were peaceful, he would often cause utter chaos. Hearing a loud noise, Sangrim rushed out. "What are you doing, master?" What greeted Sangrim's eyes was the sight of Yu Seong fooling around trying to drive, but unexpectedly smashing into another car. And he still had that innocent-as-a-lamb look on his face. Should I just admit that I used the Heavenly Demon's stealth art to steal his keys? Yu Seong explained that he just wanted to try driving, before officially buying a car. Driving isn't as easy as I thought. And the result of that was Sangrim's 2 beloved cars were about to be totaled. Sangrim couldn't help but cry a river. "No, it's hard because you don't know how to drive." And to soothe Sangrim's sorrow, Yu Seong paid for all the car repair costs, living expenses, and tuition fees. Meanwhile, in the training room, 2S rank awakened. Munsuik and Cha Jongmyung were sparring, each holding only a single sword. When he saw the opportunity, Jongmyung opened with a lightning-fast approach to his opponent, then swung a series of consecutive slashes. Suik did not lose his composure. His figure was incredibly agile and fluid. Without using a weapon, he was able to dodge all of his opponent's moves, then jumped high up to avoid a dangerous blow from Jongmyung. The two clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. After a while, they were still completely evenly matched. Until the sword also broke because Jongmyung reinforced his fist, making it harder than steel. With a single punch, it seemed like the training room walls were about to collapse. The manager, watching from the outside, couldn't help but be amazed. Finally, the two of them have a hope of surpassing the SS rank. Even without the demon sword or Aegis shield, they still use their skills very well, and utilize distance flexibly. This is what a battle between SS rank awakened should be. After a final blow, that didn't decide a winner. Both of them were so focused on the fight, to the point, drenched in sweat. Choi Hyuk finally said, "Let's call it a day for practice." Do Myung-jun agreed and then looked up, saying, "Manager, please contact the SG headquarters. I'm planning to register for the promotion test, both of us." The manager was surprised. "So soon?" As expected, the sense of justice from you two who swore to protect South Korea is immense. Choi Hyuk gave a wry smile. Sense of justice. What's that? We've been training and sparring together for quite a while now, so I think we're ready for it. The manager chuckled. By the way, do you two think you can win against an awakened from the anti-SG faction? Do Myungjun shrugged with a small smile. To be honest, I'm not sure if I can win, Choi Hyuk added to his friend's point. But at least I won't lose helplessly. I'm confident I can hold him off until the other awakened arrive. The manager smiled and replied, with the current situation, that's good enough. The anti-SG faction, we will protect South Korea from you. We won't let you carry out your plans. Meanwhile, at school, Yu Seong's ears were burning. I wonder which bunch of lowlifes are talking smack about me. Awakened? Are people who accidentally entered a gate and received special powers, while the media portrays the awakened as winners, bestowed with wealth and power. There is a dark truth the public doesn't know. The main side effect is that the awakened will suffer excruciating pain if they don't regularly accumulate experience points. Instead of discussing this issue, SG implemented strict control measures to limit the number of awakened to no more than 0.4% of the world's population. However, that number is just a figure calculated by scholars to maintain the necessary number for gate management, balance the economy of the real world, and keep the awakened satisfied. Meanwhile, in some cramped and dark rented room, a dude in pink shorts sat in front of a computer screen, pontificating like some kind of prophet, the type to eat cheap takeout while debating national affairs. These damn tyrants are manipulating the country. It's so unfair that I can't become an awakened. What? You have to go to the SG Academy to become an awakened. What? Why is the government robbing citizens of their opportunities like this? Abolish this unjust law. After spouting a cool-sounding rant like a political candidate, the guy looked at himself in the mirror, gassing himself up. Damn, I sound so cool. Then he turned back, his hands gliding over the keyboard as he thought to himself, what a waste of human intellectual capacity these days. Only me and my community are aware of this ridiculous system. Today, I will lead the fight against this unjust reality. After a while, the guy leaned back, resting against the back of his chair and sighing dejectedly. If I were awakened, I'd definitely be S-class, sitting alone, bored out of his mind. After a moment, the dude suddenly remembered something and shot up. Status window. But the space remained silent. The dude clicked his tongue and whined. I've been calling for the status window for 465 days straight. The system still hasn't responded to me. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a window from the system actually appeared, much to his astonishment. On the real-time search rankings, there were search terms like awakened, with no gate contact, second phase awakened, suddenly awakening, yada yada yada. The population ratio of awakened is 0.4%. Over to Soyun's side, she walked out into the living room cheerfully, singing, planning to watch TV. But suddenly her mom smacked her on the butt. Soyun sulked, holding her backside. Why did you hit me? Her mom took the opportunity to scold Soyun. Don't you have a test tomorrow? As a student, you should be studying. Soyun tossed her hair and declared confidently to her mom, cramming knowledge the day before the exam is pointless. And the result was another kick from her mom that could knock the attitude right out of her. Are you proud of that or something? At least pretend to study. Soyun was so upset she started to cry, but her tears couldn't change anything. Auntie. Yan turned to look at Yu Seong, who was sitting calmly cross-legged on a chair, and asked, Yu Seong, you have a test tomorrow too, right? He replied, yes, I know. Soyun seized the opportunity to sneer and tease him. Mom, you think he's gonna study? He only watches useless stuff. I bet I'll get a higher score than Yu Seong on tomorrow's test. Want to bet on our scores? Seeing that Yu Seong wasn't paying attention to her words, Soyun goaded him. Are you scared you'll lose? But he wasn't so easily fooled. Falling for a provocation like that means you've already lost. Soyun laughed her head off. So you're saying you fail at everything you do? What a loser. Yu Seong found this incredibly annoying and cringy. This reminded him of Sangrim. He always unnerved his opponents with sharp words. Before a match, the apple really doesn't fall far from the tree. But Auntie Yeon seemed to support this sibling rivalry. All right, you two can bet on your scores. The loser has to fulfill the winner's condition. Soyun bluntly declared war. Sounds good. You have to do what the other person says. Yu Seong was no pushover, so he took the bet. All right, but don't regret it later. That's my line. The next day at school, the students were buzzing with discussion again. Hey, did you hear the news about the awakened with no gate contact? Globally, out of 100 people, there's more than one awakened. That means the rate in South Korea is 1.4%, so our school has 4 of them. While 2 male students were gossiping, a voice suddenly came from nowhere. Move it, only weaklings talk. Nonsense on test day. This voice was strangely familiar. When they turned around, the group was scared out of their wits to see that it was Ji Young-soo. But in just a short time, he had changed at a dizzying pace, becoming a tall, dark, beefy guy. Looking like that, you must have studied, huh? Yongsoo's chin was tilted so high it was nearly parallel to the sky. Of course. With this much studious energy, it can't be hidden. The first thing he did was approach Yu Seong with this murderous aura. "Yu Seong, did you study at all?" Yu Seong nonchalantly said, "I'm the type to cram at the last minute, so I just skimmed a little last night." Hearing this, Yongsoo clutched his stomach and laughed so hard he cried. "Just skimmed last night. That's the most BS thing to say on a test day." With that, he glared at Yu Seong with daggers in his eyes. "I admit your speed balance, destructive power perception, focus, finances, and experience are all better than mine, but a student's duty is to study. If I win on this test, it means I'm in a much higher class than you. Good luck, don't lose." After rambling on, Yongsoo quickly walked away, leaving everyone stunned, confused, and flabbergasted. Yu Seong complained, "Soyeon and everyone else are being really annoying." Finally, the moment of truth arrived. Each person took the test with their own unique mood. Yu Seong took the test in silence. Soyeon was ecstatic because the questions were easy. And that fool Yongsoo was grinning like he'd won the lottery, boldly claiming this exam was a piece of cake. The next day, when the test results came out, the situation was a total disaster. Yongsoo's friends were speechless at his need to show off. I get the feeling he was way too confident. How could he fail the computer-based test? This is what happens when you trash talk too early and get wrecked. I thought he studied so hard. Turns out Yongsoo ranked first from the bottom. Now he was just dying a little inside, telling himself, "I'm such a failure. Can I even become an awakened?" Speaking of Yu Seong, he once again ranked 9th in the school. Unexpectedly, this quiet guy was a dark horse, a true hidden genius. Meanwhile, Soyeon was so embarrassed she could die, as she only ranked 1 spot above Yongsoo. Yu Seong took the chance to laugh in her face. "See, I told you so. Looks don't last long, but knowledge will stay with you for a lifetime." Soyeon was so salty she snapped, "Damn it. Why don't you go somewhere else?" Yu Seong annoyingly followed her teasing. Wow, not only bad at studying, but also rude. Soyeon, ashamed, covered her ears as if what she didn't hear couldn't hurt her. The girl was so sad she went to sit in the hallway, and coincidentally sat right next to Yongsoo. This made the fool who was just wallowing in despair light up like car headlights. "Oh my god, my crush is sitting next to me." Yu Seong followed, still teasing. "The test was so easy, how could someone still fail?" Soyeon was so annoyed she turned to Yongsoo. "That should be for the person who ranked last, which is you." But that Yongsoo guy was currently being smacked around by the bitch called love, so he was completely infatuated and willing to take any verbal abuse. Am I your punching bag or something? But I like it. The friends changed the subject. "The test is over. Vacation starts tomorrow. Are you going anywhere for the break?" Yu Seong nodded and said yes. But when everyone asked where he was going, both Yu Seong and Soyeon simultaneously said the name Czech Republic. Their friends were shocked. "You two are going together." Soyeon, at that moment, realized she had just put her foot in her mouth and quickly explained, "My mom just thought if Yu Seong came along, it would be fun." But that was enough to make that fool Yongsoo red with jealousy. "What, just the two of you are going to the Czech Republic?" Soyeon quickly clarified, "My parents will be there too." But Yongsoo was still lost in thought about his crush. "She's going with Yu Seong to a place as romantic as that." He ended up overthinking it a bit. Yu Seong thought to himself, "This 97th ranked guy seems to know more than the 96th ranked one." He turned to tease Soyeon. "By the way, hand over the 10 billion won as promised." Soyeon got angry and yelled at him, "Are you crazy?" When summer break came, Soyeon's family and Yu Seong went to Prague, in the Czech Republic. The four of them were admiring the beautiful scenery on the Charles Bridge, one of the most famous landmarks in Prague. Yu Seong inadvertently thought of Manduk. I wonder if he's in a place like this. Manduk's hometown was Seville, which in this era is Spain. After walking for a while, they felt hungry. Yu Seong volunteered to find a good restaurant. He stopped at a drink cart on the street, asking an elderly man, who still looked very dapper, "Hey, mister, do you know any good restaurants nearby?" The man laughed heartily and replied enthusiastically, "Of course I do." Then he gave detailed directions. Soyeon was surprised. "Yu Seong just spoke Czech. When did he learn that?" Yu Seong answered calmly. I glanced at a short guide on the plane. He took the opportunity to tease Soyeon a bit. "Usually ranking 9th in the class means you can speak any language fluently with just a glance. Get it ranked 96. It was clearly a joke from Yu Seong. But strangely, Soyeon was unusually clueless today, and even thought it was a compliment for her. Should this be called excessive optimism? After eating, the four of them split into two groups. Mr. Sang-rim went with Yu Seong while Mrs. Yeon went with Soyeon. Sang-rim wanted to go to a sports bar because there was a friendly match between South Korea and the Czech Republic. He planned to sneak off today. Having no other choice, Mrs. Yeon went sightseeing around the clock tower with Soyeon. Before leaving, she didn't forget to warn her husband. "Only one drink and don't tempt Yusong to drink with you. As soon as he heard his wife's reminder, Sangrim's face turned pale and sweat poured down. He made an absolute promise to his wife. Only then was Mrs. Yaon satisfied and left with her daughter. Goodbye, you two. Sangrim then turned to ask Yuseong, hey, you learned this language through magic before. Right, master. Yuseong didn't deny it. Sangrim tried to probe if there was a way to learn but was met with a blunt no from Yuseong. Most magical skills are related to attacks, but my fists are much stronger. Sangrim was somewhat terrified of the cult leader's immense power. Yuseong continued, actually, I think I should learn magic. That can control the weather. There's none of that either. Suddenly, Yuseong sensed a sinister aura. He wondered if it was an earthquake or a tornado coming. Those two are still less severe than a monster gate, so for now, Yuseong ignored it. The aura from before. He felt that it, indeed, came from a not-so-good place. 3 masked figures lurked in an old castle, discussing their next plan. They haven't returned yet. After all, it's a remote place. To avoid the Awakened Management Association, one must pass through dozens of subdimensions. They will return before Phase 2, Rockefeller spoke. One hopes the time frame won't be disrupted. Finally, the second generation of Awakened has been born. Soon, the third generation of Awakened inherited from their parents and will also be born. If we believe in human adaptability, it will probably take 500 years for a new evolution. If not, they might return after that reconstruction phase. And the biggest problem is Akasha. A blonde-haired man sneered, comforting his comrades. Don't worry too much. Akasha has no will of its own. Time will solve both problems. Rockefeller asked implicitly, what do you think if the first one we send doesn't return before Phase 2 begins? The blonde-haired man answered honestly, his words full of playful banter. In that case, I think we should enjoy dinner. Just us. Then everything will go as planned. I'm leaving. Our plan is flawless. So don't worry about unnecessary things. Well then, Happy New Year. With that, the blonde man slowly vanished into thin air. Rockefeller considered. They were sent out across the lands to identify new awakened entities. It was a preparatory action for the start of Phase 2. Will this conspiracy succeed? But even if I worry, things will proceed anyway. Lost in thought, he didn't notice an intruder until the person spoke. What is this place? Why is it so dark when there are windows here? Yu Seong sat perched on the windowsill, clearing his throat and asking loudly, it gives me the same feeling as the gate at Gasan. So I just came to check, right? You're like that guy from Gasan. He used to ramble on about spiritual stuff for the gods. Yu Seong jumped down slowly, approaching Rockefeller. Are you a monster gatekeeper? Or are you an alien? In this place, this is how we touch fingers. Turns out even a cult leader has fears, huh? Yu Seong gently extended a finger towards Rockefeller. Rockefeller didn't speak to him, muttering some kind of incantation under his breath. Yu Seong couldn't identify what language he was speaking, suspecting it was Manduke's magic. After Rockefeller chanted for a moment, the space suddenly darkened. His eyes slowly began to glow with dark power. Yu Seong crouched down, discovering a giant demonic machine. Based on the energy it's emitting, I need to get stronger. At least twice as strong as I am now to face it. Except for the mysterious entity I met in the Heavenly Palace. Every opponent I've faced so far has never had enough power to take my life. But this guy has the power to kill me. But Yu Seong shot back up, a victorious smile on his face. The difference, my guy, between having the ability to kill and actually killing is night and day. Yu Seong launched himself into the air, activating his power. Back in the Central Plains, Yu Seong could have been much more powerful if he had set his mind to it. But now he didn't need to. No need to add more power because it would be meaningless. After 3 steps, even the heavens will bow before me. Yu Seong declared majestically, then struck down at Rockefeller with the 3 steps of the heavenly demon. The mask immediately shattered, revealing his true face. The blow left a large hole in the floor, with Rockefeller unconscious in the middle. Yu Seong scolded. This rude fool only knows offense and no defense. From Rockefeller's body, a stream of dark energy slowly escaped. Yu Seong gave a wry smile. It's weaker after possessing a body, huh? So this is its true form. An ugly monster with skulls covering its body. It spoke in a booming voice. You the absolute ruler of the Central Plains? The 3 masked men were actually the triplets. Legend says they were demons who could use dark magic even before they were born. They tore open their mother's flesh and drank her blood because they felt confined. The triplets ruled the western lands with terror. For 100 years from their birth, the place was filled with despair. So many people chose suicide rather than die at the hands of the tyrants. There is a record of the triplets being reported as dead while trying to open a gate to another dimension. However, this information was false. The triplets did not fail. They just couldn't fully open the gate. They entered the gate and encountered a strange entity. This was the space of loss. The strange entity demanded they leave behind the most precious thing that made them who they were. To pass through, The triplets who craved murder, power, and other basic pleasures arrived on Earth, with their bodies stripped away by the strange entity. As soon as they arrived, witnessing the beautiful civilization of humans, they conspired to destroy this beauty. However, they couldn't cause any major impact on Earth, because the will of this world known as Akasha was repelling the evil power of the triplets. The moment they used their power against the will of Akasha, they were permanently exiled from the physical world, and their existence erased. In the end, they borrowed powerful bodies and accumulated immense wealth. With their wealth, they achieved what they desired. However, having lost their true bodies, they gradually felt an unquenchable thirst. There was only one way to satisfy this lingering thirst, to transcend the limits of mortals and become gods. Returning to the battle, Yuseong was dumbfounded, not understanding what the monster before him was saying. The supreme ruler of the Central Plains. I've faced too many enemies, but the atmosphere is completely different from before. In the eyes of the monster triplet, he looked like a small penguin. It cleared its throat and asked, "What did you trade in the space of loss?" To get here, Yuseong didn't understand. Space of loss. The triplet didn't bother and asked another question. "What was your reason for passing through the gate?" "Which gate?" Seeing that his opponent couldn't answer any questions, the monster cursed under its breath. "What is this? Is he always this troublesome?" It was Yuseong's turn to ask. "All right, then you answer my question first. What are you planning to do on this earth?" The monster was surprised. "You don't remember me." Yuseong had absolutely no memory of who this monster was. It continued, "Did you lose your memories when you passed through the space of loss?" Annoyed, Yuseong pointed directly at it and raised his voice. "You bastard, do you know why you keep talking nonsense?" Instead of answering my question, "Because you're scared." But just those 3 words pushed the monster's ego to its breaking point. It roared in anger. "You stubborn bastard, you're the one who won't answer me." It began to roar. "Are you bragging about defeating those artificial creatures, inferior beings created by magic? Die!" Instantly, it used its own tentacles to attack Yuseong. He jumped back, quickly dodging, but was still hit squarely by a tentacle. This caused Yuseong to spit blood and immediately counterattack. The monster took a direct hit from the magic, but was completely unharmed. On the contrary, it laughed mockingly at its opponent. "Your attacks are meaningless." It activated its magic binding Yuseong's limbs in midair. Then it began to lecture him. "The fact that you once had power equal to ours is a thing of the past. We succeeded in deceiving Akasha and achieved unimaginable growth by exploiting the human mind. Now you are no match for me." With that, it began to use a secret art to activate a prism of illusion, creating countless phantoms of Yuseong's personality from within its dream. The purpose was to have the phantoms and the real person fight, resulting in them killing each other. But it didn't expect the case, where all the phantoms stood still, unmoving and on fire, and even wore provocative smiles towards it. Now Yuseong stepped forward to lecture it on philosophy. When the emotions in the heart and mind are in harmony, all of a person's actions can reach the highest level of perfection. If the emotions in the heart are aligned with practical actions, with good intentions, along with the reason of each person, who always wishes to perform those actions, then one will reach a state of calm mind and clear thought, and will be most at ease. And if the emotions in the heart and all actions become independent without hesitation, you will achieve a state of perfection in all aspects. While Rockefeller was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, he was struck by the primordial spirit of Yuseong with a mind sword, his body split in 2. Rockefeller was shocked. "I've been defeated. How could he cut me when I don't even have a fixed form? This is absurd. This is not the kind of power that a human can achieve." Yuseong asked where they had met before, but it refused to say. Then it tried to escape, hoping to reunite with its 2 brothers in the future. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. The castle also blew to pieces. It deliberately destroyed the castle to escape. Yuseong sat on the ruins of the castle and sighed. They escaped. I used quite a lot of internal energy, but still failed to stop them. At that moment, a flash of light appeared where he was sitting. The color and characteristics of the darkness from before that Yuseong had just cut were changing. A new beautiful day began. Soyun stood at an altitude of 4,000 meters, her limbs trembling and her mouth screaming non-stop. The instructor behind her tried to console her, but it was no use. Then, without warning, he jumped from the plane, causing Soyun to let out a blood-curdling scream. Today, the whole family went skydiving. That's why the scene from the beginning happened. This time, it was Sang Rim's turn, standing in the middle of the sky. He realized how high it really was up here. Remembering cult leader Yuseong's words, "You can jump even higher than this." He didn't know if it was true or a joke. But at this height, even the usually strong Sang Rim couldn't escape his fear and roared loudly. The last one was Yuseong. He looked ahead coldly. The instructor behind him asked kindly, "Hey buddy, are you scared?" Yuseong replied with one word, "No." Then, without letting the other guy react, He leaped out into the air and plummeted towards the ground at the speed of a rocket. He was also the first to land. Auntie Yeon asked worriedly, "Yusung, are you okay?" Of course he was fine. His face didn't even show any emotion. Auntie Yeon continued, "I was watching everyone from down here just now, and I saw you landed much faster than the others. The guy who jumped with you is still in shock." Indeed, the instructor's face was one of absolute terror, as white as a sheet. Then Auntie Yeon showed Yusheng a picture that the camera recorded. While he was flying so fast the camera couldn't recognize him. Soyeon looked like a complete mess. Looking at the picture, Yuseong came up with a bold idea. She posted a picture of Soyun on her social media, with the caption, "So sappy. If the world tries to blow you away, I'll be the one to stop it." Then Yusheng let out a mischievous laugh. Not only that, but he also got support from Auntie Ayeon. "You'll get caught if you do that. You have to turn off notifications and log out completely." The two shared a sly laugh. The innocent Soyun, knowing nothing, excitedly ran over to ask about it. Her mom showed it to her normally, saying absolutely nothing about that status. Yuseong stood alone thinking about the scoundrel from yesterday. "Who is he? It seems like he knew me before. How come I don't know him? That face isn't easy to forget. I've racked my brain, but I can't remember him at all." According to what he said, that dark thing probably originated from the Central Plains and entered a dimensional space like I did to get here. Anyway, thanks to it, I was able to accumulate so much more. Internal energy. Who would have thought that thing would follow me like this? Yuseong said aloud. "We'll meet again in the near future." Soyeon happened to walk by and heard him, but when she asked, he went silent. Speaking of the monster from yesterday, it was writhing in exhaustion, constantly blaming Yusheng. How could a mere human affect an intangible entity? Like me. It was an unfair fight. The internal energy he stole was the fruit of my absorption over many years. The one who killed Linkok and absorbed its internal energy must have been Jin Yusheng too. The bigger problem is, if my other brothers find out I've awakened, it'll be a pain. They'll force me to join their ranks, to team up against Jin Yusheng, although that's the only way to get an upper hand on him. But I might lose my personal freedom. No way. Right now the energy in my body is in chaos. I have to kill Jin Yusheng and take back my internal energy. And I'll take his internal energy too. My other brothers are always hiding their trump cards. The moves I pull later will stun everyone. This play is about to come to a close. I will rise as a god. Kefeller walked away seething with rage. Back at the Shongrim family's vacation villa, a fuming Soyeon kicked open the living room door and ran in to confront Yuseong. The picture on her social media had led to her classmates teasing her. Soyeon threatened to tell her parents what Yusheng did. Yuseong calmly handed a glass of beer to Soyeon, offering her a drink and enthusiastically introducing it. "This beer is no ordinary brew. It's a masterpiece of the brewing arts, meticulously distilled by craftsmen from the Czech Republic. Can you smell its heavenly aroma?" Hearing such sweet temptation, the naive Soyeon took the glass and had a sip. Then she slowly drank more. After 3 bottles, seeing Soyeon's happy face, Yuseong couldn't help but marvel, as expected of Seongrim's daughter. He was known for his incredible drinking ability. Back in the day, he once declared, "Even if I lose a one-on-one fight, I can still beat the captain in a drinking contest." After checking the time, Yuseong stood up using the excuse of going to the bathroom to leave. Soyeon was happily drinking her beer, thinking her parents wouldn't be back for another 30 minutes, so she had plenty of time to get rid of the evidence. But no sooner had she thought that she heard her mom's shout right in front of her. "Sang Soyeon." Her mother appeared fuming and asked through gritted teeth, "I'll give you 1 minute to explain all of this." A trembling Soyeon stammered out, "It's just, I didn't mean to drink. It was Jin. Yuseong invited you, really. So where is Jin Yuseong? He must be in the bathroom." But unexpectedly at that very moment, Yuseong appeared looking like he had just come back from a workout, and said, "I went for a run along the river." Then with a look of pure innocence, he asked Soyeon, "Oh, it smells like alcohol around here. Sang Soyeon, have you been drinking?" That one sentence was enough to make Auntie Ahyun place all the blame on her precious daughter. After hearing that Soyeon was about to go crazy, she was clearly tricked into drinking, but now she had to take the fall alone. She yelled in frustration, "Hey, you!" Auntie Ahyun scolded her further. "What's so good about drinking this stuff?" Yuseong sided with his aunt, adding fuel to the fire, making Soyeon's crime seem even worse. "Instead of studying, you're just sitting here drinking." The wronged girl could only tear up and plead with Yuseong, "Hey, stop talking!" What followed was a hearty laugh from Yuseong. At a shopping mall in Prague, Czech Republic, Soyeon was radiating a murderous aura. Meanwhile, Ahyun started a conversation with the protagonist Yuseong. "Let's go shopping together." "I'll go by myself," the young man replied bluntly. Hearing this, the woman offered, "All right, then take this card." The boy immediately refused. "No, it's okay. I'll use my own money." Hearing this, a question arose in Ahyun's mind. He has his own money. However, she didn't press the matter further. Very soon after, she left with Soyeon. "All right, I get it. See you later." Yes, ma'am, Yu Seong replied politely. Right after that, the boy looked around, wondering to himself, where's Song Rim? I want to ask him a few things. At the same time, Seong Rim was hugging the toilet with a pained expression. What on earth did I eat? In a certain clothing store, the protagonist was mesmerized. The clothes in this world are so nice. He remembered back then, struggling with his martial arts uniform in a clothing shop. How funny. The gold Seong Rim gave me could probably be exchanged for 1.5 billion. Time to show off. While walking down the street, Yu Seong was suddenly drawn to a brown handbag. Seeing it, he was reminded of a pissed-off Soyun. Don't talk to me ever again. To smooth things over, he decided to buy one for Soyun. That girl is always so grouchy. I'll take this. A little later, Seong Rim's family was stunned by what they saw. They seemed to want to confirm, you bought all of this. The boy quickly replied, that's right. These are gifts. I'm going to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Soyun and Ayeon exclaimed in unison, where did Yu Seong get all this money? With that, they shot a death glare at the person next to them. Seong Rim was put in a difficult position, sweating bullets. How am I supposed to explain this? His parents' insurance money. No, that doesn't make sense. What about an inheritance? But getting an inheritance out of the blue is weird too. At this point, the man suddenly had an idea. Ah, that's right. When we went to Shanghai, Yu Seong used the excuse of looking for relatives, didn't he? Right after that, the man cleared his throat. Then he said, Yu Seong inherited some money. Inherited it suddenly? His wife asked, puzzled. Seong Rim started putting on a great act. I wasn't going to tell anyone. The person Yu Seong met in China was probably a relative of his. Ayeon gave him a death glare, questioning him. Is that so? Seong Rim replied, flustered. But it seems that for some not-so-good reason, that person didn't want to stay in contact with Yu Seong. Yu Seong was hurt. Anyway, out of a sense of moral obligation, that person returned Yu Seong's parents' assets to him. The money probably came from that. Why didn't he say so? The girl asked curiously. The man could only hesitate and reply, well, Yu Seong told me not to say anything. Ayeon asked again. So in the end, he cut ties with his relatives and wants to spend all the money quickly, is that it? That's right, Seong Rim replied, breathing an inward sigh of relief. Phew, she believed it. Right after he made an excuse, I'm going to the bathroom, because he had to go tell the sect leader so their stories wouldn't clash. As soon as he finished, he ran off somewhere. Soyun and Ayeon didn't believe a word he said. Who would believe such a lie? Your dad's always been an idiot. You're bad at school because it's your dad's fault. Right. At this, the woman chimed in sarcastically. You should be proud, rank 97. After hearing that, the girl quickly retorted, it's rank 96. Ayeon thought to herself. Anyway, not too long ago, Yu Seong went with him to North Korea to meet relatives. Then suddenly he received a large sum of money. But Yu Seong is only 19. A 19-year-old North Korean boy who left North Korea, but still received money. Thinking back when he talks to Yu Seong, his words and actions are like those of a subordinate to him. He always seems to instinctively look up to him. Could it be? Right at this moment, in Ahyun's mind, an image of the North Korean Civil War appeared. She secretly speculated Yu Seong's real name is Kim Yu Seong, the Kim family that rules North Korea. Because he couldn't compete for power, he cut ties and fled to South Korea. Therefore, the woman placed a hand on her daughter's shoulder and carefully reminded her, Soyun, don't let on that you know the truth. Why? The girl asked, confused. Ahyun immediately put on a sympathetic expression. Just think about how lonely Yu Seong must be. He has no one to comfort him. Luckily, Yu Seong has become part of our family now. Let's treat him with warmth. As if she understood, Soyun replied, I understand. Following her mother's words when she saw Yu Seong appear, she said gently, Hurry over here, Jin Yu Seong. Yu Seong, it's time to board the plane. After hearing that, the boy wondered to himself, what's up with her? She's not grouchy anymore. Right after that, he broke into a satisfied smile, remembering that he had read online how to appease an angry girl. Give her a gift. If that doesn't work, think about the price of the gift. Therefore, the boy became even more confident. The internet was right after all. Meanwhile, in another corner, a man appeared in a thick cloud of smoke. Following that, Soo-hyuk rushed forward with his lightning punch. Just as the attack was about to land, the opponent nimbly dodged to the side. He maintained a calm expression until a flash of light appeared, causing his face to change color. Jong Myung rushed to block in front of him. Then he launched an attack like a lightning strike. After that, he and Soo-hyuk stood side by side, silently observing the situation before them. Witnessing this scene, the man couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected you two could coordinate like that. Very interesting. With that, he radiated the aura of Arnold Beck. The first SSS rank awakened the Emperor. Soo-hyuk and Jong Myung wondered, no scars at all. Is he really the Emperor? Beck gave a sinister smile and declared loudly, if that's the case, then I will fight worthy of that name. One of the 3 SSS rank awakened on Earth. Humanity's first SSS rank awakened. In the early days, with no more than 100 A-rank awakened, Arnold Beck led the awakened to conquer A-rank gates, the Los Angeles Gate, the Beijing Gate, and the Accra Gate. After declaring the establishment of the TSG, along with the UN, many nations immediately joined. Arnold Beck is the protector of humanity, the emperor. Arnold Beck is now training Moon Soo-hyuk and Cha Jong-myung to participate in this promotion test for SS rank awakened. At this moment, he delivered a powerful blow to the two kids. A thick cloud of dust billowed around them. The result was a great success. The three of them appeared to a welcoming crowd. SSS rank awakened Moon Soo-hyuk and Cha Jong-myung, ranks 1 and 2. South Korea has combined forces to produce South Korea's first SSS rank awakened, drawing worldwide attention and high praise for Arnold Beck. All these titles and achievements, little General Han Ji-woo doesn't know, were all created by Han Yu-seong. In the large villa, seeing So-yoon lazily lying around watching TV, Ayan couldn't help but scold her. Even if you're on summer break, you're a high school senior now. Aren't you worried at all? If you can't study, find something else to do. So-yoon put on a serious face and said, "Dear mother, your child has not yet decided what to do to fill the rest of her life. Your child is still busy pondering." After hearing that, the woman playfully hit her daughter while scolding her. "I'm speechless with you." Seeing this, So-yoon protested. "Why do you scold me every day? Yu-seong is a senior too." As she said it, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt, because Yu-seong was ranked 9th in the entire school, while she was only ranked 96th. A moment later, the woman asked quietly, "I'm talking to you. Where are you going?" A girl replied sulkily, "I don't know." On Yu-seong's side, he was suddenly drawn to a news report on TV. Runners rank 1 and 2, Cha Jong-myung and Moon Soo-hyuk, have become awakened, of the first SSS rank in South Korea. After hearing this, the boy wondered, they're the strongest in South Korea. Could it be that saying South Korea is an awakened powerhouse was a lie? Suddenly, the boy's phone vibrated. A message from Shong Rim appeared on the screen. "Sect leader, come to the room for a chat." Scene changed to the room. After hearing Shong Rim report everything, Yu-seong quietly asked, "An F-rank boss in Cheonan?" The man immediately replied, "Yes, this is confidential." It didn't even appear on the notice board. "Why is it confidential?" the protagonist asked, puzzled. Shong Rim explained that, because the awakened pay money to buy rights to enter the gate. The protagonist asked again, "Can I just take it all for myself? Don't you feel bad?" The other party didn't answer directly and asked back, "Sect leader, why don't you care about me?" The man stomped his foot angrily like a child. "You care about strangers, but you don't care about me," Yu-seong said sternly. "Giving you your hair and power is enough. Or do you want me to take them back?" Hearing this, Shong Rim immediately returned to his cheerful state. "Sect leader, you're kidding." "Do I look like I'm kidding?" the boy retorted. Seong Rim quickly reassured him. "Don't worry about those awakened. Anyway, they deserve it to be chewed out by the public." "What are you talking about?" the protagonist asked, confused. The young man replied, "They're the ones who cause a lot of controversy in society." Yu-seong said, "Are they like the young guns in novels?" Shong Rim agreed. "That's right. They're cocky masters who like to show off." Hearing these words, the protagonist thought to himself, "I'm curious because I've never met any young guns. The ones who followed me back in the Central Plains were all great disciples who had overcome many hardships." Thinking this, a desire sparked in Yu-seong. "I want to try scolding people like that for once. This is interesting." Right after he suddenly asked, "Hey, Song Rim, how long will it take to get to Cheonan?" The man said, "If we go by car, if you run, using Qinggong from Seoul to Gyeongsan takes 2 hours. 40 minutes for one person." "That's close," Yu-seong replied nonchalantly. Song Rim cried out again, "Sect leader! You didn't forget the voice changer like last time, did you?" The young man gave a mischievous smile. "I'll use a different voice this time." Although there are awakened, who also spend time and effort to climb to the high ranks, like Arnold Beck, low difficulty, fast completion time, and high rewards, there are many awakened who only choose F-rank bosses. This is a top secret to the public, so gates with low danger levels like F are all traded under the table. This leads to competition between awakened groups. For the F-rank gate in Cheonan, the ones allowed to clear that gate are friends of Kim Yang-ho, a BB rank awakened. Although the TSG is very wary of these groups, they have no way to stop them from getting friendly with each other. They go around together showing off that they are awakened. They are all rich and love to party hard. In another corner, some young men were chatting. "Hey, have you ever seen an S-rank boss drop an S-rank item?" The young man looked surprised. "Huh, has that happened?" Another person chimed in. "A usable A-rank item can be worth more than an S-rank item." "Huh, really?" the other asked. The boy said cheerfully, "Yeah. If you want to exchange it for cash, you can't because it's too expensive." At this moment, the person in charge announced, "The gate is about to open. Everyone get ready." "Do you guys know how much we had to beg for this?" "Let's kill the boss quickly and go have some fun." Hearing this, people started to chatter. This is my first time at this boss. It's F rank, so there's nothing special about it. Suddenly, the portal appeared. The man immediately announced, "Everyone, let's go." One by one, everyone stepped through the gate. Just as the person in charge was about to follow, the gate suddenly disappeared, leaving him stranded and wondering. The gate closed already. How is that possible? That Kim Yang-ho guy said at least 22 people could go. Meanwhile, inside the world of the gate, Yu Seong looked down at the group of people with a calculating look. Time to teach these young guns a lesson. After transforming into a mysterious figure, he switched to a different voice. "Welcome, everyone. I am the supervisor for this mission. First F-rank boss. I congratulate those chosen to participate in this mission. The current number of participants is 22. Down below, a young man shouted, "Everyone get in formation." Suddenly, he noticed something. "Wait, where's Hwang Gi-ho?" Everyone replied, "I don't know." A big question mark appeared in the young man's mind. Didn't he say the number of participants was 22? But he couldn't think about it any longer. He quickly announced, "We don't have time. Let's go," silently reassuring himself. "It's okay, it's just F-rank." At this point, everyone began to follow his lead. Arriving in front of a tall building, the system suddenly announced, "Gatekeeper boss has been eliminated." Someone in the group exclaimed in shock, "Who killed it? Was it Hwang Gi-ho?" Another person immediately refuted, "How could Hwang Gi-ho kill the boss by himself?" This man looked annoyed. "Damn it, at this rate the treasure will be stolen." Then he shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, then run." "Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure?" Suddenly the young man froze for a few seconds at the sight before him. He slowly said, "My treasure." A young man appeared out of nowhere, laughed faintly, and said, "Treasure. If you want it, I'll give it to you. But I've left it all behind in that world." Witnessing this, everyone there looked terrified. A monster in human form. Next, the Straw Hat Boy suddenly rushed towards them and launched punches with great force. Someone in the group suddenly yelled, "The Straw Hat, that's his main body." As soon as he finished speaking, he got a kick to the face, along with a correction from his opponent. "It's not the Straw Hat." He suddenly spun like a whirlwind, effortlessly taking down the people present. At this moment, a young man pulled out a gun and began to attack with his exorcism volley. However, Straw Hat was one step ahead. He created clones to dodge and exclaimed, "Too slow." This young man was naturally terrified. He can dodge my A-rank equivalent technique. Straw Hat radiated a large amount of spiritual energy and taunted, "If you want the treasure, then take it." With that, he charged forward like a madman, using techniques to attack them one by one. The man sitting in a corner was trembling. "I surrender." Lions roar. At this moment, Straw Hat slowly walked towards him. Standing before Straw Hat, the young man quietly asked, "Who are you?" The boy immediately smiled and struck a cool pose. He introduced himself, "I'm the Pirate King." This scared the soul out of his opponent. "No way!" With that, he fainted on the ground. Taking off the straw hat, Yu Seong smiled with satisfaction. Not bad at all. Looking at the scene before him with weapons like swords and guns, the boy mused to himself. So this is how these kids run wild. Though it's not a capital offense, it still needs to be punished severely. Normally, young guns holding a famous sword would be taught a lesson by the protagonist. But something is very strange. 10 minutes before I completed the mission, there was no prompt like that time. Something has changed. Could it be that I have to enter this door? With that, the protagonist placed his hand on the door, thinking to himself, then I'll have to use internal energy like last time. Very quickly, the system sent a notification. Master player's level has been verified. Restoring energy. Do you want to begin filtering for a selective monster? Filter progress 7%. After reading it, Yu Seong quickly made his choice. Let's give it a try. The next second, the system sent another message. The ban on selective monsters will be lifted. A strange light suddenly appeared around him. It felt like something was watching him from behind, making him turn around curiously. What is this? Seeing the monster before him, the boy was scared out of his wits. The scene appeared, an image of a monster with many eyes and many teeth. It appeared before the protagonist and transformed into a different shape, making the boy exclaim, well, look who it is. Turns out it's a familiar face. But unlike last time, you can walk on 2 legs now, huh? You're an alien, right? Faced with his mockery, the large beast suddenly drew its sword and immediately held it to Yu Seong's neck with a challenging roar, like a warning. This made the boy wary. Yu Seong jumped up, dodging the tiger's blade. He looked at the panel that appeared and thought, in terms of swordsmanship, Seong Rim is a level below El Bio, but I can't sense any killing intent or will to fight from it. He stepped back. You know you can't beat me, don't you? What do you want my help with? The tiger gripped its sword tighter, growling continuously. Suddenly, it narrowed its eyes. At this point, Yu Seong had also drawn his sword, the look of someone ready to fight to the death. You want an honorable death with that sword? All right, then, I'll grant you your wish. As he said these words, his whole body radiated killing intent. The tiger pounced, and he immediately got into his stance, right after he flashed towards his opponent. His whole body nimbly leaped, his hand sweeping out a sharp sword strike. The actions were executed as fast as lightning. Before the tiger could even react, it coughed up blood. Yusheng propped his sword on the ground, watching it kick the bucket. Selective monster has been killed. Selection progress is now at 7%. Player is beginning to absorb energy. After the selection was complete, he walked step by step towards the dying tiger. He suddenly stopped when he saw it raise its sword. He asked, "You want to offer it to me?" Of course, it could only let out a few growls. He replied again, "All right, I will specially accept it." Then he spoke the word absorb. As he finished speaking, the tiger's body was enveloped in a purple flame. Its two eyes still couldn't close. A few seconds later, it became a stream of energy flying towards Yuseong. He took a deep breath to receive all of this aura. In his hand was the sword the tiger had just used. He observed it and commented, "There's something a little uncomfortable about this." Elsewhere, a boy was engrossed in his phone. Sensing a disturbance behind him, he turned around. "It's over already." Yuseong appeared in his hat. "Your straw hat." He asked in amazement, "Who are you? What are you doing?" He smirked, "I'm the Pirate King." With that, he leaped away, leaving the boy stunned. The boy was terrified. "No way!" Yuseong crossed through a forest. He stared intently ahead. "What is that gate?" "The nature is unfamiliar, but the gate feels familiar. This isn't a natural phenomenon. The gates have been near Earth for 25 years. Now everyone just accepts them, but it's strange. Regardless, Albion committed suicide and became a gatekeeper boss. That means someone forced him to become a boss. Then he leaped into the air again. The monster seal that selected Albion has been broken. By selected, I mean the natural energy sources on Earth can't become internal energy. So the refined energy from the gate becomes internal energy. Yusheng chose a rock ledge and sat down. He thought again. So are the gate's tools for creating energy. If the gate is a large container, then the funnel is the boss. What would happen if these two elements filter energy? Then what's the raw material? Where would that energy be used? After thinking for a moment, he started moving again. I can't figure it out. After landing, Yuseong took a few steps forward. He stood on a high rock looking down at the city. Suddenly, he smiled softly. I used to love the Central Plains, but I love this world more. Then he touched the bracelet on his wrist. The panel appeared, but it was blank. He thought with relief, looks like it's okay now. 10 minutes later, Yuseong was pushing through a dense crowd. He grimaced in annoyance. I take back what I just said. By the time he got home, the moon was high in the sky. He walked in the door and said loudly, "I'm home." Grandma Iron came out. "You're back. Have you eaten?" He answered, "I've eaten." Seeing him come in, Soyun pointed a finger. "You're back." Yuseong reminded her, "Don't be rude to your elders." She gave him a sideways glance. "An elder who you—" He immediately retorted, "You. You should be calling me Appa." But Soyun said with disgust, "It's been a while, so I forgot." Suddenly her gaze fell to the bracelet on his wrist. She thought to herself, "You mean Ju Hyemi, right? The daughter of a rich family in North Korea. I wonder if she's pretty, but whatever. I shouldn't trust Jin Yusong's taste." Then she pouted visibly. Yuseong asked, confused, "Why do you keep staring?" But Soyun just said, "Never mind. Ji Jongsu kept complaining that you weren't picking up." Hearing that, he replied, "I had my phone off." She relayed the message. "He called from England. I think he's there." He picked up his phone to check. "England. Why is he there?" Soyun said, "I don't know. He didn't say. He just said he needs you." Yuseong looked up from his phone, visibly annoyed. "Am I someone you can just summon whenever you want?" Hilarious. She looked up and asked, "Oh, really? From the plane ticket to the hotel? All travel expenses are covered, you know." In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed his tune. "Well, then that's a different story." She was stunned. That was fast. The plane was preparing to land. Yuseong walked out of the airport pulling a suitcase. From a distance, Jongsu was holding up a sign that read, "Welcome Jin Yusheng over here." He sighed in exasperation. "He's being loud already." People were coming and going on the street. Yuseong took a bite of food in a restaurant and winced. "Yep, British food is just as bad as they say on TV." At the same time, Jongsu said irritably, "Jin Yuseong, are you even listening to me? You came to England to learn soccer through your dad's connections. But you're facing racism. Since you can't beat them with skill, you called me here." He slammed the table, his voice sharp. "With my honor as a Korean, how could I just stand for it? You have to show them the dignity and status of Korean soccer." Yuseong replied, "But that's a separate issue." At that moment, a server brought their food. He thought to himself, "Now if you want to order, you have to know the language." But how did that woman know the gate's code? Could she be related to that gate? When I met her in Itaewon, it was clear that an incredible power was radiating from her. Even with power, you can't just do whatever you want. Soon enough, Yuseong lost focus again, frustrating Jongsu. "I'm talking to you, where's your head at?" Yuseong looked up and said, "Then you should try to score a lot of goals." Jongsu jumped to his feet excitedly. "That's right. Let's give them a taste of defeat." Yuseong suddenly remembered something. He asked, I read online, do soccer players get a bonus when they score a goal? Jungsu frowned. Hey, I bought you a business class ticket and booked you a hotel room. That was all from my allowance. Hearing that, Yuseong continued to ponder. Even people in the martial world look down on commoners, even if they have internal energy. And officials look down on the educated. That's why there's talk of unifying the martial world, the Central Plains and the Imperial Court. Then he said seriously, all right, I'll do it for free for you this time. Yongsu couldn't believe his ears. Free? What do you mean? Yuseong smiled softly, then stood up to leave. Let's go. In the suburbs of London, the Crossbridge youth team, where young prospects train, gather and where scouts look for young talent. In addition, there are also classes for ordinary people to join a summer camp. This class receives funding from the English Football Development Fund, under the guise of youth soccer development. Yuseong said seriously, so basically all of this is a business scam. The summer camp was nearing its end. The scouts were urgently searching for top prospects, with promising futures. Ji Jongsu's father donates a lot to Crossbridge, because from next year, the chances of becoming an official sponsor are very high. Therefore, Ji Jongsu could easily get Jin, Yuseong into the summer camp. The two arrived at the soccer field. Yongsu said, it's a shame you joined late, so you have to join the regular class. As for me, I'll be with the players. See you later when there's a friendly match. Yuseong walked out onto the field and asked, this side is for the regular people. Just then a clap of hands gathered everyone. The coach picked up a ball and said, I'll demonstrate the techniques. Then you guys can slowly follow along. He performed a few moves, gracefully and professionally. Finally, he kicked the ball hard into the net. Everyone cheered loudly, so cool. Yuseong stood to one side thinking, so this is how it is. Completely different from school soccer. The coach asked, did you all see that clearly? They all replied, yes. Hearing this, he said, all right, from now on, I'll walk around and watch, so you all should practice. Yuseong took a ball and flicked it up. Then he repeated the exact same moves as the coach. Seeing his extraordinary skill level, the other people were shocked. He's so good, who is that Asian guy? The coach stopped in his tracks, stunned. Incredible. That technique isn't just a simple touch. It's like the ball is moving on its own. But no matter how excellent the skill, you can't use it. In a real match, that individual technique requires shifting your center of gravity many times. He's not even slowing down. If you can freely change your center of gravity, it's a different story. Yuseong gave him a real eye-opener. That kid! Then he walked over and asked, who did you learn that technique from? Yuseong answered casually, from you, of course. The coach pointed at himself in shock. You learned it from me. Yuseong replied again. You just taught it. His words only surprised the coach more. You just learned it. Have you never seen it before? What's your team's name? Hearing this question, Yuseong immediately said, I don't have one. The coach frowned in thought. You don't have one? So what if I get this kid on the team? And if I can develop him into a player, then this kid will definitely become a world-class player. With that thought, he asked impatiently, have you had a physical test yet? Yuseong replied, never. He continued, the entrance test. The answer was the same. Never that either. The coach grinned like he'd struck gold. You have talent, and you'll become the world's #1 soccer player. Who knew? Yuseong replied nonchalantly, I know. The coach frowned. You know why is that? He answered with utmost calm, because it's boring. The coach clenched his fist. Is that so? Then he pointed to himself. Then do you want to play against me? Bet whatever you want. Yuseong said, all right. What do you want to bet? How about 50 pounds per goal? The coach shook his head. A bet like that isn't worth it. Then he said seriously, how about 100 pounds per goal? Yuseong's expression changed. Are you sure you could go bankrupt? He was still determined. Instead, if you score less than 3 goals in 90 minutes, then you have to take my team's physical test. Yuseong immediately agreed. Okay, you've got a deal. The coach hurried off. Fine, I'll write up a contract. All right, hold on, I'll be right back. Yuseong watched him speechless. He thought to himself, I don't intend to waste a commoner's money, although I do love a good bet. But that's the coach's money. It makes me feel a little worried. On the field, they had formed 2 teams. The coach blew the whistle. Start! Yongsu said, the guys I told you about are numbers 34 and 47. Those 2 started talking amongst themselves. They must be friends with that Asian kid, one of the 2 rich kids, who cried after losing to us. We should probably crush his friend this time too, right? They came all the way to England, so we should teach them a lesson. They said smugly to each other and then yelled, pass it! The coach was in the stands frowning with worry. Either way, it's a good chance to see their real skills. What are you going to do, Jin Yusung? The match had started a while ago, but the ball still hadn't reached Yuseong. The reason was that the players didn't want the game to turn into the coach's personal bet, to be a backdrop for some rich Asian kid. It was all because of their jealousy and resentment. Yuseong thought, so that's how you want to play. Then he instantly flew into action. The coach and the VIPs watched with wide eyes. He took the ball as easily as taking candy from a baby getting past two opponents. One of the leaders said, "That Asian kid, am I seeing things? He's that fast." The coach grit his teeth. "He's not just fast, he's super fast." It could be because the average speed of young players is pretty slow. But even so, he's unbelievably fast. But Yusheng was still confidently dribbling the ball forward. A moment later, a player slid in. No one can dodge a slide tackle at this point, but he was wrong. Yuseong easily jumped up and dodged it, then got past him. The fallen player thought, "Okay, I should put on a helmet." Finally, Yuseong successfully kicked the ball into the goal. The VIPs said in disbelief, "It's not just speed. Who is that kid?" The coach's eyes widened. "I knew he was exceptional, but this is unbelievable. Soccer is a team sport. You can't win by yourself, but that kid is controlling the game all by himself." Number 47 yelled, "Defense, what are you doing? Can't you block a single shot? Are we about to lose to some random Asian kids? Everyone run faster. Everyone block him." All four of them surrounded Yusheng at the same time. He smirked, thinking, "You kids think this is enough to stop me? How ridiculous." Then he flicked the ball up with his foot again, and then kicked it high into the air. They stared up blankly. Why'd he suddenly kick the ball into the sky? What's he thinking? More surprisingly, right after that, Yuseong jumped unexpectedly high and did an overhead kick. The coach couldn't believe his eyes. No way, from that height, a bicycle kick. He kicked it, and the ball successfully went into the goal. Jongsu was also surprised. "I knew Yuseong was good at soccer, but this good. Has he been hiding his skills all this time?" The referee blew the whistle, signaling a goal. Yuseong came to his senses. "I might have overdone it. I should have held back. This might cause trouble." Number 34 was angry. "What's with that Asian guy? Is he an awakened?" Number 47 said. "Awakened. Or not, he's mocking us. I can't let him get away with it," he growled. Out of sheer anger, he sneakily kicked a ball towards Yuseong's head. Unfortunately for him, Yuseong knew everything. He smirked and said, I know. Go ahead." With that, he turned and kicked the ball. "This makes it more interesting. Let me show you who we are." The ball flew rapidly towards number 47. Before he could even react, he took the ball right to the face. The ball hit him, and it then bounced back up into the air, and somehow flew into the goal. The VIP exclaimed, "Flair and star quality. We have to recruit him. He is the future of soccer." Number 47 was now lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Jongsu's eyes sparkled. "Jin Yuseong, did you do all this for me?" Yuseong looked at him completely fed up. What a drag. The match ended. Yuseong's team won with a score of 9-1. Of those, Jin Yuseong scored 8 goals and was named MVP. This was a perfect solo performance by Jin Yuseong. He said firmly, "Don't you have something to say?" The coach shamelessly begged, "Yuseong, just reconsider one more time, please." "You were born to be a soccer superstar." However, he coldly walked away. "It's boring." The coach tried to reach for him. "Don't go." Then Jongsu looked at him emotionally. "Jin Yuseong," Yuseong asked bluntly, getting tired of it. "And who are you now?" He teared up. "Yuseong, do you really not want to play soccer?" Yuseong patted his shoulder. "No, I'm leaving. Take care." Jongsu was stunned. "Take care of what?" Yuseong pointed to the crowd blocking the exit. "Them!" They rushed impatiently towards Jongsu. "Hey, where did Jin Yuseong go?" "You were just with Jin Yuseong." "Who are you, Jin Yuseong's friend?" "Hey, tell us where Jin Yuseong went." He cried out in anguish, "Jin Yuseong!" But by this time, Yuseong had already calmly walked out alone. The streetlights were on. He sat down on a long bench. Yuseong thought every place in this world is different. Traveling is nice. I've been in England for a few days now. Suddenly he remembered something. The powerful being that charged in 108 directions with its 3 talents. What was that? Completely different from the black guy I met in Prague. All right, time for a new helmet. In the dim firelight, a tall man appeared. Arnold Beck had rushed to the UK because of the appearance of a gate without warning in Cambridge. Fortunately, this gate was only F rank. But if unannounced gates kept appearing, then what? The gates, once considered a manageable risk, would turn into a natural disaster. Therefore, SG had requested Arnold Beck to visit Cambridge, although the gate had already been cleared as one of the top masters on the planet. Arnold Beck. Perhaps he could figure something out. He was their hope. And when Arnold Beck landed in London on his way to Cambridge, he felt that something was off. That something was the 8 directions and 3 talents of Jin Yuseong. But how could Arnold Beck have known that? He followed the source of that off feeling and eventually reached the park where Jin Yuseong was. He stopped in the large plaza. Arnold said to the dark figure before him, "So, you are the one sensing the changes. In this area?" He drew a sword from his dimensional space and said, "I am Arnold Beck. State your name. If you don't, I will consider you an enemy and attack." Yuseong opposite him was heavily armed, not showing an inch of skin. He replied, "I am your father." Arnold Beck wasn't just a member of SG. He also belonged to another secret organization. That place brought together famous American Master Awakeners, including Amelia, Megan, and many other Awakeners. What this secret organization was searching for was code-named Mother. All sorts of thoughts swirled in Arnold's mind. This guy says he's my father. Someone like Arnold, who hadn't seen Star Wars, couldn't help but feel confused. Hey, is this guy connected to that secret organization? It seems like he's implying something, isn't he? Did he intentionally appear before me? Usually no one would wear such a strange cylindrical helmet without a special purpose. Right. Finally, he decided to swing his sword. There are too many suspicious points. So first, I need to test his strength. Arnold raised his sword and charged forward to attack. Immediately, Yusheng also drew his greatsword to block. But the first time their swords met, he was surprised. Yuseong sensed something extraordinary when he clashed swords with Arnold. And that feeling was completely accurate. The Emperor of the United States, Arnold Beck, the Sword, Saint of Mexico Enrique, Calo and the Sword Saint of China Yu Cheng. The common point of the three SSS rank powerhouses, the only ones in the world said to have reached a divine realm, was that they all represented different awakened organizations, and all three of these extraordinary powerhouses used swords as their weapons. Among them, Arnold Beck was considered to have the highest level of swordsmanship. That was what most people thought. Currently, Arnold himself was quite surprised that Yuseong could fight on par with him. He easily reacted to my attack. Arnold chose the right moment to use a hidden move. Then what about this? He swung out a sword / the sword-splitting technique. This move caught Yusheng's attention slightly. The sword-splitting technique splits one sword path into many sword paths to attack the opponent, making it impossible for the opponent to distinguish what's real and what's an illusion, getting confused and hit. But Yuseong only needed a few twists of his waist to nimbly dodge them all. At the same time, he learned by watching, mastering his technique instantly. Arnold's jaw dropped. Impossible. Not only did he imitate my sword-splitting technique, but he even split the sword into more paths and is counterattacking me. Yuseong's sharp sword paths flew quickly. They slashed the ground, creating loud noises like small explosions. The destructive power was so strong that Arnold was forced back several small steps. After steadying himself, his eyes burned with fighting spirit again. But the weakness of the sword-splitting technique is that it's easily defeated by a focused attack. He charged forward with his sword. I just need to quickly stab straight into the central point of the split swords. At this moment, Yuseong simply asked, "Is this your swordsmanship?" He raised the greatsword in his hand to confront him directly. Too simple. The secret to breaking his move was quickly grasped by a stranger, which startled him. But in that moment of vulnerability, he took a powerful kick from Yusheng. Arnold flew far away. As he lay on the ground, he heard Yuseong ask, "Hey, do you want to die?" Yuseong pointed his sword at his face and asked, "Not going to fight seriously? You useless, insolent bastard." Arnold stumbled to his feet in disbelief. "What?" He gripped his sword tightly, thinking in fear. Could it be he knows I'm left-handed? Arnold Beck was naturally left-handed. Thanks to arduous training, he became proficient with both hands, but in martial arts, natural talent is even more important than hard work. When Arnold Beck used his sword with his left hand, he was much stronger than when he used his right hand. As a precaution, he always hid this fact. But now, the mysterious man in the helmet had seen through the truth instantly. Overcome with curiosity, he suggested, "If I can defeat you, can I see the face behind that helmet?" To his surprise, Yuseong agreed immediately. "Yeah, sure." Arnold asked again, just to be sure, "Are you serious?" Yuseong replied, "I am, but it probably won't mean anything." Because even though he didn't mean to be disrespectful, it seemed the other guy had taught himself everything. His swordsmanship was too simple. That's why I can't help but feel it's a waste. It keeps reminding me of the first sect master. Yuseong suddenly lowered his sword and asked Arnold, "Hey, let me ask you, are you a good person?" Arnold said awkwardly, "Myself? How can I answer that for myself?" Yuseong asked again, "Then what is your dream?" He muttered, "A dream." Yuseong nodded. "You must have a dream. Or some kind of burning ambition, right? Try to imagine what you'll be like in 13 years. Arnold gripped his sword tightly. "My dream is to end the gate disaster." Yuseong asked him, "Why with your strength? Wouldn't you become one of the strongest? Among the awakened, what's your rank?" However, Arnold shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Even if the gate disaster ends." Yuseong asked, "Why?" And he received an answer from Arnold. Because between personal gain and the prosperity of humanity, choosing the latter is the natural course. Yuseong decided to stop the fight. He stabbed the greatsword in his hand into the ground. Yusheng told him, "Now watch closely." He threw an extremely fast punch. This is a case where the mind and body's speed are not in sync. When Arnold parried on the right, Yuseong appeared on the left. What you're reacting to is just my afterimage. He took a painful punch to the stomach. This is my real movement. Arnold collapsed to the ground, panting. Yuseong stood with his arms crossed, looking at him. "How about it? I'll demonstrate one more time." "Do you want to learn To his surprise, he replied, "Yes, please teach me." Yu Seong was pleased. "Good, grit your teeth." Next, Arnold willingly let himself be beaten down. Yu Seong appeared on the left, then on the right. After a while of being beaten up, Yu Seong asked him, "How is it? Are you getting the hang of it?" Arnold held his head in pain. "I don't know." The progress seemed slow, so Yu Seong wasn't very satisfied. "This isn't working. You need to experience it for yourself." He picked up the great sword stuck in the ground. "Let's move on to the advanced section right now." He ordered him, "Draw your sword." Yu Seong rushed in to attack and said he would come from the right. Arnold's vision blurred. "The right, but the attack is clearly from the left." He hesitated. There wasn't enough time left to think. Arnold closed his eyes and took a leap of faith. "Screw it, I don't know." He raised his sword to block based on his intuition. Luckily for him, this time he actually blocked Yu Seong's attack. Arnold was completely stunned. Yu Seong immediately praised him. "Good! All right then, now I'll get serious." Yu Seong didn't say much more and launched his technique. But the sword path he created was like an inescapable net, leaving no openings. After what he had been taught, Arnold knew that seeing 6 arms was probably also a reaction to the afterimage. He closed his eyes and focused, telling himself, "Don't be fooled." Arnold prepared himself mentally and made an accurate judgment, rushing into attack. A deafening screech of metal rang out. Arnold was knocked back. This time he had correctly guessed the position of the sword path to clash with. Even though he had only been taught for a short time, Yu Seong still praised him. "Good. From now on, you won't just practice defense, but you must also practice offense. No more." Arnold sheathed his sword, bowed respectfully, and said thank you. Actually, for the most part, he wanted to give him pointers because he saw it as a waste of talent. Plus his upright nature. This upright nature of his keeps reminding me of the first sect leader. It seems that teaching this guy a few things was the right decision. Arnold, standing beside him, spoke up again. "I can only express my gratitude with words like this. It's quite embarrassing, but thank you very much." Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to say his goodbyes. "Right now, there's someone waiting for me, but it seems you're much better than him. He does nothing but complain all the time." He walked over and gently patted Arnold's head. "You're so polite. It's really fun teaching you." Arnold asked timidly. "This may be a bit rude, but may I ask one more time? Who are you really?" Yu Seong said, "Before I answer that question, you have to tell me who you are first. Are you a famous awakened?" He admitted frankly, "I am an SSS rank awakened." Arnold blushed shyly. "And I am a representative of SG. People call me the Emperor." He clicked his tongue. "SSS rank, huh? There are only a few people like that in the world, right? So you must have some authority then." Arnold nodded. "To some extent, yes." Immediately he said, "Give me your phone number." Arnold asked back, "You mean my personal phone number?" Yu Seong complained. "If not yours, then whose would it be?" "You're unbelievable." He obediently recited his personal number and then asked, "But why do you want to know my number?" He crossed his arms and replied, "It'd be weird for me to give you my number. Actually, I'm doing this because I think you can help me solve my military service problem. According to Sang-jin, the chances of unification are very low. So I'll use him to complete the gate mission. As a substitute for my military service," he instructed. "I'll contact you when I need you, okay?" Arnold nodded in agreement immediately. Of course. Before leaving, he reminded him of one more thing. Imagine, if you could masterfully use your mind's movement, you could manifest it into a physical form. Arnold asked, confused, "What are you talking about?" Yu Seong didn't explain at length, but demonstrated directly, materializing a large sword in his hand from his own mind's movement. Something like this? Jin Yu Seong didn't have high expectations for Arnold Beck, but at least if he tried his best, he might be able to reach a certain level. It was the level where mind's movement converges into an idea, and the idea converges into a mind sword. Arnold's eyes widened. "A light sword?" He thought in shock, "Oh my god. I momentarily forgot my image. I neglected my duty." In front of him, Yu Seong performed a blessing ceremony with his mind sword. "May the divine power protect you." As he turned to leave, Arnold hastily called out to him, "Wait, just one more thing." He asked him, "What is it?" Arnold earnestly asked, "How can I become as strong as you? Please teach me." Yu Seong replied mysteriously, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day. But most importantly, you must not skip a single day. All right, someone's waiting for me, so I have to go. He left, leaving Arnold Beck still bewildered by the situation. Meanwhile, at the location of the masked demon Rockefeller, the atmosphere was also very tense. He fretted internally. Damn it, to prepare for the new Holy Council, I need to capture that ruler of the Central Plains and steal his soul. Where could he have gone? He stood up, thinking to himself, but I have a few suspicions. First, considering he is the ruler of the Central Plains, it would make sense for him to be the head of CSG Workalong, because the Central Plains are geographically similar to China. Furthermore, he suddenly appeared and became the head of CSG, an organization that holds absolute power in China. He activated a portal. All right, First I'll investigate him. The portal flashed, and he appeared as a blurry afterimage inside the headquarters meeting room, directly above Workalong's head. He summoned a long, sharp branch in his hand. Let's give this a try. The black branch was launched towards Workalong, but he sat still as if he felt nothing at all. The branch veered off course, stabbing into the ground beside him. Rockefeller was disappointed. It's not him. The catalyst of Lopez's is a type of magic that can cause an explosion, an uncontrollable one. But the only way to stop it is to evade it. If Workalong were truly the ruler of the Central Plains, he would have realized it and wouldn't have let the catalyst hit him in the first place. His form gradually faded. If it's not him, then there's only one other high-probability location. The Soul Gate where the monster Lingam was killed, and its soul was stolen. The F-rank boss raid gate in Cheongdam, where a similar incident occurred. That guy must be in Korea. He came silently and left silently. Fine, in that case now. I need to prepare some tasty bait to lure him out. Rockefeller vanished into thin air, missing Workalong's dangerous expression. After the long, drawn-out meeting finally ended, Workalong sat in his private office and locked the door tight. In his hand, he held a package of fast food. Taking advantage of the time, he filled his stomach a little. Just then, a wave of black mist billowed out in front of him. Workalong grimaced. What a pain. The masked figure emerged from the mist, casually asking, "What are you eating at this hour?" Workalong replied while chewing. "Since when do you care about human tastes?" The question made him laugh. The masked one said, "When I still had a mortal body, I too was fascinated by the culinary world. My eldest and third brothers liked to eat young girls, while I preferred eating old men." But Workalong scoffed. "You have a peculiar taste." He said, "Well, it seems similar to how you humans drink herbal medicine to improve your health. Isn't it?" Workalong didn't want to talk much and got straight to the point. "A few days ago, your younger brother came to observe me." The masked one crossed his arms and nodded. "The youngest, huh? There's no way he would just observe and then leave like that." Workalong recounted. He deliberately tried to test. "If I would react by throwing a strange nettle towards me." The masked one understood immediately. "That's Ropalazanthus's catalyst. Rockefeller loves Ropalazanthus's magic because its name is similar to his own." Workalong pursed his lips. "I don't see any resemblance at all." The masked one explained again. "If you read it by syllables, it's quite similar." "Anyway, what did you do next?" Workalong replied, "I was going to fight him, but I was too lazy, so I didn't bother. Besides, I also had an appointment with you." The masked one laughed again. "If you fought, are you confident you would win?" After some back and forth without getting to the main point, Workalong interrupted him, saying, "Cut the crap. When are you planning to execute the plan?" The masked one nodded. "First, I need to check where the two sword factions that my eldest and youngest brothers hid are," Workalong said with distaste. "If you don't have a concrete plan, don't just suddenly show up like that again. Seeing your pitch-black demonic energy is really annoying." These words made the masked one clutch his head and laugh out loud. Then he started rambling again. "I really like your name. Surpassing the stars. Isn't that just like my own wish?" Workalong sat on his chair watching him act. "Why are you acting like a cheap theater actor? Even blurting out your own wish?" The masked one crossed his arms and said, "After living for so long, everyone wishes for someone to understand them. Now you know why I visit you so often." "Don't you?" Workalong sneered. "If that's the case, then you should pay me a consultation fee." The masked one slowly faded away, saying, "I will pay you. No problem. As soon as I transcend this planet, another one who comes and goes as he pleases." Workalong clenched his fists. "They're all the same, just a bunch of nuisances." He gritted his teeth. "I'll deal with you all later." On a beautiful morning by the sparkling sea, Yusong and Sangjin were walking side by side discussing business. He asked, "What was so important that you had to contact someone all the way in England? Was it the Triad?" Sangjin shook his head. "No, this time it was the Yakuza from Japan." He wondered, "Why do we only ever deal with gangsters? Don't they have things like that in Korea?" "I see them a lot in the movies," Sangjin explained. "Because in Korea, all the organized crime syndicates were completely wiped out, ever since the former prosecutor general allied with SG and declared war on crime." He then went back to today's schedule. "We will conduct a total of 7 transactions. Today is the first one, so it will take place in Busan. But from the next time onwards, it will be more convenient as it will be done in Seoul." Yusong asked in surprise. 7 times? Are you afraid they'll try to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? Is it because you're worried the partner will disappear like last time? Sangjin looked at him with admiration. "As expected of the Lord. Although you seem a bit goofy, usually your ability to understand and deduce is truly extraordinary." Suddenly, Yusong swung his hand and smacked him hard on the head. Sangjin clutched his head and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" He calmly exposed him. "Your mind is full of wicked thoughts, isn't it?" "I just heard a nasty thought." Sangjin looked away. "Why is he always so sharp about these things?" Yusong immediately prompted, "Hey, are you thinking something again?" He immediately distracted him by rushing him. Come on, we're almost there. Get ready. The subsequent transactions went off without a hitch. Unlike the triad, the Yakuza worked very cleanly. After checking the list and the pre-sent goods, they paid immediately. The two left in a white car. Yuseong calculated that they had earned about 800 million today. There are 7 transactions in total, so the expected income will be 5.6 billion, plus the 1.7 billion earned from China last time. Yuseong spoke up. We made quite a bit today, didn't we? Sang-jin nodded while driving. We earned quite a lot, yes. He immediately said, now give me a real Ferrari. Sang-jin quickly made an excuse. Oh, for real, I'll order it. But a custom-ordered production takes time to be delivered. You know, Yuseong didn't believe him and demanded, place the order, then show me the order form. Hey, what are you sulking about? Sang-jin gave up whining. Lord, I'm driving. Later, it was the Lunar New Year. Yuseong lay relaxing on the sofa in Sang-jin's living room. Lunar New Year in Korea, huh? I wonder what it was like in Goryeo. Sir Sang-jin and So-yun went to the market. Sang-jin's wife's voice came from the dining table. Yuseong, I just tried frying some dishes. Come over and have a taste. Yes. Yuseong happily agreed. Okay. He sat down at the table, eating and complimenting, this is delicious. Heejin laughed. Oh, really? That's great. She watched him eat and thought. Usually he acts so mature, but right now he's like a child. As expected, it's best for Yuseong to marry So-yun. She suddenly spoke up and asked him, Yuseong, what do you think Hama will be? He replied, Hama. Of course, the last name is Sang. Heejin laughed. I was asking about the baby's gender. He answered frankly, oh, it's a boy. This surprised Heejin a little because he didn't hesitate at all. Oh, really? Why do you think it's a boy? Yuseong made up an excuse. It's just a feeling. The baby's name is Hama, which means hippopotamus. It wouldn't really suit a girl. Heejin laughed. Is that so? That could be true? Yuseong just chuckled. But in reality, Jin Yuseong had spoken the truth. He already knew the gender of the fetus, and he also used his internal energy to help the baby grow stronger. It wasn't anything major, just helping the baby avoid getting sick and be healthy from a young age. Yuseong thought while chewing, I forgot to brag to Sang-jin about this. Suddenly, So-yun's scolding voice was heard. Hey, Jin Yuseong, why are you eating all by yourself? He complained. Hey, is that any way to talk to your older brother? So-yun said with disgust, older brother, my foot. Don't call me that anymore, and try acting like an adult for once. Yuseong retorted. Hey, so you're not just ugly on the outside, but ugly on the inside too. Sang-jin quickly tried to make peace. Come on, you two stop it. Do you have to fight even on a holiday? He raised his hands and exclaimed, to celebrate the new year, let's play Ute-nori, let's pick. Teams with rock, paper, scissors. As a result, Sang-jin and his wife were one team, and Yuseong and So-yun were on the same team. She asked him, have you ever played Ute-nori before? He nodded and said, of course I have. So-yun asked cautiously, really, are you any good? Yuseong said again, it's a game of luck, what's there to be good or bad at? You're such a loser. So-yun angrily shouted, hey, the real loser is Ji Jong-soo. Poor Jong-soo. Why did his ears suddenly start itching from being bad-mouthed? Heejin laughed and said, but it's only fun if there's something to bet, right? So-yun sealed the deal. Let's bet money 200,000 won. Heejin reminded her, So-yun, if you lose it all again, are you going to ask your dad for allowance money? So-yun shook her head. Hey, I have my pride. Even if I lose, I will absolutely not use my allowance. To pay. Her mom asked again, really? So-yun clenched her fists and nodded. Of course, one game, no takebacks. Heejin immediately played along. All right, mom agrees. If you lose no allowance, you hear. So-yun seriously emphasized, yeah, I know. Yuseong sat beside them watching them and remarking, you two mother and daughter are exactly alike. Heejin took the first turn. Well, then we should go in order from oldest to youngest. I'll throw first. So-yun leaned forward and shouted, knock, come on, knock, it has to be knock, knock. Once the sticks fell, So-yun's expression became one of disbelief. All 4 sticks landed on the same side. So-yun screamed, what is this? That's all for this episode. Gao hopes you'll support us with a like and share to motivate us to create more great series. Seeing her daughter's disbelief, the mother smiled and picked up the sticks. Oh, are you daring to say your mother is playing unfairly? So-yun was still resentful. You cheated, what else could it be? The mother tossed the sticks up again, her tone full of confidence. Cheating, that's what they call skill, honey. The sticks hit the ground, and this time the mother moved forward 4 steps, getting a ute. One of the highest possible scores you can get in a single throw. So-yun's dad was surprised. However, when the last stick fell, the mother sighed. How did the last one end up being Jeol? How embarrassing. Jeol is the 3rd highest score. So-yun was exasperated again. First Ute, then Jeol, mom, are you tricking me? It was Yuseong's turn. He gently picked up the sticks, calculating in his head. Let's see, this has to be a Ute. Just then Sang-jin, his supervisor, gave him a warning look. Lord, you are not to use internal energy. How will you perform? I will open my eyes wide and watch very carefully. And you are not to use mind techniques either. He looked back at Sang-jin, signaling, I said I get it all right. Sang-jin repeated once more, his tone firm. If even a slight sign of supernatural power or mind techniques appears, I will cancel the supercar order immediately. Yu Seong silently gestured as if to say, I know. Geez, you talk too much. While preparing to throw the sticks, Yu Seong thought to himself again. Sang-jin, you think? My skills are limited to internal energy and mind. Techniques. I've already measured the weight of each stick, and also have the ability to control my throwing force perfectly. In other words, there is nothing I cannot do. With that thought, he immediately tossed all 4 sticks up. The result was truly surprising. Yu Seong had achieved a mo, the highest score in Ute Nori, and moved forward 5 steps. So-yun cheered joyfully. That was awesome. Yu Seong, keep up that momentum. But he didn't stop there. Yu Seong continued to throw the sticks one more time. This time he got a Ute and moved forward 4 steps. Sang-jin's jaw dropped in astonishment. He looked at Yu Seong as if he were witnessing a shining star. The Lord, without using any supernatural powers or mind techniques at all, can he really reach this level? With just physical skill alone, in Yu Seong's mind a smug smile bloomed. Sang-jin, the truth is, you can sense my internal energy and mind techniques, but that's only before I throw. I infused a tiny amount of internal energy into the Yut sticks, plus with So-yun screaming next to me, and me throwing the Yut sticks with great force, you'll never figure out what's going on. Sang-jin is still a naive little donkey, in the palm of my hand from the very beginning. He suppressed his smile so hard that his whole body trembled. There is a saying in Taoism that there are 4 pleasures in life that lead a person to nirvana. But they were wrong. There is another joy in life, and that is teasing Sang-jin. Having completed his turn, Yu Seong handed the sticks to Sang-jin. Here it's your turn to throw. Sang-jin's face was veined with frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He squeezed the sticks so tightly in his hand that the veins on his hand bulged. Damn it, I'm sure the Lord used some kind of trick. At the SG Corporation's Korean branch office, a subordinate burst in panting heavily. His face was pale with urgent news. Director, he said breathlessly, about the gate that was just discovered. The director, with his salt and pepper hair and usually calm demeanor, suddenly lost his composure. His eyes revealed extreme impatience and anxiety. What's the situation? He demanded. The employee swallowed hard, his voice cracking with tension. It's been confirmed as an S-rank gate, sir. Hearing the bad news, the director's face immediately turned deathly pale. Cold sweat began to roll down his temples. He couldn't believe his ears, stuttering in panic. What did you just say? Say that again so I can hear you clearly. In his mind, a storm of dark premonitions erupted. An S-rank gate? Something that humanity has never been able to conquer. The terror that has haunted history for hundreds of years. And then as his eyes swept over the gate's geographical location on the map, his heart seemed to stop. It was Dokdo Island. Dokdo Island, why there? How could an S-rank gate appear at Dokdo? Back in the cozy room, where the Ute Nori game was in full swing, Master Yu Seong, the Lord, had been sitting strangely still for a long time. Sang-jin, with a scowl on his face, spoke up, questioning, Lord, are you actually paying attention to the game? Yu Seong smiled in reply, his eyes still lightly scanning the board. Sang-jin, I can multitask, you know. He added softly, his tone a little smug. The outcome of this game was decided a long time ago. It doesn't really matter anymore. All right, perhaps it's time to wrap things up, isn't it? She thought to herself, when this game is over, Sang-jin's expression is going to be priceless. Sang-jin's wife, with a confident smile, gathered the sticks. All right. This is far from over. It's my turn to throw. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently tossed the wooden sticks into the air. On her very first throw, a perfect mo appeared, allowing her game piece to advance 5 steps. The smile on the mother's lips grew even brighter as she gathered the sticks again, preparing for her next throw. Strangely, the second throw also resulted in a miraculous mo. Sang So-jun, the little girl sitting next to her, gasped in astonishment, unable to believe her mother's extraordinary luck. Even Yu Seong seemed incredibly surprised. A thin layer of sweat started to bead on his forehead, his worry evident. What the hell is going on? Something feels wrong. He swallowed hard, the worst-case scenario flashing through his mind. Don't tell me. She's actually using some special skill to cheat. Is she? And it didn't stop there. The third throw was yet another mo, 3 times in a row. This unbelievable result sent a murmur through the room. Sang-jin, seizing the opportunity, immediately laid on some sweet PDA. My dear wife, you truly are the goddess of luck in my life. I love you. Although she acted embarrassed, it was clear Hye-jin was very pleased. She gently brushed off the compliment, her voice full of determination. Come on, everyone. It's not over yet. Let's focus on the game. In contrast, Sang So-jun's face was pale, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. No way, you're not going to throw a... Do and leave me completely stuck, are you? That can't be it, right? If that's what happens, Then this is clearly cheating. I can't accept this. The little girl cried out, both angry and helpless. Yusong stroked his chin thoughtfully. What So-yoon is saying isn't without reason. If the final result really is a do, then the situation will become extremely dangerous. Where is this unbelievable luck coming from? He looked at Hyejin, who was preparing to pick up the sticks again, and wondered, could it be because of the internal energy I accidentally transferred to them? No, absolutely not. My internal energy has no such effect. In this matter, Sang So-jun kept shaking him, her voice full of worry and pleading. Jin-yu, please do something. My allowance for this month is only 200,000. One. He kept his eyes glued to the board, trying to calculate the possibilities. On the board, someone has already thrown 3 consecutive mows. If the result this time is a do, the 2 game pieces will be combined into one, and the game will end quickly. He focused intently, trying to observe carefully, an outcome that was statistically extremely low, but seemed about to materialize right before his eyes. Sensing the momentum and the flow within Hyejin's body, he knew the probability of success was high. The only way to prevent a do outcome, with certainty, is to use chi to control the sticks. As he thought, he subtly applied a small amount of force from his fingertips, preparing to act. Just as Hyejin tossed the sticks high, Yusong timed it perfectly to deploy his chi. He gently lifted his finger, directing an invisible stream of energy towards the spinning sticks in the air. But immediately, Sangjin, his face blazing with anger, suddenly shot up, blocking Yusong's line of sight. "Caught you red-handed, you sly little brat!" he roared, caught off guard. Yusong flinched, pulled his hand back, and sat stock still like a puppy that had just been caught doing something bad. Sangjin immediately began to question him, his tone full of disappointment. "Lord, you were about to use your powers, weren't you? The Lord cannot behave like this. A true man. How could you commit such a cowardly act? But you are just so pathetic." Every word of Sangjin's criticism was like needles piercing his mind, leaving Yusong completely speechless, unable to utter a single word of protest. Then Sangjin raised a hand to his face, but only covered half of it, enough to reveal his tear-filled eyes and pained expression. "I'm really truly so disappointed," he choked out. "How could you go back on your promise?" "You promised." Yusong broke out in a cold sweat riddled with anxiety and regret. "Unbelievable. I really raised a tiger cub in Sangjin. This is all my fault," he thought, clenching his fists. As a result, the surprise victory went to Sangjin's team. And just like that, So-jun lost her entire allowance for the rest of the month. What a drag. After the intense battle had just ended, Sangjin immediately turned to Yusong, his eyes full of accusation and blame. "I really can't believe you broke your promise. You used your aura during the match. In that case, I'm canceling the supercar order immediately." But Yusong tried to placate him. "Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it?" But Sangjin slammed his hand on the table, creating a deafening sound, and roared angrily. "How dare you just stand by and watch? The power of the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult diminish." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned his face away, and tears began to fall. A teardrop on his face like a precious gem. "Oops, my bad. My tears of disappointment are blurring my vision." Yusong thought to himself, "Sangjin, you're using the Heavenly Demon Cult as an excuse again. Is that even fair? But I can't just sit back and let this happen." He clenched his hand, cleared his throat, and said, "I wasn't going to bring this up, but you know I can help Hama and Hyejin stay healthy, and ensure she has a safe delivery, right? What do you think about that?" Hearing this unexpected offer, Sangjin's jaw dropped in astonishment. Seeing his hesitant expression, Yusong couldn't help but feel amused. "Tisk Sangjin, you're a husband and also the father of the child Hama is carrying. Let's see if you'll still buy me a supercar now." Sangjin gulped, his face full of indecision as he weighed his options. And finally, he made his decision. "Lord, I overstepped and acted rudely. I will act as if this never happened." Yuseong smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Just as I thought. He's still wrapped around my little finger." He turned to leave, leaving a curt message behind. "All right, I'll be merciful this time. Now let's go get something to eat." Inside, Sangjin was seething, but he didn't dare say it out loud. He could only think, should I just punch him? This is so frustrating. Time passed, and the 14th of the month arrived. Sangjin opened his eyes and walked into the kitchen, to find his young daughter already standing there excitedly. "Sujun, what are you doing in the kitchen so early?" Looking closer, he saw she was making chocolate. He feigned surprise and asked, "Oh, is that chocolate?" Sujun confirmed, "Yep, it's Valentine's Day today, Dad." Suddenly, a wave of fear washed over him. "That's right, my daughter is just like her mother. She loves to cook and see people enjoy her food, right? But the taste is practically inedible." The thought alone made him want to gag. "All I remember is having to suppress the urge to vomit every time I ate her cooking." Sujun asked innocently, "Dad, want to try some?" Sangjin immediately looked for an excuse to escape. "Sorry, honey, but I have something urgent to do." Sujun stuck out her tongue. "Tisk, I know I'm not a great cook, but this is store-bought chocolate." Just then, Yusong walked into the kitchen. Wow, smells sweet. What's this? Sujun seemed a little annoyed by his question. You were watching that historical drama yesterday, weren't you? Yuseong confirmed, ah, that's right, conceit. Do you know who I am, eh? Sujun retorted with equal sarcasm. You are the burden of my life. Hearing this, he could only fall silent. Then he snatched the spoon from her hand and tasted it, leaving her stunned. Hey, it's not finished yet. Why are you eating it? But Yuseong complimented it. This actually tastes pretty good. However, the girl didn't acknowledge it. She turned away holding the bowl. I'm not giving you any. He walked away smugly, telling her, use it for dinner, okay? She was furious at being ignored. Are you even listening to me? Meanwhile, at Jung-soo's house, he was lying on his bed, sighing. In the US, I was harassed by reporters. Back in Korea, my dad's forcing me to study. My life sucks. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Han Se-hui. He shot up and answered the phone, his mind racing excitedly. What could this be about? It's Han Se-hui from my class. After listening, he was shocked. Huh. What, she wants to give me chocolate? Jong-soo was ecstatic. I can't believe this is happening to me. But suddenly Jong-soo froze, clutching his head as he thought of his crush. No, I have Sujun. I appreciate it, but I have to turn her down. By the time he got to the restaurant, he was still extremely conflicted. Se-hui appeared with a basket full of treats. You got here fast! Jong-soo cut straight to the point. I'm sorry, Se-hui. Se-hui didn't quite understand what he meant. Jong-soo continued, I only see us as friends. I'm very sad, but I can't accept your feelings. Se-hui was silent at his words. Then she pulled out a tiny piece of candy. This is for you. Before Jong-soo could process it, Se-hui continued. Could you give the rest to someone else for me? She scratched her head, blushing. Since it's break, I didn't know how to give it to him. And I don't know his address. You two are close, right? You probably know where he lives. I'll keep your little misunderstanding a secret. Hearing that he was completely mortified, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. Cut to another scene. One afternoon, Yuseong was strolling down a busy street, a sweet chocolate bar in his hand that he occasionally took a bite from. He was on his way to find Jong-soo, who had called and urged him to come, even while he was still nibbling on his candy. A question echoed in Yuseong's mind. This Jong-soo kid, he's clearly in America, so why did he suddenly call me back? As he entered the familiar cafe, Yuseong saw Jong-soo sitting there. Jong-soo's face was etched with melancholy, so sad, that Yuseong felt like the kid just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. What's wrong? Yuseong asked. Why did you call me out here? Don't tell me you wanted to brag about something. But Jong-soo didn't say a word, just gently pushed the gift basket towards Yuseong. This is for you. Yuseong was completely taken aback. Huh, for me? A great confusion took over his mind. Today is Valentine's Day, a day when people usually give chocolate to someone they admire. Why is he suddenly giving me a gift? Is he coming on to me? Although still a bit awkward, Jong-soo tried to keep his voice steady as he answered Yuseong's question. Why, because I like you. This blunt confession left Yuseong completely frozen. What the hell is happening? Look, I'm not interested. In that kind of relationship, okay, I don't swing that way. My sword would rather be stained with the blood of my enemies than get involved with a comrade. But amidst his shock and a little bit of fear, he immediately refused. No thanks, I don't want it. Jong-soo still tried to convince him. I put a lot of thought into this gift. But Yuseong once again firmly asserted, I said I don't want it. Jong-soo's annoyance was clear on his face. Oh, you really are a nasty person. Just then he noticed the chocolate bar in Yuseong's hand. Who gave you that chocolate? Yuseong answered calmly. This Sang Sujun made it. Jong-soo froze once more. His whole body trembled with extreme disappointment. The sadness quickly transformed into an explosive rage. His eyes lost their pupils, leaving only a fiery red as he screamed. Jong-soo now just wanted to tear Yuseong to shreds. This was the first time Yuseong had felt such extreme fear, even after reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. He quickly turned and ran. Hey! Jong-soo screamed after him. I told you to take it. For the first time in his life, Yuseong truly felt the insane, terrifying madness of someone who had stepped into the forbidden territory of emotions. While Yuseong and Jong-soo were still mired in their mounting misunderstandings, Valentine's Day came to a close. Another scene. In some luxurious office, Director Han Ji-hoo, the head of the Korean branch, was frowning as he reviewed the report from the Dokdo Gate. This is unacceptable. He muttered, his face full of displeasure. Han Ji-hoo turned and snapped at the man across from him, the director of SG Korea. You'd best think very carefully before you give me an answer. March had arrived, bringing with it the air of spring, and a new school year at Daeji High School. Yuseong stood by the window, striking a cool pose that annoyed Sang Sujun to no end. She ran over nagging, Hey, what kind of stunt are you pulling so early in the morning? Yuseong was now a senior and had been placed in a new class. But it seemed that even though he'd moved up a grade, his classmates were almost exactly the same. Sang Sujun Ji-hun, and most of his close friends were still there. This was a unique feature of Daeji High. Seeing him still standing motionless, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, Soo-jun grew even more irritated and snapped, Jin Yu-seong, "Are you listening to me?" Jin Yu-seong, at that moment, was lost in his own train of thought. Daeji High School was a gathering place for the sons and daughters of wealthy and powerful families. Therefore, lobbying and subtle requests had become so common that the school had to formalize it, just like that groups of close friends formed in 10th grade thanks to the power of their parents, moved up to 11th and then 12th grade together. However, not all requests were granted, because the wishes of parents with higher status in the business world would always be given top priority. Jin Yu-seong had also participated in this request process, as someone had asked for his input earlier. Jin Yu-seong had proposed 2 specific names. The first person he wanted in his class was Sang Soo-jun, not only because he felt comfortable around her, but also because he believed that them being together would be more beneficial for the family's happiness and safety. Sang Jin, on the other hand, was someone he absolutely did not want to be in the same class with, Jong-soo. Although the misunderstanding from Valentine's Day was eventually cleared up, he still rejected Jong-soo for reasons related to personal feelings. However, despite Jin Yu-seong's wishes, Jong-soo was still placed in the same class as him, simply because his father had much more influence in the business world. Sitting alone in the classroom, Jong-soo quietly looked towards Yu-seong, thinking to himself, Jin Yu-seong, I will definitely find out the real connection between you and Sang. Soo-jun and I will verify it myself. 2 boys sitting nearby were also discussing gloomily. It seems like he only wanted to be in the same class as Jin. Yu-seong, right? Definitely. The friend next to him sadly agreed. Just then the teacher walked into the classroom, stepped up to the podium and announced, Hello everyone. I am John Jun, your homeroom teacher for class 3-1 this year. This morning we will have individual counseling sessions regarding career guidance. But all the students below responded in unison, yes sir, like a firm confirmation. Soo-jun then approached Yu-seong to chat. Hey, are you planning to apply for college? He gently stroked his chin, thinking deeply. I'm not really sure. Then he asked her back, what about you? Soo-jun frankly shared her intentions. Well, I guess I have to go to college first, right? I think a lot of people find their true passion after experiencing the university environment. You know, Yu-seong was currently lost in a mess of thoughts. What should I do? Confucius in the Analects once said that at 50 you know the will of heaven, meaning the time when a person awakens to their own destiny. At 60, your ear is an obedient organ, meaning at this age, just listening to others is enough to understand everything. And 70 is called following what my heart desires, implying that even when acting according to the heart's wishes, one does not go against what is right. And yet I have far surpassed that threshold, but my heart is still adrift, unable to understand itself. How ridiculous humans are. Seeing him still lost in silence, Soo-jun asked again, So what are you going to do, Yu-seong? He had to reply, college. I'll just put it off for later. For now, I'll just focus all my energy on studying for the entrance exams. Hearing that, Soo-jun laughed. All right, I get what you mean. So you've decided to apply for college, right? He watched her walk away with a bright smile, feeling utterly confused. What was that so bland? She just asks one question and then leaves. She's just like Hee-jin. I have no idea what goes on in their heads. Well, whatever. He looked out the window again, and other thoughts flooded his mind. After the shocking news about the S-rank gate, the SG organization has been strangely quiet. According to the SG Treaty, the right to officially announce information about a gate belongs to the nation, where the gate appears. However, the case of the gate on Dokdo Island is completely different. The Japanese SG branch unilaterally announced the information. The reason is that Dokdo is a disputed territory. This not only helps them divert the attention of the Japanese government and public from internal issues, but also allows them to regain public favor after a series of recent gate outbreaks. This is clearly an arbitrary decision by SG Japan to cover up their own mistakes. It's obvious that SG Korea couldn't handle it on their own, so they deliberately interfered. Meanwhile, SG Korea is still determined to abandon it. SG Japan has calculated that once the gate breaks, all criticism and attention will be completely shifted to SG Korea. At the SG Korea branch office, a tense meeting was taking place among the management levels. Right now, we absolutely cannot get dragged into the personal political schemes of the SG Japan branch. The most important thing right now is to think very carefully. The director of SG Korea's headquarters spoke up asking, so how do you intend to handle the proposal to form a joint team from SG Japan, another leader explained. That's just a bluff from SG Japan. They know full well we will abandon the Dokdo Gate. Even if they offer to help, their goal is to find a way to bolster their reputation and raise their status on the international stage. An SG Korea branch director questioned back, really? Do we have no other choice but to abandon it? If the gate breaks, Dokdo will be completely wiped out. Moreover, whether we win or lose, SG Japan will benefit. The other leader angrily retorted, but sending Korean Awakened into an S-rank gate is nothing short of a suicide mission. For the future of the Awakened and of SG Korea as a whole, we are forced to abandon the Dokdo Gate. Hearing this firm declaration, everyone else fell silent. No one dared to say another word. That night at the private residence of Major General Han Ji-hoo, a sudden knock echoed in the middle of the night, annoying him greatly. Who could it be at this hour? But as soon as he saw who it was, the general's expression changed, so much so that it seemed his pupils had vanished, leaving only utter astonishment. Because standing before him were the two top SS rank Awakened in Korea, Moon Soo-hyuk and Cha Jong-myung. Han Ji-hoo couldn't understand how these two had come here at this time. He speculated to himself. As expected, they both heard the news. Is that why they came here? Moon Soo-hyuk spoke first. We heard that you have decided to abandon it. But Major General, isn't it a strange coincidence? At the very moment that we both became Awakened, SS rank, a gate appears at Dokdo. Major General Ji-hoo looked flustered, sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly invited the two special guests inside. Please come in and we can discuss this further. After they were seated, he faced the two powerful Awakened in a heavy silence, seemingly at a loss for where to begin. Finally, he broke the silence, questioning them in a stern tone. This is clearly an act of insubordination, a direct violation of strict SG regulations. Defying an order from a high-ranking Awakened is considered an extremely serious offense. However, Jong-myung immediately retorted with a calm demeanor. Not exactly, Major General. This action isn't defiance, but an opportunity for you to stand up and support us. At the same time, Soo-hyuk, without saying much, pulled out a piece of paper and pushed it towards him. You are well aware that Cha Jong-myung and I have a considerable fortune. Are you not? Ji-hoo, of course, knew of their wealth. I understand you two possess a great deal of money. But Soo-hyuk interrupted, placing the paper on the table and emphasizing, you also know that money can solve a lot of problems. Right, please read this. Once Ji-hoo looked at the paper, his eyes widened in astonishment. The 99-man suicide squad of Han, Soo-hyuk, and Cha Jong-myung at Usano Island. What is the meaning of this? Jong-myung calmly replied, that is the name of our team. Soo-hyuk enthusiastically continued, even if the nation refuses to clear a path, we will still advance on our own. Ji-hoo was still uneasy, sweat forming on his temples again. This could lead to a meaningless death, a pointless sacrifice. Jong-myung then persuaded, that is precisely why, Major General, you need to open a path for us, so that even if we must sacrifice ourselves, that death will not be in vain. Soo-hyuk added another crucial piece of information. Furthermore, Anode was unable to participate personally, but he has provided his precious items, the 7 Guardians. Hearing 7 Guardians, Ji-hoo suddenly realized its significance. The 7 Guardians are 7 legendary items that protect an emperor, including 2 swords, a shield, a cloak, a suit of armor, an iron chain, and a precious gem. This meant that Anode Beck possessed the complete set of 7 SSS rank items. A quick thought raced through Ji-hoo's mind. Anode Beck has provided the entire 7 Guardian set, combined with the fact that these Awakened are willing to die for their country. In this situation, the government would have no way and no reason to stop them. On the contrary, by supporting these Awakened and showing concern for the will of the people, the government could maintain a harmonious and sustainable relationship between the nation, SG, and the Awakened community. While he was contemplating, a hand was extended in front of Ji-hoo, expressing a desire to cooperate. Soo-hyuk invited Major General Han, join us. We are not going there to die. We will return after completing our mission. Gloriously. Ji-hoo laughed in satisfaction. You two are really something else. Then he also clasped Soo-hyuk's hand, accepting the offer. There's no way I can win against people like this, Soo-hyuk added. Who knows, things might turn out to be easier than we think. And just like that, the Usano squad, consisting of 99 Awakened, was formed by Soo-hyuk and Cha Jong-myung, cut to Dokdo Island. A speedboat brought the entire Usano squad to the island's shore. As soon as they set foot on land, the members quickly scanned their surroundings. Just as expected, those cowards from SG Japan didn't dare show their faces. One person muttered. The person next to him nodded in agreement. Just ignore them. This is a good opportunity to make the Awakened and the public think more about SG. That's also a good thing. Another person agreed. That's right. After all, the nation SG and the Awakened community have a certain level of independence from each other. If we handle this gate on our own, it will definitely make a big splash. Another member couldn't hide his excitement. The reporters will flock here too, and the whole world will be watching live. Get ready to become famous. Soo-hyuk carefully looked around. He had a strange feeling. It seems that on this island, besides us, there exists another extremely powerful force. Suddenly, he felt a special kind of aura. Wait a minute, what is this aura? Soo-hyuk began to break out in a cold sweat from fear. No way. Is this the aura I encountered at the Gassen? Gate is a mysterious awakened present here. Appearing so suddenly like this, the person wearing a mask noticed he was being watched, and turned back in surprise, asking in return, "You've become that strong, that you can even sense this aura." The voice rang out full of admiration. "Not bad, very commendable. You've matured a lot." The other awakened also gathered around, murmuring amongst themselves. What is that, appearing out of nowhere and being so terrifyingly strong?" Soo-hyuk pressed for more information. "Who in the world are you?" The masked person snapped his fingers with flair, just like in some action movie. "I am K." The surrounding crowd fell silent, trying to stifle their laughter. "What is this? He seems strong, but is he friend or foe? Why have you appeared here?" But Soo-hyuk was still not free from fear. He concluded he's not just strong, he's even stronger than Anode Beck. So he questioned again, "What are you doing here?" "We are suspicious of you." Yusheng, with his arms crossed, confidently asked back. "Suspicious? Suspicious of what exactly? Have I ever caused any harm to you people?" As he spoke, Yusheng suddenly paused. That's right. "I have caused quite a bit of damage to SG, haven't I?" Yusheng skillfully redirected the conversation, his tone a mix of challenge and certainty. It seems there has been a small misunderstanding here. He said if I really wanted to destroy SG, that place would have vanished like smoke a long time ago, not still be standing as it is now. This reasoning made Soo-hyuk reconsider. He didn't kill any of us at the Gasun Gate. He merely rendered everyone unconscious. Soo-hyuk looked straight into Yuseong's eyes, his gaze scrutinizing. "Then why did you decide to reveal yourself to us? With your incredible abilities, wouldn't it be easier to remain hidden?" Just then, Yuseong gave a discreet smile. "I have observed, and I see that you all have amazing potential. You are willing to sacrifice for your country, gathering together in unity like this. I want to help people like you." However, Soo-hyuk remained wary. "Help us. What is your purpose in wanting to conquer the Dokdo Gate?" Yuseong began to explain decisively. "First, because I have the ability to do so. And second, it's simply because I'm also a fellow Korean," he said with an undisguised pride in his voice. Hearing this, Seo-hyuk couldn't find any words to argue. Just then, another member approached and handed Yuseong a necklace. "All right then, welcome to Usano." As the necklace touched his hand and was placed around his neck, a thought flashed through Yuseong's mind. To be precise, I am a descendant of Kali, but I currently live in Korea, so when you think about it, there's no real difference. Instantly, a clap of thunder echoed across the sky, as if to confirm or deny that thought. Seo-hyuk didn't miss the chance to ask Yuseong more, if you don't mind. "May I ask what level of awakening you've reached?" Yuseong calmly repeated the question. "My level." Suddenly, a loud roar tore through the air. "Everyone look up there. There's a sign of a gate." From the exact spot where the thunder had just sounded, a giant purple circle began to form and become clear in the middle of the sky. "Yeah," Yuseong continued their unfinished conversation. "Oh, right. I saw on TV you're SS rank, aren't you? If that's the case, then I'm SSS rank." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding bolt of lightning struck right next to Yuseong. Perhaps the metal on his body attracted it. The light was so intense it forced the other, awakened, to quickly cover their eyes. Seo-hyuk tried to squint and get a good look around. They had been teleported inside the gate. The scene before them was a desolate wasteland, literally on fire, leaving everyone speechless. "Is this place an S-rank gate?" Seo-hyuk started to break out in a cold sweat. "The terrain is too treacherous. Just one small slip-up would be enough to get you killed." He immediately glanced to the side, and once again sweat poured down his face. "And at this distance, it's already that big. Just how massive is that snake?" Before them, a giant serpent slithered about, seemingly viewing this group of awakened as an appetizer. Fear began to spread through the group. "Is that snake the final boss?" But the final boss is usually in a shrine. While they were still confused and murmuring, a mysterious creature swooped down from above. It was a hybrid between a bat and something with razor-sharp claws. It charged straight for them. Fortunately, they had timely protection. Otherwise, none of them would have been left in one piece. "What is this? What are these monsters?" Seo-hyuk felt more and more terrified. In the midst of the lingering confusion, it is a tall figure, clad in all black with a hood that covered almost his entire face, suddenly appeared right before us. "Welcome to the S-rank gate." A deep voice rang out. "I am Administrator SBS, the one who will be responsible for overseeing your mission this time." He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over each one of us. Then he continued in a more formal tone. "Congratulations to all of you for being selected for Team 5, the Gate Conquerors. Currently, our team has a total of 100 members. From this moment on, you must work together to defeat the final boss. Within the next 24 hours, his shrine is located deep in the sacred garden. But first, you must cross the treacherous volcanic mountains and the tropical rainforest. Be warned, this safe zone for the chosen ones will completely disappear in 30 minutes. As soon as the announcement of the harsh rules was over, that mysterious administrator also vanished quickly, leaving no trace behind. We were left in a state of shock and chaos. Around us, the young faces began to show signs of fear and panic. Damn it, a frustrated curse rang out. I came in here to find fame and fortune, not to face this goddamn death. Only a fool would sign up for this kind of pain, he muttered. Then he suddenly let out a regretful exclamation. If only I had studied a little harder back then, maybe I wouldn't be in this mess. Right at that moment, another voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Did you guys know? On foreign betting sites, there are already hot bets on this conquest raid. I heard the odds are over 20 to 1. Someone even went all in and bet 3 billion won on it. Suddenly, one of the crowd exclaimed with a smug look. That someone was me. The whole group around him stared at him with dumbfounded expressions. Unbelievable. What, is there really a madman like that here? Someone exclaimed. He smirked, his eyes full of ambition. As long as we conquer this, I'll have a massive fortune of 90 billion in my hands. Immediately, sarcastic whispers filled the air. He'd deserve it if the bookie ran off with his money. But only one man, Yuseong, remained calm, his deep eyes observing everything around him. He thought to himself, they're terrified, desperate. But at the same time, deep down, there's still a glimmer of hope to overcome this. This is truly human nature. He suddenly recalled a dark memory from his past. There was a time when I was hunted down by the Tianluo demon sect, the most notorious assassin organization in the Central Plains. They pursued me relentlessly. They were more than capable of killing all the surviving members of my squad, but they didn't. Instead, they only injured them, instilling absolute fear to continue their mental torture. Under this constant torment, Shanglin and Shin Zhaoqing, my two loyal subordinates, completely broke down, believing that more than half the team had perished. But the bitter reality was, none of them died at the hands of the Tianluo demon sect. They all died by my sword. I couldn't bear to see them begging for death, so I granted their final wish. He remembered the horrific scene. The surviving members gradually went insane, crying and thrashing about endlessly. They begged for death, threw away their swords, discarded their guns, and pleaded with me to end their lives. In the end, one of them came to bother me too, while I was trying to find a moment of peace to admire the scenery. He asked me with a worried look, "Aren't you afraid of them closing in on us?" I responded coldly back then, "I find weaklings annoying," but afterwards I regretted it for a long time. Why, at that moment, did I not speak more gently to my subordinate, who was on the verge of death? Now I truly understand. Even if you fall into the deepest pit of despair, as long as there's a flicker of hope, you can overcome anything. Just as his thoughts concluded, the transparent protective barrier suddenly vanished completely. A giant bat-like monster, with blood-red eyes, growled and charged straight at Yuseong. However, he was already prepared. His hand gripped a large, heavy sword. With a slight movement of his feet, Yuseong skillfully spun his body, creating a sharp upward slash. He sliced the bat monster in two in the blink of an eye. This scene left the awakened crowd around him gaping in astonishment. Even Seo Hyuk was utterly shocked. Yuseong slung the giant sword over his shoulder, his determined gaze sweeping over the still stunned group. "Follow me," he declared forcefully. "I will be your hope." The next monster they had to face was the ferocious giant snake. They had just seen moments ago. Yuseong strode directly towards it, while the snake growled menacingly, baring its hideous fangs. The people behind him were completely overwhelmed by the terror of this monster. No one dared to step forward. Seo Hyuk even mistakenly thought that this giant snake was the final boss of the S-rank gate. However, he noticed the snake wasn't moving. It seemed as if it couldn't cross some kind of invisible barrier. Yuseong continued to stare thoughtfully at the monster. The important thing is that the final boss isn't this monster, but the one I met in Prague. He could feel the presence of the final boss in the distant shrine and thought, he's hiding in that shrine, waiting for any unfortunate soul who dares to trespass. Could it be that he's the one who created this gate? I'll have to see for myself. Then, Yuseong continued on his way. But then, as if a thought struck him, he turned back towards Seo Hyuk. His sudden appearance surprised Seo Hyuk, who blurted out, "Huh. Is there something you want to say to me?" Yuseong held out his hand, a simple gesture that carried a surprising request. "Can I borrow your sword for a moment?" But Seo Hyuk was even more stunned. You don't mean this sword?" As soon as he said it, Seo Hyuk reflexively drew a sword from its sheath. The cold glint of metal reflected in the air. Yuseong stared at it, his eyes shining with a calculated look. "Yes, that's the one. It looks quite useful." However, Seo Hyuk hesitated, showing no intention of handing over the sword. He shook his head, refusing with the reason, "This isn't my sword." Yuseong looked confused, scratching his head. "Then whose is it for you to say that? I'll be careful with it and give it right back." Seo Hyuk gently explained, his tone a bit serious. "This is the treasured sword of Emperor Andong Baek. He entrusted it to us, with the hope that we would successfully conquer this gate." Hearing the name Baek, Yuseong looked slightly surprised. "Oh, so it's Baek's sword." The familiar way he said Baek's name didn't escape Seo Hyuk's notice. He immediately changed his attitude, becoming more respectful. "Do you know him, sir?" "No, we're not that close. Anyway, he won't say anything if I use it. Don't worry." At that reassurance, Seo Hyuk finally relented and presented the precious sword to Yu Seong. Picking up the sword, Yu Seong raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. I wonder if this sword can handle my annihilation technique. Seo Hyuk stood beside him, thought for a moment, and then hesitantly asked, "Can you kill that snake?" Yu Seong turned with a confused expression. I didn't borrow the sword to do that." This answer left Seo Hyuk completely stunned. "Why wouldn't you?" Yu Seong sighed, his gaze sweeping over the giant coiling snake behind them. "Are you that scared of that snake?" Seo Hyuk trembled and answered honestly. It'd be strange not to be scared. "Why are you afraid?" Yu Seong questioned. "Is it just because it's so big?" With that, he turned and strode towards the monster. As Yu Seong approached, the giant snake began to radiate a terrifying pressure, making the air around them seem to thicken. Yu Seong didn't look back, but his voice echoed clearly to the ears of the awakened standing behind him. "Don't let yourselves be limited by size or appearance." Seo Hyuk and the others looked at each other confused, not understanding what he was saying. What the hell is this guy talking about all of a sudden? A few whispers arose, gripping the sword tightly, putting a bit of force into it. Yu Seong continued his lecture. A true martial artist is one who always maintains their sense of self in any situation, unwavering. The giant snake seemed to have run out of patience. It bared its sharp, bristling fangs and let out a heaven-shaking roar, then lunged forward with terrifying speed. Yu Seong remained strangely calm. He raised the sword high. A sharp slash came straight down, right between the snake's eyes. A deafening roar erupted, stretching on as if tearing space apart, followed by a brilliant streak of light from the sword. The awakened, behind him, couldn't believe what was happening before their very eyes. The giant snake they had feared, which seemed impossible to deal with, had been easily sliced into two equal halves vertically. Its massive body collapsed. Yu Seong held the sword in his hand, his gaze still calm. He praised it softly. "This is a fine sword." Instantly, a series of system windows continuously appeared around him, glowing brightly. Yu Seong wondered to himself what these panels were. Even the others had system windows appearing. Seo Hyuk was also extremely confused. Suddenly completed. Could an S-rank gate really be this easy? Suddenly, one of them was enveloped in a beam of light and disappeared. Then the others also began to be teleported away. Did we really conquer it? Seo Hyuk was still in a state of disbelief, unable to trust his eyes. What is this? Is this really the end of the S-rank gate? I think there was mention of a shrine with a final boss, right? This is absurd. The light appeared once more, enveloping everyone, and the entire group of 100 was teleported to another place. Cheers of happiness erupted. Awesome. We did it. However, Seo Hyuk quickly noticed something unusual. He asked everyone to do a head count. One person volunteered to count immediately, and after counting and recounting, he reported the total number was 99. No casualties. Seo Hyuk frowned in confusion. Where did that person go? Did he go into hiding? Miu patted his friend's shoulder and smiled reassuringly. He probably went into stealth mode again like on the ship. Come on, don't be so stressed. Let's enjoy this moment. We conquered an S-rank gate and returned safely. Seo Hyuk also breathed a sigh of relief. You're right. He's not someone we need to worry about. Watching everyone celebrate joyfully, Seo Hyuk thought to himself again, maybe because this is an S-rank gate, there's no final boss shrine. So killing the boss was easier, compared to other monsters. So what? As long as we completed it and returned safely, that's all that matters. Then he also joined in the celebration. We are the first in the world to conquer an S-rank gate. In reality, inside the ruined gate, the man named Yu Seong was still there alone. He muttered softly, It seems I'm the only one who didn't get the completion notice, so everyone else returned, leaving me all alone. Yes, he affirmed. If so, then the real target is me. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful pressure towards the shrine. In a flash, he swung his sword, creating a ferocious wild slash of sword intent. Then he tightened his grip on the sword again, his face etched with anger. All right, I accept your invitation. The feet of Yu Seong continued to step decisively towards the shrine. At this point, after finishing his act, Yu Seong had taken off his mask. But as he was opening the quest log to check, a sound echoed from the shrine, causing the quest log to continuously display notifications. Welcome to the sanctuary. Warning upon entering the sanctuary. Your life is not guaranteed. Do you wish to prove your worth as a master? And enter the sanctuary. Warning, you are not advised to proceed. Warning, someone is targeting your life. Yu Seong placed his hand on the wall, thinking deeply. He's inviting me. But the message from the gate is giving warnings. Instantly from the gate, a beam of light reacted to his hand. It's very likely that the message sender and the man in black are two different entities. Yu Seong closed his eyes to feel it, and then suddenly, he opened his glowing eyes wide. And just like that, he was teleported to another place. The surrounding scenery left him bewildered. Where is this place? After observing for a moment, he began to guess. Is this the backyard of the Celestial Palace? A voice spoke up, asking him in a provocative tone, "Well, does the scenery bring back any memories?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Yuseong gifted him a punch straight to the mouth. The man who took the punch flew back several meters before hitting the ground. He scrambled up and asked, "What the hell was that for?" Yuseong replied calmly, "Weren't you the one who struck first, you man in black?" At this, the man introduced himself. "My name is Rockefeller, not the man in black." Yuseong gestured for him to come forward. "Is that so? Then bring it on." Rockefeller stood up, dusting off his clothes. "All right. Aren't you the least bit curious about me?" Yuseong was already in a fighting stance, ready for a clash. What the hell is there to be curious about? Even so, he asked him a perfunctory question. "Why did you summon me?" The other man replied, "The second Beijing portal in G-Seoul. You were the one who entered it, right?" Yuseong, a little puzzled, confirmed, "Yeah, that was me." "You didn't think it was me," Rockefeller said. "No, I didn't think it was you, but I wasn't entirely sure." Yuseong affirmed it was me. "In that case, let me ask you a question. Were you in the portal that day? How did you manage to escape my notice?" The other man replied, "No point in asking. I'm better than you, so it's only natural that you didn't see me." His words were getting on his nerves. Yuseong immediately drew his greatsword. Seeing his big shiny sword, the man held up his hands. Hey, what's the rush?" Yuseong slung the sword over his shoulder. "How strange. Your actions are quite human." Rockefeller explained, "In this space, I'm no different from a human. Besides, why don't we try talking for a bit?" Yuseong sighed. "This guy is so noisy." "What is there to talk about between you and me?" Rockefeller asked. "Why are you so hostile towards me?" Yuseong angrily raised his sword. "Are you insane? It was obviously you who attacked me in Prague." Then he asked again, "What if I apologize for that?" Yuseong crossed his arms, annoyed. "Are you messing with me? Hey, man in black, do you know why I want to talk to you?" The other man replied casually. "Because you're afraid of me." Yuseong pointed his sword at him as a compliment. "You're a pretty sharp one." Rockefeller radiated power and told him that's not it. "Ruler of the Central Plains, you should think a little more carefully. Talk. Talking is such a sweet word." Seeing the other man begin to show signs of madness, Yuseong was a bit surprised. How astonishing. His spiritual energy contains the aura of the Mind Sword. The Mind Sword is a state that is not easily achieved. It is born from a pure soul and a steadfast will. So how could he have achieved it? After showing off a bit, Rockefeller continued Jin Yuseong. "Can you communicate with ants or talk to trees?" "No, of course you can't, right? Conversation can only happen between beings of the same level as each other. For the past 500 years, no one has dared to talk to me. So now, what reason is there for us not to talk? After all, tonight only one of us will survive. You and I. I truly feel that we are different kinds of beings." But after listening to his monologue, Jin Yuseong's expression remained blank. He couldn't grasp any of it. He decided to sheath his weapon again. All his fighting spirit had vanished. Instead, he was more interested in talking to this enemy. "Say something," he urged. But Rockefeller looked bewildered, utterly confused by this unexpected request. He opened his mouth slightly as if in disbelief. He couldn't understand what Yuseong was planning. Just a few seconds ago, he was radiating bloodlust and wanted to take him down. But Yuseong reassured him, "Just say what you want. I want to hear the story of your life." Then Rockefeller covered his face and looked up at the sky. He looked extremely disappointed. Then he began to pour out his heart. "You and I, we were both born on this same planet. We were once great mages from the far west." Wait, hold on a second. "We," Yuseong interrupted, asking for clarification. The other man immediately explained, "I am one of 3 triplet brothers who ruled the West together as the absolute strongest. But you know, the life of an absolute ruler is incredibly dull and boring. But for that very reason, we decided to open a gate." Yuseong suddenly recalled an old book he had once read. According to ancient records about a century ago, 3 triplet brothers poured all their mana into trying to open a gate. But it only opened halfway. He let out a small "oh" of surprise. The other man immediately asked him, "What's wrong? Is something the matter? I'm still talking." Yuseong replied, "No, I'm just surprised by my own memory." "But is it true that you opened that gate?" Then Rockefeller asked back, "Why do you say that? Doesn't the record say that the gate only opened halfway?" "It's true that it opened and we stepped into the void. There we lost half of our souls, both the higher and lower souls." But Yuseong was once again stunned. "What? Are you really a demon?" Rockefeller objected. "A demon? No, not exactly. If you want to call me a demon, then go ahead. And you, the ruler of the Central Plains, you must have lost something in the void too, right?" However, Yuseong flatly declared that he hadn't lost a single thing, because I won. Rockefeller didn't believe it. Ridiculous. That being is not an opponent that can be defeated so easily. Furthermore, in the void there must always be a trade-off. Yuseong retorted, "That's just your point of view." The other man scratched his head. "Fine, let's just say that. Anyway, after tonight, your memories will be absorbed by me." Yuseong suddenly remembered. "Oh right, explaining is such a pain. So what? After losing your physical bodies, what happened next?" Then Rockefeller began to explain everything to him in detail. having lost our souls. We became wraiths. Although we still possessed great power because of Earth's Akasha, we couldn't use it effectively. Yuseong asked further, "What's Akasha?" So many new concepts. Rockefeller also scratched his head. This is a bit hard to explain to someone who isn't a mage. Just think of it as Earth's natural defense system. And so we faced the risk of being completely annihilated. But what's surprising is someone extended a hand to help us. I used to find it ridiculous how villains in stories would lengthily explain their plans in detail. But now I think I understand why. But Yuseong still couldn't grasp the meaning of that part. What do you mean? He started to get annoyed in his head. So talkative. Are you asking for a punch? Rockefeller, getting tired of talking, suddenly lunged forward. Because in the end, everything will come to an end anyway. Either the villain dies or the hero dies. So they can't stand it anymore. A perfect plan is one that no one knows about. But if no one knows, then how can it be recognized as perfect? Yuseong, extremely annoyed, yelled out, "Don't speak in riddles like that." "Who are you really?" Rockefeller spoke his final words. A horrifying truth. "It was you. Jin Yuseong, thanks to the gate you opened, we were able to get here." Yuseong was once again dazed, his head spinning. What the hell is this? The other being continued to explain this part. Earth's Akasa is too solid. We couldn't penetrate it with our power alone, but you created a path for us. That is the Heavenly Palace Gate. We used it, energy from the lower dimensions. Through that, we created other teleportation gates across Earth. Do you still not understand? Jin Yuseong, the origin of the gates that are devastating this world is you. This is the reason why I so desperately wanted to share with you the story of the three triplet brothers. Those who once spread terror throughout the western regions now stand before a teleportation gate with no other goal than to ascend and become divine entities. However, the price for that ambition was incredibly steep. We have permanently lost Beck and Yuck, and the existence of the homunculus is merely a temporary, fragile solution. Our fate seems to be sealed. We will either lose our consciousness and dissolve into nothingness, or we will go mad before being expelled from this world by the Akasa. There is only one path left, to escape that cruel destiny, devour the spirituality of humans, to achieve infinite power. You must be wondering what spirituality is, right? Spirituality is the sum of the essence that each human individual possesses from birth. We three brothers want to steal this fundamental source of creation from humanity to elevate our own state of being. The most difficult problem is how to get past the Akasa, the absolute space that contains the will of the universe. The supreme will of the Akasa is the prosperity of humanity, and it rejects all foreign energies that could harm the human race. The moment we use a power that goes against the will of the Akasa, the absolute space will no longer see us as matter. Matter here means physical substance. When we are no longer considered matter, it means we will be expelled, permanently and completely destroyed. One of the three brothers fell into a state of extreme anxiety. To preserve our existence, we need to devour spirituality without being detected by the Akasa. Hundreds of years passed in hopelessness. We gradually became exhausted and weary. Then one day, the eldest brother discovered a loophole in the Akasa. He told his two younger brothers, the Akasa does not reject all foreign energies. If it did, the espers in this world would have been expelled long ago. In this world, there are still naturally born espers who possess psychic powers or use magic, but the total amount of their power is so weak that we could only establish pathetic cults. The Akasa records everything in the Akasic records. If we can record our own foreign energy in there, we'll be free to use our power without being detected. The youngest brother immediately asked a question. We can't even resist the will of the Akasa. How can we possibly interfere with the Akasic records? The second brother also offered an idea. To interfere with the Akasic records, we need power. But how can we interfere without power? It's a cruel paradox. The eldest brother shook his head. We won't be interfering with the Akasic records ourselves. The will of the Akasa is too strong. We cannot change it. Instead, we will make the humans of this world interfere with it themselves. He explained further. The Akasa records everything into the Akasic records, the collective unconscious treasure trove of humanity, and also the repository of all knowledge and records about the world. This place contains all the consciousness and unconsciousness that humans experience, from birth until they return to eternity. It accumulates, gradually leading humanity to prosperity. Everyone has a connection to the Akasic records, but only a few with the ability for high mental concentration can actually connect. However, even they can only connect for a brief period of time. But it is these brief moments that have spurred the remarkable development of humanity. Science and technology advanced to nuclear fusion, and they have reached out into the cosmos. For example, a German chemist established the structural formula of benzene, contributing greatly to the development of organic chemistry. While struggling with this formula, he fell asleep. In his dream, he saw snake-like atoms biting their own tails. Upon waking, he hurriedly wrote down what he had seen. That was the structural formula of benzene. Similarly, when a person concentrates intensely on their field, they can accidentally connect to the Akashic records. However, the Akashic records are not omniscient. Every action is recorded by the Akasa, but in the end, those records are just events that happened in the past. Those brilliant scientists could find answers from the hints in the Akashic records because the Akashic records, although a collection of great records, ultimately its foundation is still human. The eldest brother with a smug expression spoke up. What if all of humanity becomes familiar with this foreign energy? If they can freely talk about it, think about it, and even ponder it. And finally, if it becomes a matter of course, in the subconscious of humanity, then the Akashic records will record it, and at that point, it will no longer be something foreign. The ambitious plan of the eldest brother seemed feasible, and the other two quickly agreed. So they began preparing for the teleportation gate and the system. The middle brother wondered, do we need to create it in a form that humans are already familiar with? No, only then will they easily accept it subconsciously. The youngest brother then suggested, what about using the format of a game? Everything was almost ready, but a major problem remained. To open teleportation gates across the world and simultaneously bestow power upon the awakened, they themselves had to use a massive amount of energy. However, what if the Akasa rejected that energy? All three would face annihilation. Starting such a grand plan was not at all simple, but at that very moment, all three brothers were astonished to realize something extraordinary. Something that even the three most outstanding mages in history combined could only open for a split second. That teleportation gate was being held wide open by someone else. The youngest brother exclaimed with confusion, "Who could do this?" The eldest brother replied, "Now is not the time to worry about that." He immediately broke into a sinister smile. "What's important is that we now have a path. And so we succeeded in tainting the Akasa." But Jin Yusong, who had been listening intently to Kefeller's story, all this time finally spoke up. "That's what made the gate, and the system so friendly to humans, isn't it?" Kefeller confirmed. "That's right. What we desired was not the extinction of humanity, but its adaptation." But Kefeller looked tired. He asked Yuseong in the tone of a teacher asking a student, "Do you understand now? Jin Yusong, all of this is thanks to you." Yusong was perplexed. "How is this my fault? This is clearly your fault." Kefeller continued, "Without you, we couldn't have opened the teleportation gate." But Yuseong retorted sharply, "You stabbed someone with a knife, and then blamed the blacksmith for making it too sharp. Are you stupid or something?" Hearing this logic, Kefeller was temporarily speechless. Yuseong began to probe further. "You said there were 3 triplet brothers, right? So where are the other 2? Kefeller didn't quite understand his intention, so Yuseong said it bluntly. "I'm too lazy to go looking. Hurry up and drag them all here." Kefeller was slightly taken aback by Yuseong's boundless confidence. He told him, "You've already lost to me once, haven't you?" At that, he became pissed off and began to unleash his power. "Do you think I would appear without any preparation?" "Hey," Yuseong helped him calm down, "Kefeller. You said you've met me before, right?" Kefeller confirmed, "That's right. After successfully deceiving the Akasa, I went looking for the one who opened the teleportation gate and found you. Don't you remember the battle at the Heavenly Palace?" And then Yuseong drew his weapon again. "Looks like you've got the wrong person. If you had ever fought me before, you wouldn't be so foolish as to lose your courage like this." He pointed his large, gleaming weapon at Kefeller, simultaneously emitting a terrifying pressure. Yet Kefeller remained calm and let out a sneer. "That's more like it. That's more like it, Jin Yusong." The ground began to crack under the force of these two beings. The pressure waves from both of them collided, creating a massive fissure in the ground. But very quickly, Kefeller realized he was at a disadvantage. He found Yuseong's presence to be overwhelming. "Impossible. Am I being overpowered?" Not only his offense, but his defense is also top tier. He anticipates everything. Isn't this the realm of a martial artist who has reached the pinnacle? How? Kefeller swallowed hard in fear, and then the clash of their attacks ceased. The levitating stones fell back to the ground. Kefeller had to exclaim, "You are truly extraordinary, Jin Yusong." But Yuseong was slightly angered. "You dare to judge me?" Kefeller added. "Do you still think you're human? Don't you see that the immense power you possess is too much for an ordinary human to handle?" Yuseong just gave a faint smile. After Sanjim left, and with Juhye and Shin Yu having fallen, Jin Yuseong felt incredibly lonely. The opportunity to become a powerful god had opened up before him, Yuseong, but he firmly chose the path of a mortal. He longed to live, to love, and to find happiness in a simple human life. With a resolute soul, he declared decisively, "I am human." But Kefeller, with a mocking smile, questioned him. "You confine yourself to the limits of humanity. If so, you will never defeat me." Without another word, Kefeller continued to gather his power, releasing a dense wave of dark magic from the depths of his being. Yuseong responded with a cold snort, gripping the sword in his hand tightly and unleashing a powerful slash. Quick as lightning, Kefeller was sliced in two, his body gruesomely separating. However, things were not as simple as they seemed. A fit of insane laughter echoed from Kefeller, startling Yuseong. He wasn't dead. and he continued to lecture him with cryptic questions. Do you still not get it, Jin Yuxiong? Why does this place take the form of the heavenly palace? Suddenly, the gate behind Yuxiong began to shake violently, forcing him to turn and look. In the moment he was pulled into the formless void, all he could see was a blinding flash of light that swallowed everything. In the blink of an eye, Yuseong had been transported to a completely unfamiliar place. A strange outer space-like dimension where meteorites floated everywhere. But Kiefeller appeared, his voice full of triumph. Have you forgotten this place is the lost space? He began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, although it may resemble that space. This is a divine space, completely different. This is my own world. Immediately, Kiefeller gathered a surge of magic into the palm of his hand. An intense sharp pain shot through Yuseong's body. He struggled to resist, not letting himself succumb to the immense gravity that was pressing down on him. But he couldn't stand firm. His body began to spin uncontrollably. It felt as if the gravity was constantly changing direction. Kiefeller gloated, tormenting him. Oh, ruler of the central plains who chose the path of a human. In this space, I am God. He continued to narrate the tragic story of the three brothers. They had long foreseen their fate. Once their cultivation reached its limit, and they had absorbed enough human spirituality, a battle to the death would erupt. The winner would absorb all the spirituality of the loser, thereby becoming a transcendent being surpassing all others. However, none of them were willing to accept being destroyed. The three brothers went their separate ways, preparing for the future in their own ways, and Kiefeller was no exception. Although it seemed he had failed, in the end, he was the last one standing in this brutal game. This is truly an unsolvable paradox, he said, because the strength of my brothers and I was inherently equal. It was like having to find a way to defeat oneself. The simplest way I could think of was to seek assistance. But in the end, who could possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with them and help them? And then Kiefeller's gaze turned towards the lost space. Both he and his other brothers had all been defeated at the hands of the administrator of this place. Kiefeller fought the administrator for 3 whole days, even though he knew from the start he couldn't win. His goal was not to defeat his opponent, but to prolong the battle, in order to steal the miraculous laws that constituted the lost space. Through this, Kiefeller discovered some earth-shattering truths. First, the lost space is a space of absolute fairness. The administrator could have easily defeated Kiefeller by removing the oxygen from the environment, but he chose not to. It wasn't that it was impossible, but that the administrator disliked that style of combat. He was like an athlete with a strong sense of sportsmanship, always creating the best conditions before starting a fight. Second, the lost space exists on the boundary between certainty and uncertainty. What constitutes this place is not inertia or objective truths, but perception. In the lost space, if Kiefeller believed he had 6 fingers, then he would have 6 fingers. But of course, this was not easy. Perception is not a simple act of will, but must be a true belief deeply ingrained in the subconscious. What if Kiefeller was completely certain he would win the battle against the administrator, and truly understood how to achieve that victory? Perhaps he would win. Although it seemed impossible, the possibility still existed. After descending to Earth, Kiefeller spent hundreds of years in diligent research, trying to recreate the lost space, because he was convinced that if he could recreate that space, he would be able to destroy his 2 twin brothers. But this was an incredibly difficult and complex task. Kiefeller possessed the ability to minutely simulate the laws that governed the void space, but what stumped him was his inability to replicate the core essence, the deep origin that formed that space. The problem wasn't the total amount of energy, but a lack of understanding of the specific nature of that energy source. Then one day before the teleportation gate was opened, a chance discovery came to Kiefeller. He suddenly had a thought. What if I could harness the power of belief? Suppose there were those who worshipped me as a god. Couldn't I attract and seize the spirituality from them? This idea drove Kiefeller to commit an act that distorted sacred faith. He transformed an indigenous religion originally based on Catholicism into a new cult focused on worshipping spirits and the souls of the deceased, called the Loa. This was the starting point for a belief system that the world would later know as voodooism. And the Loa, the spirits and deceased souls worshipped by voodooism, were in fact Kiefeller himself. Despite having millions of followers, Kiefeller still achieved no significant results when trying to harness their spirituality through faith. However, his persistence led him to a major breakthrough. Kiefeller finally discovered the true origin that created the void space. It was the abundant spiritual energy sent forth from the followers who worshipped him as a god. Once he understood the nature of this origin, all remaining obstacles vanished as easily as turning over his hand. Next, Kiefeller continuously established countless cults around the world, ceaselessly gathering and concentrating immense spiritual energy from those sects. From the accumulated energy, he began to construct a divine space modeled after the void space. And before long, the divine space was complete. Although it shared the form of the simulated void space, the nature of the divine space was completely different. This was not a space that operated according to fairness, nor was it a place where the power of perception could influence or change things. All the laws in this space were completely under the absolute control and will of Kefeller. Things that were once uncertain were now fixed, and cause and effect had been preordained. Even if Jin Yuseong could defeat the administrator in the void space, it wouldn't matter at all. Because in the divine space, Kefeller could easily destroy an administrator, as if crushing a tiny ant with his finger. After displaying his strength and power, Kefeller turned to call out to Yuseong, "O ruler of the Central Plains, the one who chose the path of a mortal. In this space, I am the supreme being, the one and only God." Jin Yuseong glanced up at him, and immediately Kefeller went boom. A blinding explosion suddenly occurred right next to Yuseong, throwing him far away. But while Jin Yuseong was still flying through the air, Kefeller appeared right above his head, unleashing an all-out attack. If this blow landed, everything around would vanish into nothingness. Yet Jin Yuseong remained there completely unharmed. He had managed to defend in time, and was beginning to feel that this opponent was truly tough. I was wrong. What he's using isn't the mind sword, but an immense amount of spiritual energy that has been accumulated to an extraordinary degree. This space was also created by him from that energy. In this space, he is truly a god. Another attack came rushing forward. Jin Yuseong struggled immensely, using a borrowed sword to defend. Kefeller offered some praise. "You're not bad at all." Though his words were sarcastic in his heart, he thought, his attack power is almost zero, while my attack power is seemingly infinite. And yet he can still block every single one of my attacks. "But what if I do this?" he then asked Jin Yuseong. "What? Now you can't use your internal energy, can you?" Jin Yuseong tried to circulate his internal energy, and sure enough, he realized he couldn't. It's true. The profound internal energy, hidden in my Dantian, is rebelling. He has sealed the flow of my internal energy. However, Jin Yuseong showed no fear. On the contrary, he let out a smirk. The fact that he can only seal the flow of my internal energy and not completely erase it proves that Kefeller's power still has its limits. If he were truly omnipotent, he would have completely eliminated my internal energy. And if he's not omnipotent, that means I still have a chance to win. At this point, Kefeller began to try and entice Jin Yuseong. "If you obediently offer your spirituality to me, I will make you my disciple. You are worthy of standing behind me." He responded with a cold, mocking tone. "Have you lost your mind? Are you really so delusional as to believe that victory is already in your hands? Look closely. Who is the center of this story? And yet you dare to pass judgment on me." Without waiting for an answer, Kefeller launched another ferocious attack, declaring with absolute certainty, "No matter what desperate measures you use, they will be useless." Yuseong slowly drew his sword. His mind centered amidst the chaos. He felt the oppressive aura that Kefeller was radiating, telling himself this time, has he drained all the life force from this space? However, a deep sense of peace enveloped him. "It's okay," he silently affirmed. "The aura of my mind sword is churning within me, brimming with the desire to cut down such a powerful foe." Birth-death entry. Annihilation. The ultimate techniques of the annihilation technique. His thoughts went deeper. Birth signifies the power to revive all things. Death represents the force that destroys all creation. Annihilation embodies the power to erase all existence. So then what is entry? It is the power to interfere with the very laws of causality, to engrave oneself into the intricate dance of cause and effect. As these deep realizations echoed in his mind, his eyes, previously closed in contemplation, snapped open, shining with an intense radiance. With a lightning-fast movement, almost imperceptible, a single slash was unleashed. It wasn't Kefeller's mask that took the hit, but the very face hidden beneath it. The ultimate technique of the annihilation technique. Entry had been unleashed by Yuseong right before his eyes. The self-proclaimed god was sliced in two. Even his very power, his internal essence, seemed to be split apart, along with his physical form. A searing gash tore through Kefeller's body, evoking a silent scream of agony that was torn from his throat, but never escaped as sound. He desperately struggled, clinging to his divided body, trying to prevent the complete separation of his two halves. But his efforts seemed utterly futile. Then, in a surprising turn of events, it was suddenly Yuseong who coughed up a mouthful of blood. He staggered, dropping to one knee, but his hand still gripped his sword tightly, refusing to let go, a testament to his unbreakable willpower of him. The annihilation technique's entry, executed through sheer intent, had succeeded. He panted, his voice strained but steady. "I've regained control of my internal energy. However, my intent is running out, and a throbbing pain is consuming me. But the enemy is still standing. I can't rest now." Looking ahead, Yuseong observed Kefeller's bisected body. From it, divine energy was still pouring out violently, from the deep gash. Yuseong raised his sword once more. Then, he decisively chopped off the arm of the struggling god before him, simultaneously creating countless smaller, stinging cuts all over his opponent's body. Mustering every last bit of his strength, Yuseong focused all his remaining energy into one final, decisive slash. His eyes burned with resolute will as he unleashed this final blow, an attack delivered, as if he were betting his very life on its outcome. At this crucial moment, Kefeller screamed Yuseong's name, a cry of rage and despair that seemed to be his final act. But no, he managed to launch one final counterattack, a desperate lash-out before kicking the bucket hurtling towards Yuseong. Fortunately, with his internal energy unlocked, Yuseong quickly created a protective barrier to block the blow. The attack dissipated without causing harm, but the impact shattered his shield, causing a flicker of pain to cross Yuseong's face. Then Kefeller cried out in anguish, holding out a trembling hand. He looked helplessly at his now ethereal arm. A silent question formed in his mind. Is this the only way left to win? Just then, the spirits of his two deceased brothers appeared. Their transcendent voices echoed a warning. If you use that power, you will lose the ability to absorb Jin Yuseong's spirituality. You will also become weak and be forced to cannibalize your own kind. However, Kefeller was determined. Even so, he declared with cold resolution, I cannot disappear now. Even if I have to trade all my spirituality and magic, I must defeat Jin Yuseong. Yuseong stood still, patiently observing Kefeller's next move. No way. All you've done is scream empty threats. Kefeller's voice echoed, filled with a newfound arrogance, despair. This land is completely separate from the Central Plains. Here you are no longer a respected cult leader. Therefore you have absolutely no chance of defeating me. Someone lacking divine power cannot exist in this sacred land. This is a divine space, created to expel all non-deities, Jin Yuseong. Following Kefeller's venomous words, Yuseong calmly reached for his sword. But just then, he suddenly froze. A terrifying cold wave washed over him. Sweat immediately poured off him. What the hell is this? He muttered in disbelief. My internal energies, it's gone again. Leaning heavily on his sword, he dropped to one knee. This feeling, he whispered, his voice filled with dread. It's exactly like when my internal energy was forcibly stripped away in the lost space. My body and soul, they're on the verge of disintegrating. He looked at the false god, who had fully revealed his malevolent nature. Could he really be powerless against him now? And yet his mere continued presence, even in a weakened state, caused Kefeller to stare in utter confusion. What the hell is going on? Kefeller demanded, completely bewildered. How is he still standing? He clearly has no divine power in this world. Could it be that there are individuals in his own world who worship him as a god to provide the answer to this confused fool's unspoken question? The story suddenly cuts back to the Central Plains, underneath a deep blue sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds and bathed in golden sunlight. A lone figure knelt reverently before a weathered tombstone on a grassy knoll, surrounded by a dense green forest. After completing the rites, the man stood and bowed his head in remembrance for a few moments. Then, remarkably, he knelt again, bowing his head beside the tombstone, where there was no grave, and offered a prayer from the bottom of his heart. I offer my deepest thanks to the divine spirits for protecting the resting place of my beloved mother. At the bustling Yuxian district in Shanghai, China, a long line of people waited patiently to enter and offer incense and pray. The most surprising and interesting part lay inside. A portrait of Yuseong was placed prominently in a place of honor. The worshippers knelt reverently, muttering their prayers. We offer our greetings to our beloved ancestor, who bestowed upon us the blessing, allowing his descendants to inherit and gloriously develop the traditions of the Yuzu clan. The implication behind this act was made clear. But as Kefeller witnessed that scene, a fierce anger erupted within him. He roared in indignation. Impossible. This is completely absurd. Time passed, each moment weighing heavily. Kefeller watched in incomprehensible surprise as Yuseong was still there, not having disappeared at all. He muttered doubtfully. A whole day has passed and he still hasn't vanished. What an unbelievable illusion. He stared dumbfounded. Not only did he not vanish, but Yuseong was unbelievably slowly getting back up. Although trembling and struggling with extraordinary willpower, he actually managed to stand on his own. Kefeller, his eyes bloodshot with resentment, screamed again in desperation. No, it can't be like this. But he didn't stop at just standing up. Yuseong even defiantly raised his sword. Kefeller could only scream, "No, no!" in utter helplessness. But Yuseong, despite his struggle, mustered all his strength and swung his sword down. And it still carried a terrifying power. A slash that tore space itself, creating a crack that grew wider and wider. Everything in the path of that seemingly weak blade was torn apart effortlessly, without any resistance. Kefeller cried out in anguish, mixed with a bit of panic. Ah! Is this annihilation? But before that, Jin Yuseong, how could you resist for so long? Yuseong, with astonishing composure, kindly explained to his dying enemy. I have experienced countless dangerous situations, from enduring the immense pressure of divine power to losing all of my internal energy. If a person always gives their all in the present and holds on to an ironclad belief, then it's no longer a variable of fate, but the domain of a resilient will. Just devote yourself completely to what's happening, and an opportunity will eventually come again. That is my belief. As soon as Yusong's explanation ended, Kefeller began to completely disintegrate. Wait. He still tried to utter his last words. In desperation. The one who holds divine power sets foot in the human world. Eventually, you too will become a god. If I cannot become a god, then becoming a part of a god also has meaning. After that statement, Kefeller truly vanished, leaving only Yuseong standing alone in the silent divine space. He frowned slightly, wondering, I already said I was human, but you remained stubbornly arrogant until the very end. Suddenly, Yuseong felt something. He let out a small, as a massive amount of natural power. Primordial energy suddenly converged and flowed into his body. I've absorbed a huge amount of natural primordial energy, but more than that, I can now use the nirvana. Art with pure intent alone. Martial arts truly are endless. He closed his eyes, immersing himself in the feeling of the changes within his body. Then he suddenly snapped his eyes open. But this time his eyes no longer glowed. A confident smile played on his lips. The knowledge he had about the gates and Akasha certainly proves he was an intelligent fellow. It's just a shame his personality was a bit rotten. In the real world, a sword suddenly appeared and slashed through space, creating a rift. It was Yuseong who had opened the gate himself and returned. He held the sword, smiling to himself. Who would have thought that I could use a gate as a passage to prove the qualifications of a master? What a convenient ability. He took a deep breath. The fresh air of the real world? Maybe because I just came from Dokdo. I can really feel the pollution here. He took out his phone to check it. He saw a message from Seojun. Where the hell are you? Did you stay out all night? At the same time, Sangjin had also texted him, cult leader. The news just reported that the Dokdo gate has been cleared. Where are you? I told my wife you were sleeping over at a friend's house. Don't come back at the crack of dawn. Wait until it's fully morning to return. Just say you slept at a friend's place. Figure out which friend on your own. I don't know, I'm going to bed first. He read the messages. Yuseong felt extremely annoyed. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. When I was enduring the immense pressure of the divine power, I remembered the man I met at the Gyeongsan Gate, the chef I met in Shanghai, but I couldn't remember this guy's ugly mug at all. He fumed to himself. Tomorrow I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson. The successful conquest of the S-rank gate at Dokdo raised South Korea's standing and ignited new hope. This was the first time in human history that an S-rank gate had been broken. And astonishingly, all 99 awakened members returned safely. There were no casualties whatsoever. Meanwhile, Japan's SG group, after pulling their deceptive stunt, completely lost the public's trust and was forced to obediently follow the direction of the Japanese government. The relationship between SG and the government was symbiotic, relying on each other for mutual existence and growth. However, they maintained their positions as two completely independent entities. The SG group itself, with its complex network, was also intertwined with many deep-seated interests, with the awakened, individuals possessing special abilities. This raised the importance of the awakened to its absolute maximum. Their presence became a crucial factor. As a result, every organization, large and small, strove to find ways to attract and recruit talented, awakened to their side. During an emergency meeting at SG Korea headquarters, the director expressed deep skepticism. It's hard to believe that one nameless awakened could open an escape route for so many people. Major Jihu, who was in charge of the report, confirmed. However, all 99 testimonies are perfectly consistent. With a probing attitude, the director leaned on his hand and retorted, "Then why don't we gather the psych-type awakened to verify the reliability of those testimonies?" Jihu, with a puzzled look, questioned. "Why must you doubt them to such an extent? Did you need the entire Usando team to be sacrificed before you'd believe it?" Provoked by Jihu's pointed words, the director exploded. "Major Han, I'm not doing this out of any malice. It's just that the current situation is too unusual, making it hard to believe. What are you trying to achieve?" Faced with his superior's wrath, Jihu remained calm and didn't respond immediately. A moment later, he broke the silence with a meaningful question. "Do you really think the Usando team can be disbanded so easily?" The director just said, "Huh," his expression still stunned, not yet grasping the deeper meaning in Jihu's words. Jihu continued to explain clearly. "Ultimately, the awakened are mercenaries recruited by SG Game, and SG Game in turn is bound by contract to the nation. However, these same mercenaries dared to do what both the nation and SG Game strictly forbade, and their motive was purely for the sake of justice. The Usando team has gone through countless hardships together, forging an unbreakable bond of camaraderie, ready to live and die together. I believe they will become an underlying force, quietly guiding and leading SG Korea in the near future. Hearing this, the director's face immediately showed alarm. Neither South Korea nor SG Game recognizes any self-formed factions of the awakened, Jihu countered forcefully. They may want to prevent the formation of organizations with political intentions, but how can they forbid people with close personal relationships from gathering together? Suppose the entire Usando team decided to boycott you, what then? At this point, the director's face turned pale, clearly showing his apprehension. Jihu quickly reassured him. I'm just proposing a hypothetical, since you seem so keen on investigating them. The director fell completely silent, unable to offer any further counter-arguments. Finally, he conceded, I understand. After the exchange ended, Jihu quietly left the meeting room, gently closing the door behind him. In his mind, Jihu recalled the words that So-hyuk had once shared. We all owe him a profound debt of gratitude. It's not just that he saved our lives. He's the one who taught us so many things. Mew, another member, added, everything we have today, we owe to one single person. So-hyuk emphasized, if we get the chance, we must find a way to repay this immense debt. From these accounts, Jihu's curiosity grew ever stronger. He wondered, who is this mysterious man? The one who not only saved their lives, but also molded and taught 99 awakened. The scene shifts to a school setting. Yu Seong is currently sitting on a chair in the teacher's office, rather than in his own classroom. Meanwhile, a teacher is scolding him, Mr. Yu Seong. Why did you sneak into a classroom for first-year students? He answered calmly. I saw in movies that veterans pretending to be new recruits and looked like fun, so I copied them. The teacher snapped. Do you think this is a school or a military barracks? Yu Seong calmly asked back. Have you ever served in the military to know so much about it? The teacher froze and stammered. I wanted to, but I couldn't join due to a medical condition. Yu Seong then suggested next time, let's try to blend in together. It'll probably be pretty fun. The teacher sighed, trying to steer the conversation back to the main issue. Yu Seong, let's talk a bit about your studies. The teacher asked if he planned to take the college entrance exams. Yu Seong stroked his chin and replied nonchalantly, I'll try preparing for them. Even if I end up not taking the exam, that's fine too. The teacher couldn't help but be amazed by his casual attitude, wondering if with such a mindset, Yu Seong could achieve his goal of getting into a prestigious university. He looked at Yu Seong's desired university list and thought to himself, 9th ranked at Django University, a place where students spend more on monthly tutoring than the salary of a major corporation's CEO. That means his academic performance is among the top in the entire country. After a month of contemplation, he stammered, right. What is your dream? And Yu Seong declared firmly and decisively, world peace. That is my dream. Hearing that, the teacher seemed to completely soften at a loss for words. Such a noble dream. You may go now. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Seong stood up and casually walked out. Stepping out of the room, Yu Seong strolled leisurely, feeling incredibly relaxed. In his mind, profound thoughts began to surface. The gates are actually the creation of the three progenitor brothers, designed with the superior purpose of as surpassing Akasha and harvesting souls. However, the human soul is not something that can be easily exploited. There are always unforeseen side effects. In the martial world, there were similar evil arts, used to steal the innate true chi of others, but history has shown that among the hundreds who practiced that art, all of them suffered the same fate of going mad. Absorbing primordial energy from others always carries the risk of being possessed by the other's consciousness. To avoid this consequence, those wicked beings resorted to the method of using monsters to filter them. They imprison human souls in sealed vessels, then use monsters to purify them, eliminating the elements that could potentially invade the mind. A prime example is the spirit toad, with 33% of its consciousness overtaken. It completely lost its sanity. Meanwhile, Evian was only 7% affected, and still retained his lucidity. Clearly, these are extremely cruel beings, and I must foil their plot. But the problem is how to track them down. With their cautious nature, it's impossible for them to reveal themselves willingly. Perhaps the only solution is to proactively hunt down the bosses and confront them directly. It will surely be an arduous and exhausting fight. But as he was deep in thought, a figure appeared behind him. It was Seojun. She intended to pounce on him while he was off guard, but with his excellent reflexes, he gently sidestepped. This caused Seojun to lose her balance and accidentally slip. Luckily, before she could fall flat on her face, Yu Seong quickly pulled her arm back, while muttering a clumsy reprimand. Clumsy. His unexpected gesture made Seojun's heart flutter. Her face turned as red as a tomato. When they had let go of each other, he calmly asked, "What trouble are you trying to start now?" Seojun, still flustered, turned her face away. "No, I just wanted to ask you something. And also, I think my mom's morning sickness is getting worse lately. So when we go home, let's buy something to bring back." "Yeah." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I see. So what should we buy now?" "Ice cream is cold, probably not a good idea." Suddenly, he stopped, a thought flashing through his mind. Am I now concerned about another person's unborn child? I was once the renowned leader of the heavenly demon cult in the Central Plains, and yet now I'm caring about others. How strange. He let out a small sigh of relief. As expected, I'm still human. Seeing the faint smirk on his face, Seojin asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly smiling to yourself?" But he replied instantly, "Because you look funny, that's all." She let out an annoyed, "Huh." He teased her further. "Don't be mad, getting angry just makes you uglier." The intimate moment between the two did not escape the eyes of Ji Yongsu. Witnessing the scene, this young man was both angry and sad. It felt as if tears were flowing back into his heart. The next day, while he was sparring with Sangjin against his sword strikes, the older man could only cower and defend. In the blink of an eye, he was behind him. Just like that, a single chop sent him sprawling to the ground unconscious. Yu Seong thought to himself, "You fall exactly like your daughter." Sangjin spoke up resentfully. "Why do you always hit me on the back of the neck? You could have defeated me majestically." His expression darkened even more. "I like the feeling of tapping on the heads of balding guys." Hearing that, Sangjin was shocked. "If I had known, I would have grown my hair long like a rock star." This sucks, he thought to himself. I know it too. The cult leader is just using training as an excuse to torture me. The reason is that when you were in the gate, I didn't care about you. Besides, I didn't even know you were there. This is ridiculous. I hope the cult leader is still human. If he were a god, he certainly wouldn't act so childishly. Carefree without scheming, impulsive and yet kind. As if reading his thoughts, Yusheng gave him a bump on the head. "So that's why you dared to treat me so poorly, isn't it?" He turned away coldly and asked, "Do you see me getting stronger?" The kneeling man quickly replied, "I can't tell. You have to see the peak of a mountain to know how high it is. If I can't even see the peak, how can I know how high it is? As you know, with only the power of pure intent, I have reached the state where I can use the ultimate technique of the nirvana art. It's just that compared to me in the Central Plains, it doesn't seem much different." He asked curiously, "Isn't it because your level is already too high? 1 and 2 are different, but 100 million and 102 million are practically the same." Then he turned to him and asked, "Cult leader, so where does my skill level stand?" He judged immediately. "Your martial arts skill has reached the transcendent peak, but your martial power is only at the peak level or below, because the harmony between your mind and body is not yet perfect, and your martial arts are still not enough to reach enlightenment. Martial arts consist of martial and art. Only cultivating the art, in other words, is the factor to reach the state of enlightenment. Conversely, martial power is the force that can be generated by martial arts. Although martial skill and martial power are proportionally related, it's not an absolute proportional relationship. If a peak-level martial artist suffers an accident and unexpectedly loses their dantian, that person's martial arts skill level is still at the peak. Because losing the dantian doesn't mean losing enlightenment. However, because there is no internal energy, the power that can be generated by martial arts is no different from that of a third-rate fighter. Sangjin's martial arts skill has reached the transcendent peak because that is the level he achieved while still in the Central Plains. But his martial power can only reach the peak level, or lower. My goal is to raise both Sangjin's martial skill and martial power to the transcendent peak level, because in the future the demonic path practitioners might attack his family. Who knows what tricks they'll pull? You get my meaning? Sangjin was also worried about this. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued. Actually, that possibility is very low. Your family doesn't live inside a gate. That sentence immediately cheered him up. That expression made him think to himself, the man who once rampaged through the Demon Extermination Brigade survived the great ordeal and became the number 3 figure in the heavenly demon divine cult, has now become like this. Now you've become a bald-headed wreck. Perhaps what Sangjin lost in the lost space was his nerve, but just then he was punched again. Though he didn't understand what happened, he roared in anger. I'm not a helpless bald guy anymore. Yu Seong, annoyed, immediately picked up a large rock from the roadside and chased him. They joked around happily. Arriving home, Seojin was surprised to see him holding an onion in his hand. She asked immediately, "You said you want to cook." The girl became annoyed. "Mom's morning sickness is bad." "Do you really have to cook?" He seemed to realize something. "Sojun, our school has an elective course where we can invite a lecturer we want to teach, right?" "That's right, but what are you planning?" This guy's expression was grimly serious. "You'll know when the time comes." Now in the cooking class, the teacher is making an introduction. "Everyone, today we'll be practicing the beef and radish soup that we learned about in the last session. Let's get started." "All right, everyone, wash your ingredients and get ready." Seojin turned to him and asked, "Do you really want to learn to cook?" "I'm a decent cook," he then confirmed. "Our school's cooking class is already famous." Then he asked back, "So why are you here? Isn't it because your cooking is terrible?" His words made her face flush with anger. She wished she could smack this guy a few times. Beside them, the other guy was thunderstruck. They live together, Sejun quickly explained. It's not like that we're just kind of close. Anyway, Yongsoo, why did you suddenly sign up for the elective cooking class instead of soccer or the other classes? He became flustered and thought, I can't just say I came here because of her. Their awkward movements were immediately called out by him, as expected of the bottom two. He slowly picked up the kitchen knife and swung it down with skillful chops. After all, to him a sword and a knife are not much different. Sojun was immediately stunned by the pile of onions on the cutting board. So amazing. The teacher was also endlessly surprised. What is this? Who is that student? His prep skills are on the level of a professional chef. Is he planning to cut a radish that big? And with a Chinese cleaver, no less. Wait a minute. We didn't hand out Chinese cleavers to the students in the first place. This student is so serious about cooking that he even brought his own knife. This statement was partly true and partly false. While Yuseong did like to cook, there was something he was even more passionate about than cooking, and that was performing cooking on social media. Already having an interest in cuisine, Yuseong, of course, wanted to perform beautiful cooking displays, like those in movies or animation. Watching his masterful knife skills, the mushroom-haired guy became even more annoyed. Is there anything he can't do? While Seojun worried that he would reveal his identity, just then he appeared in front of her soup pot and began to judge it. The ingredients aren't blending together. This made her angry. How dare you touch my food without permission? He didn't seem to care much and tried a bite of the soup. He immediately froze on the spot. You call this food? Yongsoo, seeing this, wanted to try too. The result, it tasted awful. Still, he had to praise it awkwardly. It's delicious, isn't it, Seojun, fuming, immediately went to his soup pot. In complete contrast, Yuseong told her to help herself. The teacher, seeing this, also came over curiously to ask for a taste, as expected. What is this? This dish has a strange flavor that I've never tasted before. The beef is wrapped in leeks. The opening is tied with a scallion. It looks so beautiful and is easy to eat too. Furthermore, the broth is rich and the flavor is absolutely wonderful. Among the dishes I can cook, I can't think of any that are more delicious than this. She slumped as if she'd short-circuited. Once the other two tried it, they slurped it down, praising it. Why is it so good? How is this guy so talented? And that's the end of part 1. If you're watching, don't forget to give us a like.